We are here again at the Lydd kart circuit with a jam-packed action in round 1 just a couple of moments ago, and now it is time for the second round of the 8-round championship. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me today is Andy Webster. So Andy, how are you today?
Looking forward to this one, Lewis. We're set for a super busy day, 30 different races to get through. We're going to be fast and furious, and if round 1 was anything to go by, it's going to be full and high drama for the day.
Yeah, it certainly will be. As you said, 30 races coming up on today's schedule. We should have all the race 1s before lunch, and we'll take a small break before getting into the race 2s and then the race 3s. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a great day. A lot of excitement in store. We've seen yesterday a lot of drama, a lot of action, and hello and welcome, and thank you for joining us here at round 2 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. You join us just before the racing is about to get underway. No morning warm-ups today for this busy schedule, so it's going to be completely different for the riders.
They could really do with a warm-up as well. There's a very cool breeze at this seaside location, so everyone's a little bit shivery at this time of the morning. The shadows are still very long, and I imagine it's going to be a very different beast to how they were racing middle of the day in round 1. It's going to be a much cooler start to the day.
Yeah, it will be. You can see all the jackets on everyone, all the woolly hats, and that's because, as you mentioned, there is a breeze still around the track. But with there being no morning warm-up, the riders will take a shortcut to the grid before doing 2 warm-up laps before racing gets underway today, and that will be technically their warm-up before racing gets underway. So them 2 laps are going to be so vital.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got to get that bike dialed in. They've got to get everything warm. They've got to get themselves warm and focused. So I imagine those first couple of laps on the warm-up, they're going to be fairly aggressive, just to make sure that their focus is in and they're fully awake at this time in the morning.
Yeah, they're going to have to wake up their minds and wake up their tyres, really, because it's still cold and you only have 2 laps to do it. So you're going to have to be straight on the pace straight away. But yesterday, round 1, we've seen quite a few crashes actually on the warm-up lap.
That's right, absolutely. Nothing too serious, although I think it did cause a couple of DNS situations for the riders, unfortunately. But yeah, it does pay to just make sure you've got a little bit of space and not get too close to one another on the warm-up. And this is obviously, as you rightly have pointed out, that this is the road to MotoGP. This is young riders learning their way around, and they will make all their mistakes at this point in their racing careers, and hopefully get into really good habits. But obviously it can be a little bit entertaining for us when we see those mistakes happen through the course of a FAB-Racing event.
Yeah, you can just see some of the parents warming up the bikes and some of the parents having final chats before the first race. But today we can expect much the same as round 1. With it being at the same circuit, it's going to be a completely new challenge. Grid positions though will be different, so absolutely. I think we're going to see some new race winners. And for example, in the MotoGP 70s, we've seen 3 different race winners yesterday. So I think today, with the grids being switched up, we can see maybe some surprises. Yeah,
so just to explain that, the grids are made up by the fastest laps from round 1. So it's not all about qualifying, of course. It's not about ultimate speed. It's about how you raced, and that will be really crucial, because we did see some riders perform out of position yesterday, and then hopefully that gives a little bit of a level playing field. And it's a nice different set of skills for the riders to be deploying, ready for a full-on day full of racing here. Of course, there's plenty to play for, and the grid positions are very there's a very short distance between each grid position, so all is not lost if you didn't get a good fast lap in.
Yeah, it isn't. And today, of course, we're racing on a Monday, which is slightly different for these young riders, and I don't think they'll be complaining.
No, everybody's weekend is being a little bit thrown out by a Monday event, and you can see marshals just preparing organising their flags, and not so much waving, but rolling up, I think, there, just to make sure everything's secure and ready to unravel at a moment's notice. And of course, also the broom that featured yesterday in our coverage through round 1.
Yeah, you can just see actually the wind that's still here around the circuit from here, and with there being 4 mini moto classes, it's definitely going to affect them today.
Definitely, absolutely. The bike will get light, and it gets a little bit blowy. I think we were seeing predominantly a tailwind down into the final corner yesterday, and that that did enable the riders to really go for the brake, the move on the brakes on the inside. But it is gusty as well, and that makes it very unpredictable. Of course, these mini riders on mini bikes, less so than the adults racing on the seniors later on in our coverage.
So it is going to be race 1 of the AC40 Pros for round 2 here at the Lydd circuit. The riders have already raced on this circuit this year for round 1. So what is going to happen today? Well, we see some surprises. We're going to have to wait and find out. Healthy grids once again in all classes here at FAB, including the AC40 Pros. A lot of young riders and a lot of young talent that is currently making their way onto the grid. As we said, 2 warm-up laps before we get into racing today, due to the fact there's been no warm-up. And you can just see there, they're taking the shortcut and the quick way to the grid. Yeah,
that just saves a little bit of time so that they can get themselves positioned, do any last warm-ups. Their race engineers, mechanics and or parents will be waiting for them on the grid as well, just to help them key in and get themselves all ready to go. But preparation starting, and I imagine these kids, I don't know how well they each slept overnight. I can't imagine not being absolutely full of nerves before a race day like this.
Yeah, a lot of nerves between the riders, so we're going to have to wait and see how they cope with that and how they cope with it on the grids and this long wait that they're going to have the grid while they wait for the other 14 riders, 15 riders to line up and get positioned, and all the parents, their final words before we get racing.
Yeah, and we'd love to hear everybody's support, see who's watching and who they're watching for as well. So do drop your name and your favourite rider in the relevant chat sections of our broadcast channels as well. And there you can see the riders just getting themselves ready. Of course, pole positioners on the inside. But it's you can battle Lewis into turn 2 as well, because it is a very quick switchback chicane.
Yeah, it means that no matter what side of the grid you're on, you're able to get an advantage somewhat through turn 1 and 2 at the chicane. So it produces quite a good turn 1. It depends really how pole position can get that launch and what position they're going to be in heading into the first corner. But now you can see the riders heading out for the first of their 2 warm-up laps, and it's going to be a great day of racing. It's going to be a great race here for the first race of the day. It's the AC40 Pro race 1. And on pole position this time around, it's going to be Rex Austin with a 56.7. Taylor Tomlinson will join him in the front row. Sebastian Kosowski will start in 3rd position with Sam Gardner alongside him. On the 3rd row of the grid, it's going to be Bradley Curtis with Nicholas Dunwoody in 6th position. Now in 7th position, it's going to be the number 7, Logan Cousins, with Liam Lindquist alongside him. Preston Baker will start in 9th with Oliver Hall next to him. And the 6th row of the grid is going to be Harrison Day and Josh Perkins. So a great day of racing. In 13th as well, we're going to have Tyler Hart, which is also moving up to the Pro Class. A lot of changes this year with Seth Hayward in 14th and Archie Hooper rounding out our grid. So a lot of changes this year. Of course, this is now the 2nd round of racing in FAB, so they already have plenty of experience around this circuit.
Yeah, they know their way around for sure, and of course, as you say, going around for a second warm-up just to get themselves ready, and that will really help the riders get their eye in and get their body loose and moving, and everything working very well indeed. So yes, absolutely. The likely lads at the front, despite the fact that we've shaken up the grid slightly, the likely lads, Rex Austin and Taylor Tomlinson, very much at the front. This was in round 1. We saw Taylor Tomlinson really strong in this category, despite the fact that he's trying various other categories as well.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson, I was just speaking to his dad before we went live today, and his dad notified us that he is using an air-cooled bike in the liquid class as well, so he's racing this same pro bike in 2 classes this weekend, so double the track time on it.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that's a smart move, it seems, because it's working, especially in the AC.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see now the riders are heading into the infield section. Of course, the mini motor riders will use this infield section and will somewhat get a slower approach to this final corner, which is a very long right-hander.
Yeah, but also that means that the major braking zone is on the entry into the infield, and then there's a series of switchbacks, and we've seen riders go into various different lines in there. If you go narrow on the way into the infield, you really are stuffed up when it comes to switching back to the left. So we've seen riders go around the outside and be able to dice back on the inside again very quickly into the infield. It's a really great circuit design here at Lydd.
Yeah, it's a great circuit design and it produces great racing. It's a bit chilly today, but the riders are ready. They point to the light. We wait for the lights to go on. The lights go on. And we go racing for round 2 here at Lydd. Race 1 of the AC40 Pros is led by Taylor Tomlinson at turn 1. Sam Gardner positions himself and overtakes to get into second position. Coming out of the first chicane, Sam Gardner for a great start there. Rex Austin drops down the order to, I believe, 4th position, so not a good start from him, but Bradley Curtis in 5th position. All riders making it through very, very clean from the start of the race. But heading through the back section of the circuit now, sector 2, it's still going to be Taylor Tomlinson who leads the way, and what a great start it's been from him. Very, very consistent, and Taylor Tomlinson looking calm at the front.
Very calm indeed. He gave one little kickback and then focused all his energy on streamlining his body as low as possible, and that seemed to work out well for him as they head into the infield section for the first time, and they're dicing for 3rd position as they go in, and there you see those different lines straight away in the coverage today.
Yeah, different lines from all the riders, and it depends on your bike, on your body position and on your preference. So now the riders heading across the line to complete lap 1. It's Taylor Thompson, Sam Gardner, Sebastian Gieslowski in 3rd position, with Rex Austin down to 4th. Bradley Curtis is in 5th, and Logan Cousins drops up to 6th. So great start there from all the riders. Very, very great racing from everyone, and you can just see the riders coming through his back section of the circuit. It's a very, very quick corner for these many motor riders.
Picked up indeed, and down they go then into the towards the end of the second sector. They will turn left here and then power out for the run that is not particularly long, all the way down into the infield, and we'll be capturing them slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very close together, and that's Taylor Tomlinson, Sam Gardner, Sebastian Gieslowski, Rex Austin down from pole in 4th, and Brad Curtis up to 5th at the moment.
Yeah, you can just see this small group of riders. Sebastian Gieslowski leading it, and Sebastian Gieslowski, just like our lead man Taylor Thompson, is moving up from the rookie grid. They're 2 of the biggest talents in last year's rookie grid. Of course, very, very confident on the motorcycles, as you can see, with just a couple of years experience in motorcycle racing. They look like they've been doing it for longer than that.
Absolutely, they really do look like they've got lots of practice in. I was talking to a couple of riders earlier today, and they've been getting some winter practice in Spain. If they've got the resources to do that and the support, we've got a rider down on the back side of the circuit, just being attended to. So I think that'll be handled with yellow flags at the moment as the leaders come through.
Yeah, the leaders come through, and Sebastian Gieslowski is under threat at the moment, so he's going to have to keep calm headed into this infield section. As you said just before the race started, it's such a tight corner. It's a very, very heavy braking zone, and we even seen some crashes on the entry to the corner yesterday in round 1.
Definitely. Oh, we've got a red flag. It's the red flag on the circuit. That was late call for the riders. They all slamming on the brakes. So we shall presumably reset once everything is taken care of, and we make sure that everybody. Of course, safety is paramount here.
Yeah, safety is paramount. All the FAB officials, medics, and marshals do a great job here at keeping everyone safe and getting racing.
Going back into the pits, it looks like.
Yeah.
So that's a quick cessation of racing there. We only got 2 laps in. Taylor Tomlinson did get the fastest lap on a 56.489, and he was also very quick off lap 1 as well. Some of the riders looking quite animated as they come through. I guess they've been bundles full of nerves all the way through the evening, hoping to push on for the next day racing, and unfortunately it's very frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be frustrating, but it's one of those things that happens in racing. But these riders now just need to keep calm, keep their heads in the game, although maybe some riders like to just have a bit of a laugh and just try to put their mind off it before they have to get going again. It really just depends on their mindset in racing. You just see there some of the medics going out to attend to the riders, so hopefully they'll be okay. But of course, safety is paramount here at FAB, as you mentioned. Now the riders are at the bottom of pit lane, and they're going to have to get ready to do presumably a 7-lap restart.
Well, when we know, you will obviously let everybody know, and various different permutations to the rules that will take place and be enacted according to race control's set of rules. And of course, Lewis, we've got a long day ahead of us, so an early delay here is going to have a knock-on effect for the rest of the day's racing.
Yeah, it's going to have a knock-on effect for today's race. And of course, this is the first race of the day, so it's going to be, yeah, it's one of those things. First race of the day, first red flag of the day, so slight delay to proceedings for today's action. Of course, as we said, a lot of action to get through today, so these delays will mean just a longer day for everyone in general, but it's one of those things that happens. It is still cold out today, so the track still will have to warm up.
Yeah, and perhaps it might have been good to try and get some extra warm up for the riders, but such is the nature of jam packing an event like this. There's going to be knock-on effects throughout the course of racing. We've got obviously all the riders are expecting down here in the AC40 Pros to get back underway as well, and lots of the parents and family just attending to our riders, making sure that they're all ready to get back running at a moment's notice. Keep them focused, keep the bikes operational. Don't want to overheat here, Lewis. I don't know if that's an issue with these mini motos. Yeah,
they don't like being still for too long, but of course the main worry as well is the fact that none of these riders right now will be able to refuel their bikes, because there's no refueling in pit lane here, and now all riders with the bikes turned off, they're going to have to just try and preserve as much fuel as possible. But of course the red flag will help some riders who maybe got a bad start, like our pole sitter Rex Austin. He didn't get the best start, so now you should have another opportunity to do it all again.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday, was when we actually restarted a race back from original grid order, rather than the race order as it was on the previous lap or at the time of the red flag. So we shall obviously, as I say, let you all know as soon as we know what the situation will be. But everybody is keen to get underway as quickly as possible.
Yeah, everyone's keen to get underway, but we're going to have to wait just slightly longer, it seems. A lot of the helpers, marshals and officials down there just speaking to the riders and trying to help any way they possibly can. Some of the riders in the mini moto classes actually use tyre warmers, but it looks like there's none down there at the moment. So
tyre warmers for these tiny tyres.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly. They're quite funny to see, to be honest. Usually they get carried about in the paddock on the bike, so obviously these bikes aren't too big and they aren't too heavy, so you are able just to carry them about. But yeah, you can just see Oliver Hall's dad there speaking to Oliver. As all the riders now, the longer they're going to wait, the worse the nerves are going to get.
I would imagine so. Yeah, it's about being in the right state of nerves, not an absence of nerves and not overly nervous. I don't quite know how to best describe that, but it's definitely a balancing act, because you've got to be. If you're not nervous, you don't care. But if you are so nervous you can't really operate, then you're into a problem. So each parent, of course, the fact that they've got the parental relationship, they will know their kids really well, and they'll be able to do what's right for that child. But of course you'll see that vary completely, because no child's the same.
Yeah, you can just see that in the picture actually. Some of the riders talking, some of the riders talking to their parents, talking to their friends that are also racing, and then you can see some others, like in the back right of your shot, just sitting there and just focusing, trying to keep in the zone and trying to keep as focused as possible. So yeah, you can just see, just in the shot actually, just the different mindsets that people have.
It's a fascinating insight into rider psychology, even at such a young age, and when they start to understand what it is that they themselves value most from their engineers and their supporters, that's when they'll be able to start communicating that. As they get a little bit older, they'll say, no, I don't need this right now, or I need more of this, and these experiences are just so valuable for them. And It looks like that we've had a command, we've had an instruction. There's lots of activity starting. I think we'll be restarting shortly.
Yep, so it looks like we're going to get a restart on the AC40 Pro Race 1 of Round 2 here at FAB. Some of the people already heading out onto the grid as helpers, as marshals, as officials. You can see Taylor Lawrence there at the back of your picture. Just went behind the fence, actually, and behind our advertising boards here at FAB. Of course, get in contact with FAB-Racing if you want to advertise at any of the race meetings. It will be greatly appreciated. But you can see now the riders waiting to get out. Lee Klaus should be leading them out and giving them the green light to head out a pit lane. You can see already Logan Cousins especially very ready to get going.
Absolutely, yeah, he's game for it, isn't he, and ready to make up some places if he can. So we're waiting for, I guess there's a guider that comes out to instruct the riders, but no, not this time. No one's going to walk them out. They know what they're doing. These are the pros. They've been on this bike for a season.
Yeah, of course. At round 1, I believe they were just heading straight to the grid, but now they're doing this small loop to head to the grid. So no guide this time around, it seems. And they'll head to the grid, and then we should get a warm-up lap. I'm not sure just yet on what's going to happen with that. And on our time screens at the moment, it's saying 9 laps to go. So potentially a full restart for the race.
Well, that would be, you know, music to their ears, I'm sure, especially if they didn't get a good start, but it could change on us as soon as we're underway. So like I say, we will let everybody know as soon as we know what the current arrangements are, but we're waiting to just get confirmation whether there's going to be another 2 warm-up laps, whether we'll be straight into the action. We shall wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Taylor Tomlinson looks ready, hits his hands, he's trying to psych himself up, maybe even wants just a quick word before he gets going with his dad, it appears. So his dad's just warming up the edges of them tyres there by putting it on its side. It's it's a tactic. It's quite interesting to see the different tactics that are used at just the mini motor racing.
Absolutely, and you don't want to get into the position where you're actually degrading the tyre doing that, but getting a nice bit of heat cycle through. And Taylor Tomlinson clearly knows exactly what he needs.
Yeah, he does, and now you can see the riders heading away on their warm-up lap. Before we'll get going, it's going to be a great race. We already seen from the first attempt at this race how quick everyone was, but surprisingly it was clean getaway. So hopefully we can have a replay of that. Hopefully we can have a take 2 of that.
Yeah, definitely. Rex Austin will be very, very keen to make amends for a fairly poor start. I saw him down into 4th after the first few corners and exchange. Taylor Tomlinson was straight on it and taking no prisoners going on through the first sector of the lap. So we shall see if Rex can learn from whatever went wrong the first time. I'm sure that would be much the feature of his conversations in the interval we just had.
Yeah, exactly, and it gives him another chance to do it. It gives him another opportunity to try and get that hole shot from turn 1. And if he can manage that, we're going to see a completely different start from what we did on the first try of this.
Totally, yeah, absolutely. Of course, the fastest riders in general are still at the front, but based on race pace rather than on their qualifying session, which was set prior to round 1 actually of this event. So it looks like just a 1 warm-up lap. So we may have a truncated race. We shall wait and see until they get the green light.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see until the lights go out. Everyone is raring to go. The helpers are stepping off the grid. Final talks are being done to the riders before we get underway. The point to lights are done and the lights go out, and we are racing again for the restart of the AC40 Pro race. And this time around, Taylor Tomlinson does not get that hole shot. Taylor Tomlinson is still in that second position, is still having to battle to try and take the race lead once again. Can he do it? We're going to have to wait and find out. A clean getaway from all the riders. You can just see Oliver Hall and Harrison Day battling for position at the start of the race. One of the final riders there coming out of the first section, but what a great start it's been.
Much better for Rex Austin, of course, who leads them away from the start and into the third sector of the racetrack now as they head along the fastest point for these mini motos before slamming on the brakes and getting down into the infield. It is Rex Austin from Taylor Tomlinson at the front.
Yep, Sam Gardner tailing behind in 3rd position, but you can just see now the riders flipping it to the left side of the tyre. It's a very, very technical section where you come out here and it's a short kink left before the final turn. So Rex Austin still leading the way, and as we said, a completely different start from what we were expecting.
Yeah, now a very different challenge for Taylor Tomlinson as well, who's going to have to find a way past it. His best performances so far in our championship have come from leading away from the front and from that whole shot, but now he's got a different task in front of him. We'll see if he's as good an overtaker as he is as a starter.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see and wait and find out, but Sebastian Gosowski is down in 4th position at the moment, and we've seen from the first start of this race that he has the pace to fight for the podium. Definitely,
and he's that's him currently in 4th position, having dropped down 1 place from his start place, but he's definitely on the hunt here. In the blue helmet is Sebastian Gosowski.
Yeah, so it was a 9-lap restart, 8 laps to go in this race. At the line this time around, heading after this final corner, it will be 7 laps to go. Rex Austin leads the way, and Rex Austin, you can already see how much pressure Taylor Tomlinson is trying to put under him. Taylor Tomlinson is clearly looking to dive up the inside inside at any moment now.
Definitely. And in fact, there it is. Coming on the exit of turn 2, it looked like possibly Rex Austin slightly hot into turn 1, and Taylor Tomlinson straight through that little gap.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson just did enough to show his front wheel and to show Rex Austin that he was there, which really adds pressure. It probably doubles the pressure that you have in you than when they're sitting behind. But Sebastian Keselowski is now looking for a way past Sam Gardner. That gap has clearly closed, but you can see the gap between Rex Austin and third position with Sam Gardner in it has clearly risen. So it looks like Sebastian Keselowski is going to have to make that overtake to be able to fight for this race win. Yeah,
it looks like we've got another yellow flag as well near that most difficult section of the racetrack. Yeah, we do have a rider down, unfortunately, but hopefully all will be well. And it's just being dealt with a yellow flag at this current. Yeah, rider on their feet, fantastic, good to see. But Taylor Tomlinson leads them away to start lap 3, and Rex Austin behind. Sebastian Keselowski did get ahead, and it looks like
it was Sam
Gardner, wasn't it, who lost out. So Sebastian Keselowski now onto the podium without having to really do anything.
Yeah, Sam Gardner crashing out that tricky section at the back section of the course, but he was up on his feet, as seen on the camera. So now Taylor Tomlinson away from Rex Austin, but Sebastian Keselowski is no longer under the same amount of pressure to make that overtake, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do from this position.
Yeah, the race just settling now. I don't know if accidents on track sort of unsettle the drivers slightly, and they want to make the riders and want to make sure that they're getting themselves just paying extra attention to the fact that there are more and more accidents, and that's probably as a result of a lack of warm-up and a cold start here.
Yeah, that's Preston Baker there in 4th position, defending from Nicholas Dunwoody for 4th place. This is just off the podium places, but of course, if anything happens, if any breakdowns happens, if any incidents happen, these are the guys that are going to be on the podium if any mistakes happen. So 5 laps to win this race. Taylor Tomlinson, the fastest lap of the race, with a 56 flat, so very, very fast, 2/10 faster than Rex Austin last time around. It extends his gap to almost half a second.
Definitely, yeah. Sad to see Brad Curtis has retired from the race, I think, as well as Sam Gardner. We'll wait to see if Sam actually registers a time on this lap, but Brad Curtis and the Curtis family have had a similar commute length to I have from the northeast of the UK, so a big shame to have travelled such a long distance, but they do still have another race to come.
Yep, Bradley and Lucy Curtis are coming from the Scottish mini moto scene, and now they're here at FAB and here competing in very, very respectable places, considering they're just learning these circuits. Because if it's your first time coming here at Lydd, it's going to be very, very tricky to get your head around it straight away.
Definitely, yeah. There's a fair amount of elevation change in the corners and a lot of camber. Some obviously concrete serrated curves to deal with that you can just see in picture now. But currently a nice three-way battle going on here.
Yeah, nice three-way battle. Josh Perkins leading the way, but Harrison Day and Oliver Hall are right on his tail. Oliver Hall actually looks like he's going to dive round the outside of Harrison Day, but he cannot make it work. Can he get the switch back though from the 2021 AC40 Rookies champion? It doesn't look like it, but Harrison Day's looking down the inside, and Josh Perkins just leans on him and closes the gap completely.
Yeah, and that's cost the middle-placed rider in this group of 3 because it lost a lot of momentum, but seems to be just about picking it back up again.
Yeah, Harrison Day picking it back up again and looking down the inside here, but can Oliver Hall take advantage? This place right now, this place all the way down in 8th position is up for grabs, and every single point matters here at FAB because it's been a long year. But Harrison Day, what a move that was, going into the very, very fast and short left-hander, so he really had to commit and thread the needle for that one.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, very rare to see a move work that way. It's all about corner exit and then being super, super brave on the brakes, and he certainly nailed that one.
Yeah, Harrison Day, very, very brave, making his return this year to FAB-Racing after suffering from some injuries at Clandell last year at round 6. But Oliver Hall now down the inside of Josh Perkins. So Josh Perkins all the way down to what is going to be 10th position now. So he's dropped 2 positions in 2 laps.
Yep, and obviously those 2 riders will be eyes focused on the back of Logan Cousins, and in front of him Liam Lindquist, who are not too far up the road, just 1.7 seconds.
Yep, not too far up the road. Liam Lindquist and Logan Cousins are having the battle at the moment, but Oliver Hall looks like he wants to take his position off Harrison Day. He looks to get a switch back, but he cannot make it. You can just see how much better Harrison Day's drive was.
So good in that infield section, really, really strong. But meanwhile, the race is still led by Taylor Tomlinson, and we cut to that straight away because we have 2 laps to go as Rex Austin still just half a second behind, ready to pounce on any mistake that he's hoping might come from Taylor Tomlinson.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson now approaching back markers, but it looks like he's going to hit them at the perfect place, just down the straight into the braking zone. Will this hold up Rex Austin? He might just get held up here actually by the back markers. This is not what Rex Austin's wanting at all. Taylor Tomlinson, his gap should extend from 0.4 of a second because Rex Austin has just got past that back marker there. I believe that is Seth Hayward that they're getting past. So what's going to happen now? We come across the line to head on to the final lap of the race, and Taylor Tomlinson leads the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Rex Austin did struggle to get past that back marker. He's back past him now though. And of course, if anything's going to happen between these 2 leaders, it has to happen now. Taylor Tomlinson, the bike looking quite active underneath him. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, Lewis, but it's bouncing and jittering a little bit. Maybe that's just him pushing, and he's slow out of the corner slightly there as he glances right and then gets on with it.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson clearly seen that he has to get hurry up there because the gap has reduced quite significantly from the final couple laps. Maybe he's just took a breather and thinking that it was okay, but he's not because Rex Austin's looking down the inside. Rex Austin looking to make a move in the infield section. Wow, Rex Austin, what a move that was. Can Taylor Tomlinson do anything with just 2 corners to go? Rex Austin powers out and extends the gap into the final turn. It's all about the drive to the line. The line is coming up now. Checker flag well waving. Rex Austin should take the race lead from Taylor Tomlinson on the final lap.
What an amazing win that was. Brilliant move into the infield. I thought he was way too far back, but he made it stick. Tremendous from Rex Austin. But Taylor Tomlinson, strong points for his championship campaign. And there goes Gazlowski making up the podium as well.
Yeah, and now Harrison Day trying to get Liam Lindquist at the line. Can he do it? No, he cannot. And there's Oliver Hall rounding out what is the top 9. So now the final couple of rounds are coming through the line now, and there is your race winner, and there's Rex Austin.
Tremendous performance from Rex that time. He got away, he got into the lead at the very start, gave up a place to Taylor Tomlinson, but didn't let his head drop, and I think all of his supporters are going to be absolutely thrilled with him. And there you go, massive pat on the shoulder. Rex Austin is going to be beaming inside that helmet. Look at him. He's so happy. He even stopped mid parade lap there to take in a little bit of love and congratulations.
Yeah, great result there. Rex Austin, your race winner on the 991 bike. So Rex Austin, great race and very, very quick race for the AC4 Pro class. And there you can see all the riders running over, congratulating them and giving him a massive hug. But Rex Austin is your race leader and he wins by just 0.3 of a second. Taylor Tomlinson is second with Sebastian Gazlowski in third. Preston Baker comes home in fourth with Nicholas Dunwoody, Logan Cousins and Liam Lindquist in fifth, sixth and seventh. Harrison Day and Oliver Hall have a great battle in 8th and 9th, and Josh Perkins rounds out our top 10 after an incredible race, and you could just see celebrations continuing.
Yeah, everyone around him seems to be absolutely stoked that he's won that race. He's going to be, well, I don't think there'll be any champagne, but he'll find something to celebrate with. Fantastic performance from Rex, and what a way to start the day.
Yeah, what a way to start the day. Sunshine is out, a bit breezy, a bit cold still, but what a way to start the day, and what a way to start round 2. The amount of confidence that's going to bring you for the next 2 races later on today.
Oh, totally. He will be sky high at the moment and loving that. I bet he can't wait to get going again, and I'm sure we'll see him later on in our coverage.
So now it is time for the AC40 Rookies for round 2. It's race 1 for these guys in the morning. These guys will have 2 warm-up laps before we get into the racing. Now, of course, with it being a rookie class, the majority of these riders, it's the first year in motorcycle racing. Only the top 6 from this class will move up to the pros. So the AC40 Rookies look strong in round 1, close racing all the way through, and some great results.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some absolutely brilliant riding yesterday from some of our from some of our leaders in this category. There does seem to be a big difference in performance at the moment across that group. But we certainly saw Jensen Ansel yesterday. He was so entertaining on the bike, especially in this warm-up phase.
Yeah, Jensen Ansel looking so strong at round one. A pretty big surprise, although he was starting in pole position. Although he was starting in second place, on the front row of the grid for round one, he just didn't have the legs Kai Hawkins didn't have the legs to get off the line. So hopefully, with Kai Hawkins starting in second position today, he can get a slightly better drive off the line and can see a race for the first couple of corners. Because it seemed once Jensen Ansel got in a rhythm, he was away.
There you see him fully animated on the bike. He'll be bouncing up and down, ready to go. Will we also taking a 2-lap warm-up for this round as well?
Yeah, it appears so. We'll take 2 warm-up laps, as these riders also didn't have a warm-up this morning. So quite an unusual situation for the rookies. This is probably the first time they haven't had a warm-up. But what is going to happen?
Tough challenge for them ahead, really. Very, very tough as many of the riders getting ready. And of course, the more used side of the track is the even numbered rows, even numbered grid positions here. So second and fourth and so on do have a much better level of grip on the race surface. Pole position really has to boss that initial phase, because it's such a short run into the first chicane.
So hello and welcome. If you're joining us, you've joined us at the perfect time, because the AC40 Rookies race 1 is just about to start here at round 2 at Lydd, and it's a jam-packed field of 20 bikes starting this race.
Absolutely, a big, busy field, and here you can see our grid. Jensen Ansel with the fastest lap in round 1. He will start on the pole position with a 1:02.561 from Kai Hawkins on his outside on the way into turns 1 and 2. Then on row 2, Mason Frederick and Jensen Cedras. Then on row 3, Max Johnson, Caelan Ratcliffe, followed by Arthur Rich and Daisy Polden. On row 5, starting 9th, Matthew Jennings and James Rich, then Tommy Williams and Danny Longhurst. Austin Dilks will start in 13th with Nelly Newth beside him, Henry Brody, Tyler Shireldi, Freddie Taylor, Finlay Stiles, Ethan Bayliss and Oliver Wilson complete our 20-bike grid.
Yeah, so what are we going to expect to see for this race? Well, we're going to expect to see some close racing from some very, very young riders, and of course all different skill abilities in this grid at the moment, with them being new to racing. So sometimes you see back markers making a huge impact in the race. Definitely, and getting through that first lap or two, I think will be very, very important. one of the riders there just stopping for his warm-up lap, thinking it was only 1. So obviously the instruction didn't get to him, but frantic waving from the supporters on each side of the track just to encourage him to go round again. But we did see in that second chicane here yesterday a number of riders come off. Just going through there. It's not a fast speed, and it's not particularly dangerous there, but a number of riders do struggle on that first lap. Yeah, on the first lap, everyone just bunches together, and with them, of course, coming from 2 sides of the grid, it's just 2 lines sometimes merging into one, and with them being slightly unexperienced in racing, those things can happen. But still, some great talent in this field. Max Johnson is looking very, very strong. You can just see him now coming into the infield to end his 2 warm-up laps. So Max Johnson looking strong, and definitely one to look out for this race. But of course, everyone is going to be just aiming to stop Jensen Ansel from getting in the rhythm. Absolutely, totally agree there. He needs to. It's absolutely all to play for, though. This is the most unpredictable, I think, of our races. So we can't wait to see what is going to happen. And Jensen Ansel just kicks out the rear to angle himself aggressively towards his opponent on the front row. Yeah, a lot of these bikes and riders angling themselves towards the racing line and towards closing in. And some final words of advice actually given to Jensen Ansel by one of his helpers before the race starts. The visor goes up, the visor goes down, and now everyone is waiting. Of course, some riders opting to run the darkened visor for this start. Yeah, well, the sun is out and it's quite low. It's fairly early in the morning here, so a low sun will mean that that riders will struggle to maintain the sort of contrast needs that they have vision-wise through some of the corners, particularly going on down this main straight at the moment. It seems to be quite exposed. Yeah, it seems to be quite exposed at the moment. It's circuit, not a lot of shade, but of course that means whenever it does, if it rains like it did earlier on in the weekend, it means that it dries up very, very quick. But now the riders wait to get underway. The lights go on. And the lights go out for the AC40 Rookies race 1 here at round 2. And Jensen Ansell, what a start he gets, and he leads away once again. Max Johnson is in 4th position and gets a very, very good start, making up 1 position off the line. But as you can see already, Jensen Ansell at the front, and he's going to want to edge his gap and just edge away and try to keep everything nice and clean.
Yeah, and through the S's here at the start of the lap, and everybody going through fairly safely and not necessarily completely on the pace just yet, Lewis, but up at the front, they are absolutely on it.
Yeah, they are absolutely on it. Kai Hawken having a pretty good start, of course, starting in 2nd position this time around. Kai Hawken struggled with his starts yesterday, but it looks like now Max Johnson straight away is under a massive amount of pressure, so he's going to have to try and keep it steady for the first couple of laps until everything gets settled, and then you can work out your race plan in your head. But now the riders coming to the end of their first lap. Of course, it's been a 8-lap race here in the AC40 Rookies. Jensen Ansell will lead the way with Kai Hawkins still in that 2nd position, Mason Frederick in 3rd, and Max Johnson in that 4th position, with Jensen Cedras dropping down to 6th.
Yeah, a charming young man, Max Johnson, came by this morning, the commentary booth, to thank us for the commentary in the previous round, and that was very nice. He spent some time in Benidorm as well over the off-season, getting himself dialed in and ready, and had an absolute blast out there.
Yeah, but a lot of these riders in all the mini moto classes heading out to Spain to get some extra testing before the season starts. Of course, on these bikes as well, you have to be highly, highly flexible, and just to be able to use all your body perfectly to get the bike positioned down these very, very tight and twisty corners. Yeah,
you see the rider there behind in the pairing, just almost completely off the seat. Is that a fairly advanced technique for a rookie at this point, to shuffle themselves completely off the seat?
Yeah, it's quite good to be able to get that skill in early on. It's something which really takes a long time to build some confidence whenever you start at an older age, because at this stage you're just kind of been doing what you're being advised to do, and you may not understand why just yet. But getting your bum off the seat, obviously, it means that you can get leant over even more, and it makes it much easier to use your body weight to get round corners. So it really helps with getting that AC40 Rookie bike turned. Oh, and there's a big crash there. 3 riders down at the hairpin, but luckily they are all up on their feet straight. Max Johnson, one of the riders involved. So Max Johnson having to get back on the bike. I believe Caelan Ratcliffe was also involved, but yeah, there he is, back on the bike. All 3 riders get going again, so you can just see the commitment from the AC40 Rookie riders.
Totally, they just can't wait to get back on the bike. He's checking down, he's just making sure everything feels normal before going into another high-speed corner, and just dialing in the throttle, making sure that he's good to go. But unfortunately, that is a drop down in the order for Max Johnson and the other riders who were with him. Caelan Ratcliffe, I think, and possibly Jensen Cedras were caught up in that. But meanwhile, the other Jensen in the field at the leading this one on a 1:02.365 fastest lap at this point, with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, you can see now there's quite a big gap for that 4th place. So now the gap between 3rd and 4th is up to 9 seconds, and Daisy Polden actually is now promoted to 5th. So a lot of these riders will be taking advantage of this, but Caelan Ratcliffe down to 6th, Jensen Cedras 7th, and Max Johnson 8th. It just looked like, once again, 2 lines kind of went into one. Max Johnson may have not known that the rider was that close behind him at the side of him. So, yeah, there's been a slight bit of contact and down they went, but Jensen Ansell at the front with the fastest lap of the race, but time's very, very close.
Very close indeed, absolutely. So these bikes are limited to, is it about 40 miles an hour? So
45, yeah.
45, so they will reach a less of a top speed. It's still a tremendous amount of speed to be racing with your knee down, actually on the racetrack at various points. And there you can see one of the riders just getting their knees really tucked in beautifully to make the most aerodynamic shape they possibly can.
Yeah, it teaches them all the skills that are going to need on using your legs, using your body weight, using your arms, and using every part of your body to be able to help get that bike turned and down the straight. But yeah, these bikes have a 10mm exhaust restrictor on them, and some of these riders are as young as 6 years old, and even some of them just below 6 years old taking the part in practice. So very, very strong and very quick riders and very quick bikes for such a young age, and because they're such low to the ground, it's going to feel so much faster. And there is a bike there stopped at the side of the track. That's Austin Dilts stopped at the side of the track, but he gets going again, so Austin Dilts will rejoin in about 13th position at the moment. But as you can see, battles all the way down the field, and now back markers coming into play.
That's one of the complications here for the rookies. It's such a big difference in race pace between the front and the back, means that we get a lot of back marker navigation needs, and that's obviously going to cause additional problems on the racetrack. There's one of the back markers being very generous and sporting to the leaders as they come on through.
Yeah, all the leaders now making their way through this pack, making their way through the infield section with just 3 laps to go in this AC40 Rookie race. Race 1 for these guys this morning. They're still probably waking up their mind. They only probably got out of bed an hour or two ago, and now look at them going around the track at over 40 miles per hour. 3 laps to go in this race, and they're going very, very quick. There's battles all the way down the field. Right now, the biggest battle is still between Caolan Ratcliffe, Jenson Cedras and Max Johnson for that 6th, 7th, 8th position.
Absolutely, yeah, they are very, very close to each other, and trying to get everything they can out of this first race of the day, and hopefully it will be a successful day's racing for all of them. They can all go home feeling like they've performed as well as possible, and they've got a good result one way or the other through all 3 rounds, all 3 races today.
Yep, they certainly will, and now you can see flipping from the left to the right, and then down to his heavy braking, so it can be easy to lock the front tyre if you just use a bit too much front brake on these mini motos. But you can see now coming for even more back markers. Back marker there getting a bit flustered from these fast riders coming past them, but of course everyone's learning at different speeds here at FAB, and it's great to see them doing it in a nice safe environment.
Yeah, totally. Just to keep you informed, Jenson Ansell's lead is now 2.9 seconds, and we actually see screen straight away in the distinctive purple bike and purple and yellow leathers there for Jenson Ansell, as he's carving his way through the slower riders at the back, who are on a learning curve than he is at the moment. He's absolutely in charge of this race and this division currently here at this circuit this weekend.
Yeah, Jenson Ansell surprised me this year. Last year he was fast, but it just looked like he was missing just something to be able to compete for that race wins, and now it looks like over winter he's found that, and he's just clicked with the bike. You can just see how confident he is and how much his confidence has grown over the last year. Coming out the final corner is the purple bike, and just behind him though you can see Kai Hawkin is there if he makes any mistake.
Yeah, Kai Hawkin, again off the saddle, really leaning on the tire edge, and making sure that he's getting everything out of it that he can. But he's learning, of course, following Jenson's lines all the way through this race circuit as well. So Kai Hawkin, he won't enjoy being behind it, Jenson, but he can at least get something out of this.
Yeah, and you can just see actually with the last lap times, back markers are making a big difference, because Kai Hawkin's last lap was a 1 minute 3 second 0.473, while Jenson Ansell's was over a second slower. So that's just the back markers come into play.
Not only that, but the fastest driver, Nelly Newth down in 13th, set her personal best that time round as well. So it's a very different situation for the riders, but we're almost done here, and Jenson Ansell comes through the infield and to take on the final corner. And we'll finish just ahead here of Carl Hawkin. But a great race. Well done to Jenson Ansell and Kai Hawkin for 1st and 2nd positions. Mason Frederick will come on through to pick up 3rd. And that is a great podium and a very, very enjoyable time. But that's a real shame for Daisy, who has come off the bike. She's straight back up again, as is the person that she collided with, Jenson Cedras. So again, that might pick up positions for Max Johnson on this final lap. We'll see them come through. But at 4th position has only just crossed the line, and 5th, Arthur Rich, Caolan Ratcliffe, and then we'll wait for Max Johnson, who gets that 6th place. Yeah,
collisions on the final lap, last lap battles. Sometimes you just have to make that lunge. Just try anything you can in the last lap, and sometimes it can come together and incidents can happen. But Jenson Ansell, race winner for the first race of the day and the first race of round 2, so picking up of where he left off at round 1.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been peerless so far in the championship, and he'll be absolutely excited for the remaining 6 rounds that we have coming up throughout the racing season this year.
Yep, it's going to be a great great year of racing, but you can just see Jenson Ansel making his way into the pit lane and some conversations being done. But Jenson Ansel is your race winner for race 1, and he takes the race win by just 0.2 of a second from Kai Hawken in second place. Mason Fedrick rounds off our podium with Arthur Rich and Caelan Ratcliffe in 4th and 5th. Max Johnson, after having a fall earlier on, is in 6th position with Daisy Polden and James Rich in 7th and 8th. Jenson Cedras was in 9th after that last lap collision with Daisy Polden, and Daniel Longhurst rounds out our top 10. So a great race for the AC40 rookies, and still 2 races to come later on today. Next up, we have the senior mini-moto class for race 1, the first race of round 2 here at the Lydd circuit. Of course, there still is some, of course, at round 1 we were racing here at Lydd, so riders very familiar with this racetrack.
Yeah, they've put in plenty of laps so far. I imagine that the adults will be that they can fuel up with coffee first thing in the morning, and unlike the kids, so they can get themselves woken up. But it is always fun to see these big riders on these very small little bikes.
Yeah, it's quite a sight to see. It's a sight which takes quite a lot to get used to. But some of the riders from some other previous action are heading into the pit lane now, and then we'll be able to get underway from the senior mini moto class. So if you're joining us, you've joined us at a great time, because the senior mini moto class is just about to get underway. Please like and share and comment who you're supporting down below. Of course, thanks for joining us here on both the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube page, and the FAB-Racing Facebook and YouTube page. You can see some of the riders waving to the camera, and they're clearly very excited to get underway.
Absolutely, they've been watching the footage back. They know where our cameras are positioned, and when's a good time to race. But look how tiny these little bikes are. It's fantastic. It's just so entertaining, and I'm so jealous of how they're able to get themselves in. This is the senior mini moto round 1 of the day.
Yeah, it's very impressive that you can sit on these bikes, never mind go around the racetrack on them. Of course, you need to be very flexible to be able to race in this class, and if you're a slightly smaller rider, it's really going to help you in the senior mini moto class.
Yeah, totally. Although it can get a little bit muscular as well, going around the racetrack as the seniors get themselves organised. We'll go for those warm-up laps very shortly, and we have a nice strong grid of. We're looking at what are we looking at? 19, 20 drivers here, riders here. What are we going to expect from this one, Lewis?
Yeah, I think we're going to expect something different from yesterday, because Matt Birkin, our pole position man, will not be racing here today. He has other commitments to do with some work back at home, so he's away home for today's action, because of course we are racing on a Monday here today. It's the Easter holidays, the start of the Easter holidays, but his brother Josh Birkin will be the only rider and the sole rider on the front row.
Yeah, and Will Howarth is going to be behind him with a nice clear view into turn 1. What kind of chance do you think Will Howarth will have into that turn 1 without a rider in front of him?
Yeah, Will Howarth has clear track in front of him. It just means he can really position the bike wherever he wants, and he doesn't have to rely on someone in front of him getting a good start and not having any issues, which could potentially slow him up. So the riders will be very confident, and 19 riders, as we said, on this grid. But it's going to be Matt Birkin, who should have been starting in pole position, with Josh Birkin alongside him.
Will Birkin looking very young there, right?
Yeah, Matt Birkin definitely smaller than what he was before, but Will Howarth will be starting in third with Rhys Gentry alongside him. In the third row of our grid, we'll have Mark Payne and Nick Bennett. Holly Harris will be starting in 7th, next to Chris Yeomans in 8th. Keaton Payne and Alberto Vinteo rounds out our 5th row of the grids. Callum White in 11th with Lamar Morgan alongside him. David Mayat starting down in 13th with Gary Eldrig alongside him in 14th. Jerome Richards in 15th with Rob Gentry alongside him. Isaac Greenstreet and Steve Jones rounds out our 9th row of the grid, and Jensen Bishop rounds out our grid. But you can see one of the Gentrys there having some issues. Rhys Gentry having issues straight away before the race has even got underway.
Yeah, so that was that's another hole in our grid as they go round, and I think that bike is completely unpowered by the look of things. It's being used as a mini scooter at the moment.
Yeah, getting used as a mini scooter. His knee is on the seat of the bike, but there is what's technically going to be our pole position man in second place on the grid. It's going to be Josh Birkins. So what can Josh Birkins do from the front row with no one next to him?
Well, he was very impressive. He probably won't thank us for saying that his brother was more impressive in round one. In round one here at Lydd, but he won't need to worry about that today. His main rival is going to be Will Howarth, and then there's another hole behind, directly behind him. So a strange-looking grid we're going to have away from the start here. Yeah,
a strange-looking grid from the start, but once racing gets underway, normal action will resume, and I'm sure it's going to be more of the same of just riders bashing bars all the way throughout the race and having a beer once they go off the track, and because everyone on this grid are great friends.
Well, they spend the whole racing season spending the weekends together, and it's a very tight-knit paddock here. Literally and figuratively, they are very close quarters with each other. So you do have to get along in order to be on this tour.
Yep, and you can just see the start marshal waiting to get things underway. There might be a slight delay to start procedures. All riders waiting to get underway. Josh Birkins will be slightly nervous at the moment, but I'm sure there'll be a massive smile underneath his helmet. He looks behind him to see what's going on, but he can't really see anything. So riders now still waiting to get the get-go.
We're missing Will Howarth, it looks like, from P3. That we did see a rider come through, so it looks like Will Howarth is missing as well. 1, 3 and 4 missing from our grid, but it's about to get underway, Lewis.
Yeah, it's about to get underway. Lights are on. And the lights are off and we are racing. Some of the riders already trying to get a better start than what they probably should be, but Josh Birkins will be the lead rider in the senior mini moto class for race 1 of round 2 here. Josh Birkins leading the way. You can just see Nick Bennett in third position, and in between them will be Mark Payne on the number 18 bike. So Josh Birkins, a great start from the number 2. What can he do? Of course, he's not got his brother coming through the field this time around, so a slightly smaller grid than what we're used to at round 1, but I'm just hearing from it here that race control will be investigating some of the starts.
Yeah, they were getting a bit lively, and maybe just getting the clutch settled as well, and it wasn't quite working for them. I don't think any rider would be doing that deliberately. It's quite a slam dunk penalty. Down the inside into the infield goes the black and white leather driver. That's a 3-second penalty for Mark Payne, and this was a golden opportunity for Mark Payne. He'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, Mark Payne from 5th position made it all the way to 2nd place, but he did have a jump start. He creaked past his line.
Oh, look how busy it is into turn 1. That is Nick Bennett on Mark Payne. So Nick Bennett getting the job done very quickly.
Yeah, Nick Bennett, a great move there at turn 1 at the first chicane. Very, very confident. Nick Bennett, of course, quite a tall rider, and he really has to use everything to be able to stay on that motorcycle and to keep his legs on the pegs, of course.
Yeah, and I don't think Mark Payne is going to know about the penalty at this point, because there's no radio communication here for the rider. So it's something that they will find out later on. Mark Payne dropping down the order then to P8 at the moment.
Yeah, no, Mark Payne was wanting perhaps a slight issue on that last lap, but Holly Harris is just behind this gaggle of riders trying to make her way up the positions. Holly Harris is currently in that 4th position last time around, so what can she do from there? We're going to have to wait and find out. Of course, she's a slightly smaller rider compared to some of these adults, so she does have the height on her side, and yeah, it looks like that will pay a great advantage, and hopefully she'll be able to get some sort of a slipstream, because Josh Birkins sets the fastest lap of the race with 56.7.
Yeah, and the gap in the field, with losing a few of our favourites, means that I imagine Josh Birkin will be unchallenged at the front, at least as far as other riders from behind will come. But it's very, very tight here for the podium. Nick Bennett ahead of Chris Yeomans, and Holly Harris in 4th position, just 0.3 of a second behind this string of riders together.
Yep, a big group of riders are forming at the moment. At front, it's still Josh Birkins who makes his gap 4.3 seconds. So this is really the battle which is to watch in the field at the moment. Josh Birkin at the front, still setting the pace and setting the strong pace of 56.7 this time around. What can he do now? 7 laps to go in this race. Now these group of riders are making the way through the final corner in the power out to come down the start-finish straight to make it 6.
Yeah, and Josh Birkin currently 2 seconds almost faster than anybody else on circuit. So that is the difference in performance at the moment. This is Nick Bennett's, the 711 bike with the red fairing on the front there, and Holly Harris bringing up the rear in this in 4th position. So this is the battle for the podium going on, and it's super tight here between these adults.
Yeah, a very great race going on. Still a little bit off the lap record, which is set by Will. However, 54.9 is the lap record around here. So what is going to happen? Josh Birkin leads away from Nick Bennett in 2nd place. Chris Yeomans is in 3rd, and Holly Harris and David Mayat are in 4th and 5th. So all looks good at the moment at the front, and it looks like all riders are having great battles all the way throughout the field, as now they're coming through to set what is another lap.
Yeah, it looks like Mark Payne down to 6th position then on that previous lap. He's having a bit of a nightmare first race this morning. He'll be hoping all of his bad luck comes in this first race and he can make amends in the next 2 today.
Yeah, a slightly different order from what we're used to seeing actually in the senior mini moto class. A lot of upset it seems, but Holly Harris now looking at the back of Chris Yeomans. This would be for the podium. Holly Harris looking down the inside, but she has to back out over there because that corner really closes up, and there's nowhere where you can go with such big bodies on such a small track.
She is much narrower into the corners. Is that just searching for additional lines and grip, or what is she trying to do there? Because she won't be able to distract the rider in front.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to find an opening and just be able to try to upset his rhythm, upset the corner just slightly, even if it means pushing them wide slightly. But now you can see Alberto Venteo in the middle of your picture, and the number 44 bike is in a battle himself. There's battles all the way throughout the field. Alberto Venteo in 8th position at the moment, so a very good ride, just trying to get ahead of Keaton Payne. But now Josh Birkin sets another fastest lap. He seems to be setting a fast lap every single lap at this time around, but now riders, as you can see, using all of the track. Yeah,
and I think that was Mark Payne pulling a wheelie on the way over the line as well. just showing off in the middle of our race. We've still got 4 laps to go. It's a bit early to be pulling wheelies.
Yeah, celebrations, and these bikes surprisingly do have a good kick to them, although they're so small. But Alberto Venteo looking down the inside definitely looks faster for the back section of the circuit. Now it looks like having a little look behind him is Keaton Payne, so maybe Keaton Payne feeling the pressure at the moment.
You can tell he knows the riders behind him by either by sound or by 6th sense here. But looks like Alberto Venteo will be launching an attack very soon.
Yep, and Chris Yeomans at the moment is still in that podium position, and Josh Birkin at the front. He's just ran away with it at the moment. Nick Bennett in 2nd position at the front of your pitch at the moment, coming across the line. He has to somehow bridge a 13.5 second gap in just 3 laps.
Yeah, but of course, the further afield a leader gets, the more pressure they put on themselves to keep the focus, and the easier sometimes it is to make a mistake when you've got no one harrying you from behind. So unlike here, we've got Chris Yeomans with Holly Harris right behind him. She's desperate for this podium.
Yep, she really is. She would love to have a podium here at the Lydd kart circuit. What can Holly Harris do? Holly Harris at the back of this pack at the moment, but Nick Bennett leading it. Nick Bennett on the 711. But of course, Holly Harris is one of our female riders here at FAB. She was racing in the British Talent Cup last season with the FHO team as she comes through and laps.
She was really hampered there, Lewis, coming through. The back marker released everybody except her going into the infield, so that's going to be really frustrating.
Yeah, everyone managed to get past the back marker. The early part of the exit of the corner, well, by the time Holly Harris got to Isaac Green Street, it just was at that awkward point where there's really nowhere else to go. So, laps ticking down, 2 laps to go. Josh Birkin leads the way now by 13 seconds exact, so maybe he's just taking a little breather. There is your race leader there, Josh Birkins. So now he's just got to keep focusing, keep that race lead, even if it means losing 1 or 2 seconds per lap. He's still got it. Yeah,
absolutely. Just keep the bike running. 2 laps to go, as you say. It'll soon be the final lap as he comes through that infield section towards the final corner now on the right hand. There we go. So very soon it's going to be final lap.
And now Josh Birkins is coming around. Some people may refer to him as the Josh Verstappen of senior mini moto racing. He's very, very quick, and you can just see how hard he's pushing.
Oh, Holly Harris has got through.
But yeah, Holly Harris making the move there now. You can just see she's got her eyes on Chris Yeomans on number 85. Some Josh Birkins there, race leader. Last lap of the race now involving back markers. He's still extended that gap to 15 seconds. So Josh Birkins, he's still pushing on, and that's what the Birkins do. The Birkins just keep pushing and pushing until they find the limit, and now Josh Birkins, with many days at the circuit, he's clearly learned where the limit is.
Absolutely remarkable. This is as equal machinery as it gets really here on these senior mini motos. This is and he's not exactly a small rider here. He's a big guy, and it's on his tiny things. We are almost done then. This is the final corner for Josh Birkin, who crosses the line. An incredible win from Josh Birkin at just 9 laps, securing over a dozen seconds, maybe more, as now the remaining riders are fighting for their position. As looks like that was that Mark Payne just waving, or David Meyer waving on back marker through. And it's taken this long, Lewis, for second place Nick Bennett to come through. Yeah,
Nick Bennett coming through in second position. Chris Yeomans third. Holly Harris didn't manage to get that podium in the finish up, and there is Alberto Ventero still fighting to the line. You could just see how many riders were coming for the picture there. Some of them back markers, some of them fighting for position. What a great race that was for Josh Birkin, who wins the race by 17.8 seconds.
It's just, I think that's the biggest margin we have seen in 2 days of racing at Lydd.
Yep. We've had many days racing here at Lydd. Of course, there's quite a few non-starters this time around. So the real question is, can anyone challenge him later on today? Of course, 3 races today, so still 2 more races. Matt Birkin, he's got to be watching at home, and he's got to be watching his brother doing it well, just like he was doing on round 1. But Josh Birkin takes the race win by 17.8 seconds. What a result from Nick Bennett and Chris Yeomans on the podium. Holly Harris didn't manage to get that podium in the finish up in 4th position, with Mark Payne in 5th. David Mayat finishes in 6th, with Keaton Payne 8th. Lamar Morgan just behind. Alberto Ventero in 9th, and Callum White rounded out our top 10 for the senior mini moto class. So a very, very quick race, and Josh Birkins showing everyone how it's done.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not his job to slow down. It's everyone else's job to match his pace. Tremendous stuff, and great to see him never drop the throttle or start to relax. Just went for it.
Yeah, he certainly did. He just went for it. But that is the end of race 1, and they still have 2 more races coming up later on.
So the next race today will be the LC40 Elite category, ready for the first race of today's coverage here at the Lydd karting circuit, as they come out for the first of 2 warm-up laps that will be enacted, and it is Byron Johnson who will take the pole position away from the front here. Lewis, what are we expecting to see today? Any riders you want to you particularly highlight?
Yeah, well, of course, Taylor Tomlinson also competing in this class on the air-cooled motorcycle. It's something which we've seen Byron Johnson do last year, and Byron Johnson do very, very well with. Taylor Tomlinson also doing very well, having double the track time on that air-cooled bike, but he is down a little bit on straight line speed, so it's great to see him in the 3rd position. Lewis Hull also starting on the front row of the grid. We've seen yesterday, we've seen in round 1, a slight fall from him at the tight hairpin infield section, so Lewis Hull was pushing yesterday and managed just to regain some positions before the line. Oh,
totally, yeah, and you see a big difference in rider size here as well, as you can see on your picture. Taylor Tomlinson, a tremendous performance there to get to the 3rd fastest lap on the air-cooled bike.
Yep, 3rd fastest lap, and he looks like he has the race pace as well. Byron Johnson, though, is going to want to try and take the championship this year. Of course, last year's AC40 Pro champion, and he did very, very well in the championship in the LC40 Elite class. So Byron Johnson looking to follow the footsteps in his brother and keep the Johnson tradition going of winning what is the LC40 Elite championship, as Byron finished 2nd in championship last year.
Yeah, hopefully, I hope there isn't too much pressure to do exactly what your brother does, but I'm sure he'll be feeling it and wanting to maintain that reputation for sure. So they're coming through then the S's, which is where we often see an issue on the first lap as they go into that left-hander on cold tyres and cold bikes. But ready to get underway then for our grid that we will start for you very shortly. So Byron Johnson will be in pole position thanks to the fastest lap in the previous round. Lewis Hill in second place alongside him with Taylor Tomlinson and Matthew Thomas on row 2. On row 3, starting 5th, Sam Gardner and Bradley Curtis, who gets another crack of the whip here after an accident in an earlier race. Ollie Sims will start in 4th. On the 4th row in 7th, then Harrison Day. On row 5, Sebastian Goslowski and Nicholas Dunwoody. Row 6 is Liam Lindquist and Oliver Hall. And then in row 7, Rex Austin right at the back today with Josh Perkins and Callum Maxwell right at the very rear of our grid.
Yep, of course, the grid positions are set from the fastest laps across the 3 races at round 1, held at this exact same circuit at Lydd. So the riders, a lot of experience on the track. Bradley Curtis is also in this race, as you mentioned, so he's going to be wanting a good result, starting in 6th position. Of course, Ollie Sims racing in the LC40 Elite class, and Oliver Hall as well. So a lot of talent on this grid and a lot of different rider sizes, as you've already mentioned, which means that the taller riders really have to push in this infield section to make up time. Totally,
yeah. They need to get their braking and cornering absolutely pinpoint accurate in order to maintain that level of competition, because it is such a struggle for the larger riders. You can see the difference in terms of displacement of air as they try and beat air resistance coming through the circuit. And up to the grid then for the start of our next race. It is the LC40 Elites.
Yep, the LC40 Elite is just coming up, and just final checks being done. It looks like Lewis Hull just getting his bike slightly wiped. Maybe it was just a little bit dirty, and now all the riders waiting to go. Oliver Hall having a little chat with his dad before he gets underway, but Lewis Hull, you could just see how difficult it is for him to stick on that bike, but he has the pace, and heading into this race, it's going to be lights on and lights out, and we go racing, and Byron Johnson will lead the way. Lewis Hull having a terrible start, dropping back down to 5th position. It looks like Matthew Thomas in 2nd position at the moment, ahead of Taylor Thomas. Bradley Curtis is in 4th place, so Lewis Hull dropping back down to 5th. He's going to have a lot to work to do, but Sam Gardner is just behind him, so a lot of fast riders in this top 10 at the moment, so you really cannot afford to make any mistakes. But right now,
the outside from Taylor Tomlinson there.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson, a great move there. Top 3 are practically glued together at the start of this race. Matthew Thomas does not want to let Byron Johnson go, because Byron Johnson is so quick. Even if you can just match his pace for the start of the race, you will be very helped throughout in the later stages.
Big battle going into the infield. That's Lewis Hill defending, I think, his 5th place at the moment, and he'll be really ruining that poor start at the start of this first lap.
Yeah, Lewis Hull just managing to get past Bradley Curtis there, and Sam Gardner still in what is 7th position, I believe. So coming across the line now, Byron Johnson leads away from Matthew Thomas, Taylor Tomlinson. Lewis Hull back into 4th position, still trying to work his way up the order. Of course, as the race goes on, as the pace develops, this is where Lewis Hull should get in his own element and be able to make inroad.
Yeah, absolutely. That a little bit of extra experience as well on the bike will help him. We see another move attempted at the back end of the circuit, but it's not quite enough. It's very difficult to pass around there. We've seen it's much harder to pass through that corner, despite that it's similar profile to our final corner here, and heading then towards the infield they come.
Yeah, of course, the opening for today's action is Mini Motos, and Sam Gardner getting down the inside there of Bradley Curtis, but can he get switched back? Yes, he can. No, he cannot actually. So Bradley Curtis struggling in that infield section. Now he's already under pressure from what Sebastian Goslowski, just behind. Sebastian Goslowski also racing in the pro class, so a lot of work to do as Matthew Thomas tries to make some work to get into the lead.
We have a 3-way battle with Taylor Tomlinson right behind the front 2 as well. Fantastic stuff. Byron Johnson, Matthew Thomas and Taylor Tomlinson. Remember when you heard those names in future, because I think these are going to be the talents of the future biking championships around the country.
Yeah, talking about talent, Taylor Tomlinson in 3rd position, the fastest lap of the race, a 56 one on the air-cooled bike. That's so
Wow.
impressive. And now he's already trying to make a move on Matthew Thomas, but how will he cope in the straight? You can just see them edging away there on this very, very short back straight. So now heading into the infield section, he's going to have to make up all that time that he's losing on the straight.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, the infield section configuration here is going to help him because it means that there's only really one opportunity on the track where the riders in front of him on the liquid cooled bikes will have that extra advantage. So he's just got to focus on every single apex and getting it perfect.
Yep, Lewis Holt still in 4th position, 1.5 seconds away from this front leading trio. So what are they going to do? What can they do to be able to close in this gap? Because if these two groups join at some point, it's going to be a 7-bike battle for the race lead, which will be awesome to see for us and very chaotic riders. So Bradley Curtis there at the back of your shot, still defending from Sebastian Gieslowski. And now it looks like actually Sam Gardner has got past Lewis.
Great move into the corner there with from was that Sam Gardner, you say, getting through. Fantastic work against Lewis Holt, who is perhaps going to start be looking in his mirrors and over his shoulder as well to the likes of Brad Curtis, who is going to be right on his tail further here. Byron Johnson continues to lead this trio, followed by Matthew Thomas and Taylor Tomlinson, and then some 2 seconds back it's Sam Gardner. Lewis Holt moving that one place down over the previous lap, and Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gieslowski. These are far and away faster than the rest of the grid.
Yep, further down the field, Rex Austin is making his way back up in 9th position at the moment. Overhaul just crossing the line now in 11th, but there you can see the pressure that Sebastian is trying to build. Any move he can make, he's trying to do, but he can make it at the moment. 5 laps to go though, so the front leading trio is going to have to break at some point. Someone's going to have to make a move and try something special.
Definitely 5 to go, as you say, and into the infield we go. These are the leaders. This is Byron Johnson ahead of Matthew Thomas and Taylor Tomlinson.
Yeah, and we're just being told that Ollie Sims has rejoined the race from pit lane. So Ollie Sims also racing in the Metro Grid classes here at FAB, is having to go at mini motos. But Taylor Tomlinson looking down the inside, but cannot make it work. Just that straight line speed there really it makes him struggle, make the moves into the braking zones. He has to make up mid-corner. You
can see the gap opening there, but his mid-corner pace is very, very strong, no doubt, because he's still got that fastest lap. It's now 55.975.
The first rider to break into the 55-second bracket, as the rider down the yellow flags, will be out at that section of the track. 4 laps are to go in this race, so hopefully everyone will be okay in that one.
Just being dealt with a yellow flag, so the riders can get back on the pace straight away after they see that yellow flag and the green flag following it, of course, and Byron Johnson leads them through. Rider is up that we saw down, we're just hearing, which is great to hear.
Yeah, but it's great to hear as now the riders come through the final corner and power it out through to make it 3 laps to go in this race. Time is really starting to run out for these riders. Can anyone match the pace of Taylor Tomlinson? No one can break into the 55, so Byron Johnson leads the way, but Byron Johnson still under immense amount of pressure from Matthew Thomas, who moves up to the grid this year. But I believe actually it's Sebastian Gieslowski who had the crash last lap, so very devastating, but you could just see how hard he was pushing.
The gaps have opened up in that battle for 4th, but currently Matthew Thomas getting the hurry up now against Byron Johnson.
Yep, Matthew Thomas really deciding that it's time to go. 3 laps in this race. Next time at the line, it'll just be 2 laps. So you're really running out of opportunities here at Lydd, and you really need to start planning on where you're going to exactly make your attack.
Totally, yeah. They'll know exactly where they've got in their mind to go for it. But of course, the balance that Matthew Thomas has got is that any major attempt he makes, he's got to make sure that it's not going to leave the door open for Taylor Tomlinson, who is right hot on his heels. Yeah,
he's hot on his heels at the moment, and Matthew Thomas is under pressure, but he won't be thinking too much of that at the moment, because right now he's going to have to make the move. He has 2 laps to do it. It's either pass or be passed. So now what can Taylor Tomlinson do? He's in the slipstream. He's going to have to tuck all of his legs in to try and not lose as much time on the straight. So you can just see coming out of the corner how fast he is there, but Taylor Tomlinson straight away losing the gap as soon as throttle gets open.
I don't know if it's me and just a trick of the eye, but as he looked over his shoulder, he certainly looked to be actually costing himself time there to Byron Johnson, to Matthew Thomas, who of course was eyes fully forward and planting the throttle.
Yeah, of course, he is on a slightly slower motorcycle, but yeah, sometimes if you are looking behind you, subconsciously you do not pull that throttle all the way full. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But now they're coming across the line to make it 1 lap to go. The last lap flag is out, and Byron Johnson leads the way with Matthew Thomas setting the fastest lap with a 55.6, an incredible lap.
Catching well through the first chicane, but then it's a much longer section, which is where he suffers from the air-cooled bike that he's riding, and it looks like Thomas is going to go for it.
And Matthew Thomas, they're trying to make the move on Byron Johnson. Will he make it on the exit? Looks like he's going to try into a super fast back section of the circuit. He cannot make it work. I think it's all going to be down into the infield section. Matthew Thomas trying to line up, trying to take a wider approach to be able to get the slingshot down the back straight. He'll be in the slipstream, he'll slam on the brakes, but he cannot make it work.
Very early on the brakes. Byron Johnson kind of felt that coming, I think. And Taylor Tomlinson going for a look on the inside of the infield as well. And we're going to finish this one very, very close together, Lewis.
Yeah, we settle there. Byron Johnson leads the way out the final corner. Matthew Thomas being able to get a better drive. It's going to be a drag to the line. What can Matthew Thomas do? And Taylor Thompson still in that third, but Byron Johnson taking the race win by just 1/10 of a second from Matthew Thomas. So great race there.
Tremendous work. The podium obviously completed by Taylor Tomlinson, who's having a fantastic day one already. Set of race ones for this morning's coverage. I'm getting all tongue-tied. Don't worry. Byron Johnson waving, and he even wheelied the bike going over the line to win as well.
Yeah, Byron Johnson, he likes putting on a show for everyone at home. Of course, we have a lot of supporters at home, a lot of friends, a lot of families watching in and tuning in to watch Byron do so well. Of course, Austin also will be racing later on today, but Matthew Thomas, he did give it everything there. You can't blame him for that. You could clearly see himself and Taylor Thompson was trying the hardest.
Oh, definitely. And Byron Johnson earned every single bit of that at every single point that will go towards his LC40 championship bid this year. And coming on into the pits, of course, we'll get your grid for you very shortly and complete our results. It looks like that we did have 3 DNFs.
Yeah, 3 DNFs at that time around, and a couple of crashes, a couple of breakdowns. But yeah, great race. Byron Johnson, your race winner. A 55.7 fastest lap and a 1/10 of a lead at the line. Matthew Thomas is in second position with Taylor Tomlinson in third. Sam Gardner in fourth with Lewis Hull in fifth. Bradley Curtis just behind sixth. Harrison Day having a battle as well with Bradley Curtis in 7th, Rex Austin getting all the way up to 8th position after a poor qualifying, and Liam Lindquist 9th, of Oliver Hall rounding out our top 10. So a very, very good race for the LC40 Elite bikes.
It really was fantastic. We had us absolutely glued to that one, and plenty of racing still coming up. This circuit that is very close to the Lydd airport as well, and so we can see obviously lots of smaller planes out for a fun day flying as well, just over the English Channel and the coastline. Welcome then to the next race of today's coverage, and it will be the Extreme 200s, one of the most entertaining grids that we've been enjoying so far this season, Lewis.
Yep, we certainly have just 9 riders in this grid, but a lot of talent. Look at Alan there. One of the riders, of course, racing in the British GP2 Championship this year. But a lot of talent in this field. We have riders which will be racing all over the world this year, previous champions here at FAB and here in the likes of the British Talent Cup. So great battles. We've seen yesterday a lot of drama.
Definitely, and Casey O'Gorman, Sullivan Mountsie were... You could throw a blanket over the pair of them for the entire races in round 1 of our championship. So I'm expecting more of the same. Will it be Mountsie? Well, I can't actually see him. Has he not made the grid today? Unfortunately, it looks like Casey O'Gorman might have a nice clear run into turn 1.
Yeah, Sullivan Mountsie is nowhere to be seen in the paddock at the moment or in the pit lane. So it looks like we're going to get underway without him, at least for race 1 here at round 2 of the FAB-Racing British Bin Bike Championship. Casey O'Gorman will be in pole position. I believe there's no Phillips Ferroviac either. So it looks to be just a 7-bike field.
Yeah, so an opportunity then perhaps for Luca Allen to get in amongst it with Casey O'Gorman.
So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Can Luca Allen do it? Can Luca Allen get all the way up? But of course, the likes of Sullivan Mountsley will be racing this weekend, actually, with it being a Monday, at Silverstone for the British Talent Cup for round 1 of the British Superbike Championship. So be sure to tune into that. But there is the riders completing their 2 warm-up laps.
Yep, here is your grid then to start our Extreme 200 race 1 of the day, race 1 of 3. Casey O'Gorman will have the pole position with a fastest lap in the previous round of a 41.155. Sullivan Mountsley nowhere to be seen, preparing, as Lewis was saying, for his upcoming weekend. Then is Luca Allen on his own on row 2. We don't think Philip Ziroriak will be with us. Then behind on row 3, Ronnie Harris and Noah Gullery, with Zach Turian, Adam Redding and Ben Ridgewell. Yep,
great race last time around at round 1. Hopefully we'll see near the same, but there's a new race distance as well, just 10 laps this time around. At round 1 they had 1 lap extra, so more of a sprint race this time around and less chance for a rider to get away. Can Luca Allen make an upset? Can Luca Allen catch up to the man in front of him, the man that he's staring into the rear tyre of? The lights will go on. The riders away, lights go on. And we go racing here. A slow start it looks like there from Casey O'Gorman. Luca Allen already catching on to the back of him, but Casey O'Gorman powers it out of turn 1. Zach Tureen, I believe, is in 3rd position at the moment, so Casey O'Gorman through straight away. And what we seen yesterday is how calm he is on the motorcycle, and that if he gets into a rhythm he can just shoot off into the distance. But battles all the way down the field, 3rd and 4th position right now, both of KTM's battling.
Yeah, that's bike 41, very strong in the mid-corner on the back of the circuit, but it looks like is that Zach Turian who is able to hold off at the moment the advances of Noah Gullery.
Yep, Noah Gullery changed up his levers this year, actually. It's quite hard to recognise him. Usually he's in the multi-colours, red and yellow levers, but Casey O'Gorman at the front, he's not pulled away as much as I thought, actually. Only 6/10 of a second at the moment from Luca Allen. So Luca Allen, he'll be giving it absolutely everything on the number 28.
A much taller bike for Luca Allen as well, so that's not going to help, presumably, the pursuit of Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, but Luca Allen as well, though, is a taller rider, but yes, of course, he is on a complete different style bike, because here in the Extreme 200, it's basically an open class that you can race almost everything if it's within the CC capacity. But of course, there is also no Ronnie Harris in this race. He didn't make the race start due to his bike having some mechanical issues at round 1. We see him struggling to get off the line. But the final corner now, leading out the final corner, is Zach Tureen, still from Noah Gullery. So this seems to be where the main battle is right now on the track, as Casey O'Gorman extends his lead by 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, out to nearly a second now. Casey O'Gorman in the lead. Zach Tureen taking a very unusual line, super narrow on the exit of the final corner. I don't think we've seen it be quite that tight to the apex.
Yeah, Zach Tureen trying different lines, trying something different, trying to keep Noah Gullery behind. 8 laps to go in this race. It's such a fast section. These bikes are so quick around the circuit, so you really need to be prepared and be so precise to hit the apexes in these fast, tight corners.
And they've got no shortcut. They are taking a shortcut, so no infield section for the riders. So those lap times down to 41.5 seconds for Casey O'Gorman as he goes through as well. Tremendous pace.
Yeah, you can just see everyone watching on in the pit wall there as you see Zach Tureen fly by on the number 89 ahead of Noah Gullery. Noah Gullery on the 41 is going to have to find something special there, but there is Casey O'Gorman. There is your lead man going through the flip-flop and having, well, his career pushed him, to be fair, on the rear there. You can see it slightly moving about, but Casey O'Gorman, number 67, racing both in the European Talent Cup in the Junior GP Championship for the Michael Laverty team, and he'll also be racing in the Red Bull Rookies this year. So Casey O'Gorman, very quick and definitely talent of the future, as is Luke Allen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so great them come here to Lydd and stick around for the Monday as well, as they prepare for other events. You can't stop a good rider pushing, it seems, Lewis.
Yeah, you certainly can't. Casey O'Gorman is used to being able to push consistently whenever he's racing likes of Spain and Italy against 30 other riders, which are all just like him, very, very quick and almost 100% all the time. But there's Luca Allen in hot pursuit, and you have to give it to him. He's trying, and he's not letting Casey O'Gorman get a comfortable lead.
No, absolutely. No, he's here to enjoy a day's racing as well, and it's almost like a bit of a test session for them, these super talented riders, to have a nice open track to play with.
Yeah, as they can just push, play about and have some fun. That's what it's all about. But look at Alan pushing on the number 28, and he's actually got Fraser Rogers levers on this weekend, and they will be racing the Fraser Rogers Racing Team this year in the British GP2 Championship. He's been saying, actually, to me, that he's been trying to make all motorcycles as stiff as possible now whenever he's riding it, just so you can get used to a stiffer bike rather than a soft road bike, because he used to say that he used to always try to keep his bikes as soft as possible because he thought it gave him more feedback, but he said he was wrong, and now you can see just how much that has helped his riding and just how much he's able to push on that bike.
Yeah, and that was a step up to a stronger category that resulted in that additional stiffness and a complete change. Then I presume that's going to result in a total change in rider style. Yeah, a total change in riding style he's needed this year. Of course, broke his leg last season in pre-season training. Had to miss the entire British 600cc Supersport Championship, and he went from just a couple of tests on the R6 Yamaha to a Grand Prix Moto 2 bike. So a Grand Prix machinery is a very, very stiff bike and completely different from anything he's ever tried before. He hated it once he first tried it, but now he says he would never go back to anything else. He loves it. It's the best bike he's ever rode, so it just took some getting used to. And right now, he's keeping Casey O'Gorman honest. Yes, sounds like just stretching that envelope of pushing out of the comfort zone. Seems to have had a really good net effect for him. This is Zach Turin in bike 89, and we've got, is that Luke Allen? Look at Alan having some issues there. Look at Alan managing to remount on the bike, potentially mechanical, potentially having a little slip off. So look, Alan, that gap definitely will have. Is he still in second position is the question. Has Zach Turin managed to get the better of him? Because that gap was all the way to 17 seconds, so he might be able just to give second place still. Yeah, we will see when they cross the line for the next time. Casey O'Gorman's just crossed the line to start his with 2 laps to go. His lap 8, everyone else on lap 7, or in fact Ben Ridgewell still on lap 6. Yeah, Ben Ridgewell having the blue flags at the moment. Well, there's no blue flags here at FAB. He's getting lapped by Casey O'Gorman though. But look at Alan there, powering it out through. You just seen how hard he is having to push, and maybe just having a slight tip off is an example of how hard you have to push to try to keep up with Casey O'Gorman. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's working very, very hard to chase down our race leader here, Casey O'Gorman. Yeah, Casey O'Gorman now heading on to the last lap on his Bushiimoto 190cc bike. It's made in Italy, and now you can just see how fast he's having to push and how fast he is on that bike. It's a 4-stroke. He's used to 4-stroke now, racing the 4-stroke machine for multiple years, but he's got no slipstream in this race. Potentially 1 or 2 maybe from a back marker once he came to lap them, but apart from that, it's been a very, very lonely race. But although it's been a lonely race, he continues to push. He continues to test himself. He hasn't let off the throttle one iota. His best time was this fastest time of 41.013, and I think he might be trying to pip that even now. Yeah, he's trying to pivot even now, but he comes across the line to take the race win. Casey O'Gorman has a little wheelie, and he'll win the first race of round 2 for the Extreme 200s class. Casey O'Gorman is your race winner in the number 67. He was just a second away from the lap record, which this early on in the day is so impressive. Look at Alan will hold on to second position after having that earlier incident. Now Zach Turin should come home in 3rd place on the number 89. Zach Turin loves some bodybuilding, so he's quite a body rider, but there he is coming over the line with Noah Gilroy just behind. Yeah, that was a tight battle, race long before that 3rd position, but Zach Turin victorious over Noah Gullery. Ben Ridgewell has actually retired, it seems, early doors. So we had 4 finishers there, Lewis, but still a great display by Casey O'Gorman and Luca Allen. Yeah, Casey O'Gorman, he did that one pretty easy, and now he's waiting to get out of that gate.
which was kind of opened by his dad, John O'Gorman. So it's a big family affair this weekend with the Extreme 200 class. The O'Gorman family loving their motorcycle racing. But Casey O'Gorman will take the race win from Luca Allen, a 16.7 second race lead at the line. Zach Tureen comes home in third, and Noah Gilray will finish in fourth. After that, Ben Ridwell had to DNF from the race, with Sullivan Mincy, Philip Soroviak, Ronnie Harrison, Adam Redden not taking part in the race due to not being here or bike issues.
Yeah, totally. But again, just to underline, what a good and impressive display that was from Casey O'Gorman. Next up then here on Motorsport Media and Fab Racing, it is the Fab Racing MK Mini GP50s. And excuse me, I will start that one again. It is. Welcome then to the Moto Team Race 1 here at Lydd Karting Circuit. We're ready to get us underway very shortly, Lewis, and this should be a good one.
Yeah, it should be a good one. We've seen some great racing yesterday for the Moto Team class. Team names this year, not just the individual rider names. So you can see now the riders making their way to the grid. Of course, great racing on round one. We've seen Team Pinky in the Brain having a very, very good ride there. Of course, Jamie King riding that bike this weekend, it seems, with the Sonic Clever. So yeah, it should be a great race, and hopefully it'll be more of the same. But it looks like Will Howarth is not there, because Will Howarth is at work with it be the Monday.
Oh right, well, what a shame. I thought we'd seen him earlier today, but no Will Howarth at the front. So there we have an empty pole position.
So now we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, if another rider was to show up and wanted to race Will Howarth's bike, with his permission, they actually could. With it being the Moto Team class, you can have multiple riders. But it was like no one has filled in that place. So Team SFC Racing looks to have the whole shot for Turn 1, looks to potentially get the whole shot on the 133.
Yeah, with a good busy grid as well. Apart from that pole position, we've got Team Italia, who were very strong in round one, Lewis, in the distinctive black leathers and black bike with the little tricolore running down the length of the fuel tank.
Yep, it'll be Will Howarth, who should have been starting on pole position for the Moto Team race, with Team SFC Racing in second. Team Italia will line up in third, with Team Pinky in the Rain in fourth. And what a great field we have here. In fifth position, it's going to be Team Acme Racing starting in fifth with the number 1 plate. In sixth position, it's going to be Team Aimball with it on the 240 machine. Within seventh position, Team KC, Team Martin in eighth, Team Ernie the Badger, and Team Dis in rounding out our top 10 of this grid. 12 bike field with Team SciTech Engineering in 11th, and Team Burt rounding out our Moto Team grid. So a lot of teams whenever you're talking about this class, but it produces some great racing. And
it's two-class racing as well. It's an open and a standard.
Yep, open as standard class. The standard class is practically just a road bike with some headlights removed and maybe some fairings changed. Apart from that, it's basically the same. The open class, you can almost enter anything as long as it's within the regulations and the capacity regulations. Both 2-stroke and 4-stroke machines are allowed in the open class, while the standard class is just straight 4-stroke 125s. So, well, Howarth would have been the leader of the Moto Team Open class heading into round 2, but he's not here, so it's completely switch up things with Team SFC Racing also racing in the Open class. So leading the way from the grid, they'll be the first Open bike, with Team Italia qualifying as the first standard bike.
133, that is the Team SFC, which I believe stands for Team Strapped for Cash. But we're referring to them as SFC throughout the coverage. With Team Pinky in the Brain not racing a pink bike, which has confused me a little bit. They're in the Sonic the Hedgehog leathers. Yeah, some creative team names, I think it's fair to say, but we'll have to wait and see. But now they point to the lights. The riders will stare at lights. Come on. And the lights will go off, and we go racing here in the Moto Team race. The first race of the day is Team SFC Racing, who leads the way from Team Italia. Great start from Team Italia, and Team Pink in the Brain in fourth place. Battles going all the way down the field. Team Aimball actually in third position. So a great start from them. Of course, no Will Howarth this time around, so everyone is going to be thinking that they can make the move and they can make the inroads
and take the race win.
Great opportunity for these riders to try and secure a race win today. It's a very close field at the SFC Italia and Pinky in the Brain coming through to lead this race away from lap 1. I think actually it's Team Aimable who have moved forward against Pinky in the Brain, who've moved back 1 position to 4th over this first lap.
Yeah, it certainly is. Team Pinky in the Brain trying their best in 4th position on the 01 plate bike. Jamie King on board, last year's champion. Of course, Jamie King, he's quite experienced here at FAB and winning championships, and he's hoping to do the same this year in the standard class. But he has one thing in front of him right now and one thing on his mind, and that is to get in 3rd position and get in the overall podium positions, because of course Team SFC Racing leads the way in the open class, while Team Italia, although they're 2nd overall, they are 1st in the standard class. So 2 races going on at once. Yeah,
it's hard to see when you're just watching on screen. But we will try and keep you informed about that difference in class. Team Italia currently only 1.2 seconds away on a different on the standard vehicle ahead of Team Aimable. And Team Pinky in the Brain challenging, and some very tight battles going on in the rear of the field.
Yep, very tight battles, and this right now is the battle for 3rd overall and 2nd in the standard class. What can Jamie King do? Of course, he's looking like Sonic this weekend. He hopes to recreate the speed of Sonic. Now, as you mentioned, battles further down the field. Team KC trying to get past Ernie the Badger, and what can they do in the number 41 machine? They're going to have to find something special. With these bikes being a much bigger wheelbase, it's a lot of work to try and find the opening at the Lydd circuit.
Yeah, it's really underlines it down the inside. Attempts at least the rider, and it was completely cost him there, and he lost the position.
Yep, that was Team Ernie the Badger trying to get past on the 119 machine, but he cannot find any way past, and what a shame that was. But what a great move it was, and that is Team Disbelief getting put under pressure from Team SciTech Engineering on the number 11. So these riders really coming through, and really come through thick and fast, as Team SFC Racing at the front sits the fastest lap of the race on with a 46.787.
Yeah, and he's steadily disappearing on us. As down the inside goes Team Martin on Team Acme Racing, I believe. No, sorry, Team Martin on Team KC and on bike 135, and defending successfully, as down the inside comes the rival once again, down the inside, and a good move there from Team KC. These two very evenly matched.
Yep, Team KC getting ahead, and you can just see actually, although these bikes are standard and the open classes, the amount of different approaches which are taken to get these bikes working. Some use parts from other bikes, some use fairings from other bikes, some just scrap the fairings and think, oh, we're going to crash at some point in the season, there's no point having them. So there's definitely different approaches, I think it's fair to say, but battles are very, very close all the way down the field. And of course, FAB-Racing highly supported this season with a bunch of the sponsors on board for this year, with on the 119, Team Ernie the Badger still looking for a way past.
Yeah, Team SFC still leading this race by 3.9 seconds now from Team Italia, who are leading the standard class as well in 2nd place from Team Aimable, very closely matched and closely followed as well by Team Pinky and the Brain, who is in the open, sorry, Pinky and the Brain in the standard class in net P3 in that class, and right behind bike 240 and trying to find a way through.
Yeah, Team Aimball is really defending hard here. 6 laps to go in the race. Jay King will want to do everything he can to get an overall podium position on 01 bike. Looking like Sonic, and you got to say, he's very, very quick in this Moto Team class. He seems just to take to the bikes. A lot of these bikes actually in the Moto Team class are using old Moto3 Dunlop tyres on them, so it gives them a lot of grip around these racetracks. But you can just see the dip there, midway through the corner in the braking zone, making it so tricky.
It's a real challenge, that corner, because not only is there a dip as you can see on the screen, but when you get down to the racetrack level, there's actually a rise just before it as well. It's really difficult to I don't envy the riders on these big bikes trying to cope with that level of camber change.
Yeah, the camera does not do it justice. But of course, you can come along here to watch all the racing live at the circuit. If you want to come over at the Lydd track, we're here all day, and you've still got plenty of racing to come in. 2 more races coming up after this one for the Moto Team class, so plenty of action for the Moto Team class today, and plenty of chances to make your changes in the championship order and get more points on the board.
Yeah, here comes Team Pinky and the Brain down the inside, looking for a way through, but can't quite get the wheel ahead. So couldn't quite claim the corner.
Yeah, but he just can't quite claim the corner at the moment. He's in the slipstream though, and he's looking for a way past down the inside maybe, and he backs out, but he thinks better of it. You can just see him setting up the bike slightly just so he wouldn't make any contact. Jamie King is a very, very clean racer. Sometimes of course contact can be made, but these guys respect each other so much in this Moto Team class.
Yeah, won't be going for any low percentage moves, I don't think, as just forming different shapes, just trying to move around in the centre, hearing at least from the Team Aimable bike. So it's certainly going to. He's going to be knowing where he is on the circuit and having to completely guess all the time. But so far, Team Aimable looking really unflappable.
Yep, Team Aimable will be using all of their senses right now, especially their ears, because they'll be able to hear what side of the bike Jamie King is on, what side of the bike Jamie King is trying to make a move. But right now, battles all the way down the field. There is a battle at the moment as they come across the line, I believe, between Team Acme still and Team KC.
Yep.
So the championship winners in the open class, the red Honda looking bike is having a battle at the moment. Just 0.3 of a second separate Team Acme and Team KC. But the battle for the overall third position, podium position, is still going on between these two bikes.
Totally. We've also got a super close battle going on between Cytec and I think, between Martin and Ernie and the Badger, who are super close. They were close between Cytec and Dish, but that's suddenly opened out in a big way. So I think Team Dish with a problem on that previous lap.
Yeah, potentially a problem, potentially a small mistake. A small mistake will cost you a lot around this Lydd circuit on one of these motorcycles. So Jamie King looking down the inside there at turn 1. 2 laps to go in this race, potentially lining up a move and testing the water for the final lap. Will he potentially try to do it at this next chicane? We see at the chicanes are almost identical to each other. So you can, if you try to line up a move, you have another attempt just 50 metres later.
Definitely, it is fast and furious action. There's very little opportunity to rest here at the Lydd karting, so it keeps the riders incredibly busy.
Yeah, it really does. It keeps them busy. There's almost no respite for these guys, especially on these bigger motorcycles, on these bigger wheels. And now, there is your race leader. There is Team SFC Racing coming through to start the last lap of the race. You can see the bright green knee sliders on his levers. There's RST levers. He goes into the second chicane before he powers it out. And yes, last year it was Darren Anderson riding this bike, and you just seen how quick it was. And you can see this year it's still just as quick. It's still just as consistent with lap times.
Final lap then for Team SFC. They are performing incredibly well, and they are the ones to grab the opportunity that Will Houth has presented by not being able to make the race today, as he comes up towards then the long drag towards the final corner of the race 1 of today. And it's a fantastic win here for Team FFC. Congratulations to Bike 133 and a wave to the crowd. Very happy indeed about that one. A big gap and a very impressive run there, Lewis.
Yeah, very impressive run, but Jamie King still cannot get the better of that number 240 Team Aimable bike at the line. So Team Pinky in the Brain getting pipped at the line for third overall and second in the Moto Team standard class. So Team SFC Racing is the winner overall and the Moto Team open class, while Team Italia second overall and the winner of the standard class. So you can just see, although there's 2 classes, still both just as competitive.
Totally, yeah, and we didn't actually see Team Italia very much at all, but we can assure you that beautiful bike did come home second.
Yeah, it did. Quite a lonely race from them, but Team SFC Racing takes the race win by 8.364 of a second over Team Italia. Team Aimable comes home in third position after an amazing battle all race between Team Pinky and the Brain. Team Acme Racing will come home in fifth with Team KC in sixth. Team Ernie the Badger and Team Martin had a battle as well of their own further down the field in 7th and 8th, with Team Cytec Engineering and Team Disc rounding out our top 10. So great race there in the Moto Team class, and it's exactly what we're expecting. If there was no Will Howarth, no one would really get too much of an opportunity to get a respite.
No, absolutely. He was sorely missed, the Will Howarth entry at least. So a shame that we couldn't see him, but they made up for it with a fantastic race. So it's time for the race 1 here at the round 2 of Lydd meeting for FAB-Racing MK Mini GP50s, and the riders are ready to get running. Lewis, we're looking forward to this one.
Yep, you can just see there Luke Fitchett waiting to get underway. His dad to his right with a flat cap as well, so it clearly runs in the family with flat caps. But Luke Fitchett raring to go. He is certainly quick, and all of Finlay Paulhill on the left of your picture there on the tech-free inspired KTM liveried Mini GP50 bike. Had a great race yesterday, and now actually they're already heading up to the grid. So a massive field actually in this
really
class. 23 bikes in the Mini GP50 class, and it's definitely one to watch, and definitely a class which has grown massively over the past year.
Yeah, really expanded grid for the Mini GP50s, and that means plenty of action to enjoy. Two warm-up lap run, so they'll just have a short little run to the grid here to assemble, just to save those extra few seconds that will add up throughout the course of our racing day.
Yep, it'll also save some fuel in the tank, because of course these bikes don't have the biggest fuel tanks in the world, and this race should be 11 laps long, so it should be a cracker with 23 bikes in the field. We've seen some great racing in round 1, just tenths separating the front runners, and you can just see the Metric bikes clearly are working because the racing is so close.
Yeah, it really has been a fantastic so far in our championship. Round 1 was a really enjoyable set of races, and now it's the turn of round 2 here with the first of 3 races today for this category.
Yep, first of 3 races to try and take all the honours, all the glory. But you can see actually some riders further back. I believe that's Matthew Thomas having an issue with his Mini GP50, and it looks quite annoyed at that one. But hopefully they can get the bike bump started, and it looks like potentially they have. So Matthew Thomas should make the warm-up laps this time around on the 47. I overheard him saying this morning that he has to continue pushing and continue to learn on this. But although he is ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, who also is racing in his Mini GP50 class, so some of these riders, including the likes of Sam Gardner as well, have a very busy weekend. Very busy weekend indeed.
It is some 50 races overall that we have, and they look to be racing multiple times over the course of this race meeting. This is on a Monday, of course, unusually for the riders as well. So I'm sure they'll be really enjoying it, and away they go.
Yep, away they go on their warm-up laps. A change in the grid this time around. Of course, a new round, a new grid order, and if you're like me, I cannot wait to see what is going to happen. You can see Marco Holt leading the pack on these 2 warm-up laps, and Marco Holt will be the rider who will start the race from pole position. Luke Fitchett will start alongside him on the front row in 2nd place, with Archie O'Brien in 3rd. Finlay Paulhill will start in 4th, with both the Johnsons walking out the 3rd row of the grid, with Byron ahead of his brother Austin. Frankie Watson will start in 7th position ahead of Wilson Dilks. Sam Gardner, after a great qualifying, starts within the top 10 in 9th, with Travis Shaw alongside him. Harley Baker continues in the Mini GP50 class this year with an 11th position start this time around, with Bethany Ashby alongside him. Chloe Gleason starts in 13th, with Matthew Thomas 14th after some bike issues there on the warm-up lap. Taylor Tomlinson starts in 15th. 9 races alone for Taylor Tomlinson today, so very busy for him, with Dylan Tureen alongside him. George Ackerman on the 9th row of the grid in 17th, with Murray Simmons 18th, Annabelle McCarthy 19th, Ollie O'Gorman rounding out our top 10, and Lucy Curtis in 21st, of course sister of Bradley Curtis, who races in the pros and the elite classes. Riley Paisley in 22nd, and Jensen Bishop rounds out our 23 bike grid here in the Mini GP50s.
Yep, this is going to be an awful lot of fun to see this super busy group of riders, 23 of them tackling this tiny, this very highly technical Lydd karting circuit. They'll be on the lack of infield as well, so they'll be going straight into the final corner, and we should see some action on the brakes into that final corner. Yeah,
we certainly should. We've seen actually riders right now positioning their bike. You can see Marco Holtz getting final words from his dad. A great family affair going on there. All of them love their racing. All of them just want to see the best for Marco Holt, as all all the parents do for their riders. But the bike's getting positioned perfectly, and you can see Frankie Watson getting some final checks done on the number 14. And yeah, it looks to be a great race coming up, and now the final riders making their way into the grid slots.
Yeah, it's going to take plenty of time to get everybody ready. Marco Holt there with the monster-inspired helmet, and they get ready to get underway. We're missing P3. That's Archie O'Brien, not with us in the memorable livery, and a big wave from the starter, trying to get everybody's attention because we're on the countdown for the grid. And there's a problem for, is that Archie Thomas again?
Matthew Thomas.
Matthew Thomas, sorry, yes, who was clearly that bike's not happy. We're ready to be underway, though. I think the bike has been removed. They're going to give them a chance to get going, though. And another bump start here, trying to get the bike underway. Some frantic work there by the supporter. Arm up from our pole sitter. Arm up.
Marco Holt potentially stalled the bike there.
Of course, they've had to... So we've got, that is drama for our pole sitter. He was frantically waving, and they've got it back running again. So we will have our pole sitter from the front. He can't wait to get underway. He's waiting for those lights to get going. We're going to be underway for the Mini GP50s, and it is a good start away from the line from Marco Holt, despite those early issues. And it's Luke Fitchett, Flapcap Fitchett, into second place, and already the front two far and away from the rest of the grid, Lewis.
Yeah, the rest of the grid already are further back, but I'm sure they're Bridget, because it's one of the Johnsons in third place at the moment. You see battles going on further back. Taylor Thomason getting ahead of Sam Gardner, but now holding them up actually. So now Sam Gardner getting the real blow of that, and now he's dropping down the order. You can see how many bikes are battling for positions. This track is so small, but Sam Gardner, I think, is struggling slightly in the straight line there, maybe just not getting the bike in the power band. But there you can see Finlay Paul diving down the inside of Johnson, and what can they do heading into the final corner? He can't do anything about it. Marco Holt leads the way by just 0.2 of a second from Luke Fitchett, and that's Byron Johnson in third, to Finlay Paul in fourth, and Austin Johnson stays in fifth position. So a great clean start.
Absolutely brilliant start. There was a big speed difference at the back of the circuit there, but Byron Johnson up into third position on his first lap here, getting the jump on Finlay Polhill, who was trying to challenge him back into the final corner, but it just didn't quite work out. That's this group right in front of us. There's Byron Johnson, Polhill, and Austin Johnson.
Yep, you can just see the gaps are absolutely nothing right now. 10 laps to go in this race. What is going to happen? Finlay Polhill on the 199 machine is wanting to make a move on Johnson, wanting to get ahead, because right now he is in a Johnson sandwich, and that is not really what you want to be in. But Marco Holt,
look at this.
Look how much pressure he's under right now from Luke Fitchett.
Luke Fitchett has been quick on this bike, no doubt about it, through the first round of our championship that was also at this circuit. So Luke Fitchett would stand to have a fantastic advantage here by securing really strong points, and he's really game for another victory.
Yep, right now Marco Holt leading the way, changing the way from his minion. This we're so used to seeing, so it's so strange to see him with something else on, but now getting past some back markers. At the moment, you can just see the speed difference, and you can just see the speed difference between the riders. I believe that it was Riley Paisley that were trying to get past there, but Marco Holt on the 58 leads the way, making it 8 laps to go this time around. The gap, though, between the two are just 0.2 of a second, as the battle for third place is starting to heat up.
Yeah, and that's Byron Johnson running very, very wide on the way out of the final corner, and Finlay Polhill looking to have a look down into the next S's section, and he didn't quite get the bike just alongside enough, but he was out there on the outside and almost onto the grass.
Yeah, he was almost onto the grass there. You see Byron Johnson leading this pack still, and Finlay Polhill under attack from Austin Johnson at the moment. We've seen last race actually, in race 1 of round 1, how close the Johnsons were, and they are not afraid to battle with even each other.
Absolutely no, they're chief rival, I think, is their brother Finlay Polhill, having another look down into the final corner, but there's no way through. Once again, it is Byron Johnson in third position, Finlay Polhill and Austin Johnson in this fantastic battle here. Yeah,
Austin Johnson really wanting to make a move, slightly losing touch there through that first sector, but it looks like Finlay Polhill got held up. Finlay Polhill looks so impressive, but there's a back marker actually, so Byron Johnson get held up. They go both sides, and
the outside and the inside, incredible stuff. And that was Austin Johnson taking advantage, and he's going to have a look at his brother as well, coming up to the most difficult corner on the circuit, and he's going to have to tuck in there.
Yeah, Austin Johnson making the move on Finlay Paul Hill, using the back marker to his advantage, and that is exactly what you want to do racing. But there's Finlay Paul Hill going down the inside, going into the final corner, but Austin Johnson hangs it around the outside, and wow, the front wheel is almost on his elbow there, and Finlay Paul Hill still in that 5th position at the moment. So what can he do? Can he battle, or will Austin Johnson, Byron Johnson, have the user squabble? Because if they do, it's going to really help Finlay Paul Hill. He looks round the outside, trying to get the switch back now. You can just see the wider line, trying to carry more corner speed, but he cannot make it work, and he looks for an opening anywhere he can at the moment as we approach more back markers. I believe that's Ollie O'Gorman.
Yeah, it looks like Finlay Paul Hill having really good traction here and generating a much better top speed when they get to really stretch the bikes out. Marco Holt and Luke Fitchett are still super close at the front, still just 0.2 of a second between the front two, but these three have been switching positions, so we're focusing on them for now.
Yeah, but these three are switching positions at the moment. The Marco Holt Luke Fitchett gap has slightly increased from a couple of laps ago, but I believe we are going to see another Johnson fight. We have 5 laps to go in this race. Austin is a very smart rider, but there is another back marker. They're going to have to try and get past. They're going to have to try and fight anyway past, and luckily this time around they caught him at the perfect place, so they could all get past without anyone getting held up.
But that rider was significantly slower than his front leaders in the race. This is those leaders. This is Marco Holt and Luke Fitchett, as Luke Fitchett is tucking right down underneath the windscreen there, just to make sure that he can minimise his height disadvantage at the moment, and down into the next lap with 4 to go.
Yep, of course, these bikes are the first time that the majority of these riders will be using gears for the first time, and gears and clutch, so it's really a new skill to learn. And Luke Fitchett and Marco Holt, they've been racing these bikes for a couple of years now, and you see they've mastered it, and this is how we get these close battles and these fast lap times.
Luke Fitchett is hot on the heels here of a potential victory, and trying to get that overtake done as quickly as possible. He would love nothing more than to secure the victory in this race 1 of 3 today.
Yep, so we would love to secure race 1 victory today, but there they are getting past even more back markers at the moment. Of course, there's been such a big field, it's bound to happen. That's Annabelle McCarthy they're getting past, but Austin Johnson, I believe, may have just tried to make a move on Byron, so we'll have to wait and see what's happened there. But Austin Johnson, yeah, he is ahead of Byron Johnson now, so Austin Johnson up into 4th place.
As they cross the line, 0.03 of a second apart. It was tremendously close.
Yeah, Finlay Paul Hill's in 3rd, leading the 2 Johnsons now, so something's clearly happened there, and Finlay Paul Hill has shown his pace, and now he's trying to run away with it. Potentially even some back markers might have got into play there.
It's possible, it's absolutely possible, but it could be that the brothers fighting allowed Finlay Paul Hill to take advantage as well. So we'll see if we can catch any further action between those pair as the leaders come through to complete lap 9.
Yep, the leaders.
8, sorry.
Leaders there getting past George Ackerman on the number 94, as now the leaders power it out towards the first chicane, out the first chicane. There is George Ackerman coming through, as Finlay Paul Hill is just behind in 3rd position with the 2 Johnsons chasing. Annabelle McCarthy, actually, she's doing a great job of keeping on to the back of these 3rd, 4th and 5th place riders.
Yeah, so just maybe learning a little bit from these faster riders coming through, and able to live with them, and that will help her knowledge and experience as she learns her way around this circuit and these bikes.
Yep, she certainly will be, and right now actually she has set a personal best lap of the race with a 48.5, so clearly doing wonders being able to follow them, but it looks like the gap has risen now between Annabelle McCarthy and the other riders. But Luke Fitchett is right in the thick of things, and so is Marco Holt with back markers, so we're at this real crucial point in the race, and we're at a real crucial point in the race because it's the last lap time. We have to get past Matthew Thomas, who we've seen had bike issues earlier on, but last lap time, and Luke Fitchett is getting slightly held up there, had set the bike slightly, wasn't sure of that move.
That didn't work out well for Luke Fitchett. I think that the Johnsons and Paul Hill fight is still incredibly tight. It's anyone's guess as they come towards the line, but it's going to be all she wrote for bike 58. A win for Marco Holt, away from Luke Fitchett in 2nd. Finlay Paul Hill will be closely followed by the Johnsons, and we'll get both of them. Finlay Paul Hill in 3rd. Austin Johnson ahead of Byron at the line, and then a bit of a gap then before we will see P6 come through, but P4 and 5 for Austin and Byron.
Yep, great race here. Once again, a Johnson fight, but these guys at the front just so mature at such a young age. It's great to see. Look at Marco. He's probably talking about back markers there, but he's your race leader. Luke Fitchett is in second, and Finlay Paul Hill, after that freeway battle, comes home in that third place.
I can't imagine they could actually make themselves heard when they're talking to each other and they've got people coming through past on this in lap, but they're certainly able to communicate something with each other.
Yep, sign language does wonders here on the motorcycle racetrack on the cool down lap, but it's clear that they both enjoyed it.
I would say so. Marco Holt, what a fantastic race from Marco Holt, from Luke Fitchett, and then Finlay Paul Hill. Brilliant stuff.
Yep, great result. Marco Holt takes the race win by half a second from Luke Fitchett at number 7. Finlay Paul Hill comes home on the final podium positions of Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson in 4th and 5th. Frankie Watson, a great race for him, didn't mention him too much, is in 6th place. In 7th, it's going to be Wilson Diltz and Sam Gardiner just behind him. Harley Baker is in 9th, and Bethany Ashby rounds out our top 10. So great result for Bethany Ashby to be able to get in the top 10.
Definitely. Also, you can see points scored for Travis Short, Chloe Gleason, Matthew Thomas, Dylan Torrian, and Taylor Tomlinson as well for their championship bids. And there is Taylor at the bottom. We've got you can see these little drivers trying to push these big bikes. It is a big workout for them. More to come though from these drivers, from these races later on, and that is a great race for our mini GP50s. So it's time for the pit bikes. The pit bikes 140, race 1. It's a mini F1 sidecar racing, race 1 of 3 today here at the Lydd kart circuit with FAB-Racing and Motorsport Media. And we've had a lot of fun watching these riders in the early part of our championship. It's now time for round 2. Very athletic, very flexible, and these custom machines, we've really enjoyed it so far, Lewis.
Yeah, we certainly have, and one person that has enjoyed taking the glory so far this year has been Mick Williams. We've had 3 races so far this year, and now we're at round 2. 3 races will happen today. 3 races in one day. The sun is out. There might not be 2 warm-up laps though for these cyclists with such a small tank and so little room for error.
Yeah, totally. They really do a workout on the machines, and we see failures. We see these custom vehicles that the riders really have to lean and they can't even get them around the corners without that sense of lean and working together, as you've said before.
Yeah, it looks like actually Vince Bailey is pushing his bike into pit lane with Amy Tilbrook just behind, and it looks like actually the Keats might have been sitting in pit lane themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see what is going to happen at the start of this race. So Mick Williams is on pole position. We're waiting for the number 90 to appear. The green straights will just be coming into shot in a second to pull up on their grid slot. So 4 bikes on the starting grid, but there definitely should be more out there, and there is more in pit lane.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get them underway for you very shortly. Any technical issues, I presume that they'll be permitted to start from the pit lane if they haven't been able to perform the warm-up. But this is one of those races you have to be absolutely glued to, Lewis, because anything can happen when the riders, especially in the start. We're going to go straight into a start, and it's away from the start from Mick Williams, away from the green streets in bike number 90 as they go through, and very, very close at the way away from the start as they go into the first S's. It is Mick Williams far and away ahead of that beautiful blue machine of bike 90, the 2 green streets with the flamboyant and expressive body language from the passenger.
Yeah, so there's MP just behind, and then the 230 bike of Mark Parker and Ems just behind them. So 4 bike field, I think we're going to see a battle, certainly for that 3rd and 4th positions. MP, they've had quite an unreliable bike at round 1, but hopefully they fixed it. Hopefully they found where that issue is, and then he can get going again. But right now, Mick Williams is at the front, and that is the 240 of Mark Parker breaking into the final corner. And there is your race leader, and there's the gap between themselves and second place. That is 1.1 seconds after 1 lap.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Mick Williams and Michael Elms, who have been doing so well in our championship so far. Just look at the lean on bike 90. I am always just marveling at the athleticism.
Yep, so fun point, as you said, on the first lap, and you can just see the difference between themselves and Mick Williams. They're just slightly more conservative, but that clearly works with that motorcycle. You can also see Mick Williams himself in the driver's seat, in the rider's seat, that he's just using his own body to be able to turn into the corner. You can just see his head slightly going to the right as well as his passenger. So it's such a nice outfit and such a nice bike to look at. Although it's a slightly older style, it clearly works.
Yeah, they've been using it for a long time, and they know each other. They know each other's styles and needs so well. As you say, it is less athletic from the passenger, but perhaps more from the main rider here, and that's perhaps you can see in the green streaks. Maybe it's the bike design as well, but Jason, the front rider, he is the one who is almost stock still the whole time here, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can just see two completely different riding styles from them. But the green streaks, they've been very, very consistent for the past couple of years on the number 9 outfit. You can just see, coming for the final corner, how strong they look. They just are missing slightly something. They're about 1.3 seconds off the fastest lap at the moment, held by Mick Williams, which is a 48.8. Mick Williams dominated sidecar for years and years and years, but last year the green streaks did manage to get the upper hand to them on multiple occasions. So will we see it again this year? We're gonna have to wait and find out.
Definitely. Fastest lap then from Mick Williams and Michael Elms, a 48.855 ahead of Jason and Leo Greenstreet, a 50.196 so far, but a personal best from the Elms outfit back in fourth as well.
Yep, personal best at the moment. And right now, what can Parker do? Can they close the gap? Currently 2.6 seconds between themselves and the MPs. So the MPs there coming for your shot in the middle of the track really at the moment, before they head into sector 3 towards the back straight, towards the final corner. And then they really have to get hooked up for this long right, and you can just see how long they're trying to get that bike length over without flipping it, because of course you can flip these sidecars with it being such a little bike with such two heavy riders on it.
Yeah, and it looked like a little sideways moment, a little bit of a drift coming through that final corner on board the MPs, but this is number 457. These are the MPs then with the pink and green coordinated leathers as they come on through.
And now we're going to have to wait and see, can Parker and Ames catch them? But actually, last lap, the green streaks were just 3/10 away from Mick Williams' pace. So it's clear that everyone right now is pushing. Green streaks are still pushing, although Mick Williams is slightly clear off in distance. And obviously, Mark Parker and Ames is going to have to push with the MPs in front of them. Chris and Robert MP have a look behind them there, actually, to check where they are to see if they have to push and how much they're going to have to push, because obviously the passenger can somewhat signal to the rider controlling the vehicle, controlling the gears, controlling the clutch.
That was slow out of the final corner as well there, Lewis, and really hands Parker and Ems an opportunity. We might see a sidecar overtake on this narrow circuit.
Yeah, they're really going to have to commit. They're really going to have to make a move, or they might even need to push MP into mistake. They're going to look down the inside. Mark Parker looks down the inside, makes a little bit of contact. Seems a little bit of rubbing. The passenger had to turn him for just a second, but there's the 230 of Mark Parker and Ems getting into that podium position on the final lap going on to the final lap of the race. 2 laps to go for these guys, but the leaders are already across the line.
You can see a little wave of the arm as well as they passed. I don't know if Parker Ems, Ems particularly, was just apologising for any contact that might have been made, but they went for the opportunity, but it began at this stage, right at the start of the lap 6, that they managed to start building that momentum. But it should be time to go and have a look at Mick Williams then on their final lap here, Lewis.
Yep, final lap time. They're heading down the back straight now towards the final corner, towards another victory. What a dominant win from Mick Williams. Once again, they're at the front of the Mini F1 sidecar class. It's round 2, race 1, and race 1 winner is Mick Williams and Michael Elms.
Look how much the Bike 90, the Green Streets managed to catch towards the end of that race. They really got that bike dialed in beautifully.
Yeah, and there is the 230 on Mark Parker and Eames heading towards the final corner after a great race. They managed to make the overtake on Chris and Robert Impey in a very, very tight section of the circuit. Actually, they cross the line and we wait for the Impeys. There they are. They had some late race pace issues, but McWilliams takes the race win with Michael Elms as his passenger. Jason Leo Greenstreet comes home in second, and Mark Parker and Elms in third. Chris and Robert Impey in fourth, and Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook had an issue in the pit lane, so they did not start, and neither did Adam Jarvis and Alan, and John Keats didn't make it out of the pit lane either. So a great race there from the sidecar grid. A very, very small grid, only 4 finishers this time around, but hopefully we'll see more, because of course we still have 2 races coming up later on today. So coming up next, we have race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It is round 2. It is race 1, and it is a grid packed full of talent. So now we see the riders waiting down in pit lane for what will not be the Mini GP70 British Championship. It will be the Pit Bike 140 race 1 of the day. Apologies about that, but now we await to see what is going to happen. What is one of the biggest fields of the weekend? 11 bike grid field here. So it's going to be awesome to see what's going to come up in their first race of round 2.
Pit Bike 140s then at the Lydd kart circuit. A lot of fun watching these brilliant riders, and they're already fist bumping in the pits, ready to get us underway for their first race of 3 here on a racing Monday at the southeast coast by the seaside here at Lydd.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. A lot of riders on this grid. 22 bikes will make this start, and there you can see Jamie King practicing his start and hoping to get a better one than yesterday. Sometimes some of these riders' starts look a little bit too good to be true, so hopefully we'll see what is going to happen. So now everyone pulling up to the grid before they will have 2 warm-up laps. Of course, these guys missing out on their warm-up session, so no one's been on the track so far today.
I'd heard rumours that that our pole position rider had retired last season, Lewis.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence went into retirement last season, had to miss the final round of the championship, and he went to the RAF, and now Taylor Lawrence is back at round 1 and 2, but hopefully we can see him a bit more this season. Although he will have other commitments, hopefully he'll be back, because he's so quick and he's so good to see on track. He's so quick on track, and we've seen that yesterday within a 3-4 bike battle for the race win. Yeah,
he's a great character on the racetrack. Great to see him. Super aggressive and really goes for the moves. And I think he has a lot of fun on these pit bikes, don't you?
Yeah, he certainly does. Everyone has fun on these pit bikes. Everyone's here to have a good laugh and a bit of fun. That's all the pit bike class is really about. Of course, a lot of different age ranges in this class. Some people just teenagers, some people have been racing for many years in this class, but leading the way from this class is going to be our pole man, Taylor Lawrence.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence, fantastic. And these are set by the fastest laps of the first round of the championship. So a bit of a mixed up grid order, and here they are. Taylor Lawrence then in the lead, away from the rest of the field on a 43.886 on the previous round. From Cameron Saul on the front row, Jamie King in the distinctive Sonic the Hedgehog liveries, leathers, and then we've got Lucas Brown, Liam Wood, Chris Wells, Sean Whitaker, and Zach Torian on row 4. On row 5, Adam Redding and Tom Stanford, followed by James Ratcliffe and Elliot Crosby. Starting 13th will be Matthew Lindley, Ben Ridgewell, and then in 15th, Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence. On the 9th row, Bradley Ferreira, Parol Nozel, followed by Jason Ferreira and Shannon King, with Chadley Whiting and Callum Wybrow on the row 11. 22 bike field, Lewis. Can't wait to see what this holds it for us. Yeah, I can't wait either. It's going to be so good to see. It's going to be so good to see everyone pushing from lap 1. That's exactly what we expect to see anyway. Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown even pushing on the warm lap of the little race. Of course, these guys will be
out of each other, trying to get each other's head, but Lucas Brown even making an overtake on the warm-up lap. Lee Klaus and the starting marshal awaits on the grid with the red flag to make them stop before we get underway for what is going to be a fantastic 12-lap race.
Yeah, and it will go by incredibly quickly with these lap times as well. We saw a fastest lap yesterday, 43.8. I wonder if we'll get a better time than that at this stage, or whether we have to wait later on for a higher track temperature.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Track temperature will be constantly rising. Of course, the track record in the Pit by 140 class is held by Charlie Nesbitt, who's, of course, known for racing in the British Superbikes now for the Hawk Racing team. His lap record is a 42.1, so still a bit of beating before we can get to lap record pace. But can Taylor Lawrence do it? Can Jamie King do it? We'll wait for the lights. The lights come on and the lights come off, and we go racing here at Lydd for the Pit Bike 140 class. Taylor Lawrence, what a lead that is. Lucas Brown, though, straight away closing that gap. Chris Wells is in third position. Jamie King in fifth at the moment, but Taylor Lawrence, what a start that was. What a clean start that was. That's exactly what you're wanting to do, exactly what you're wanting to see, and that is just a clear track for you, so you can take your own lines.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. But of course, Lucas Brown in the purple leathers is hot on the heels of Taylor Lawrence, and I think we're set for a fantastic battle between these two.
Yeah, as we certainly are. Lucas Brown on the back straight away, but Chris Wells wanting to get in the mix at the moment.
We're going to go three wide into the final corner. Lucas Brown triumphing in that time, and actually Taylor Lawrence losing out 2 places.
Yep, 2 places lost at one corner. They went 3 wide. Very, very brave there. It appears that Chris Wells and Lucas Brown just had to be very, very careful there to not make any contact. But Liam Wood having an awesome ride right now in 4th position. A very, very clean and great start from him, and very, very consistent start. These guys keep fighting at the front in the top 3. This gap of 5 that we have, this group of riders of 5 at the right now, are definitely going to increase and definitely going to get bigger, because yesterday we've seen some moments 6 or 7 bikes in the lead field.
Absolutely. Chris Wells and Taylor Lawrence had a amazing battle on the previous round of the championship, but right now it's Chris Wells for the lead into the final corner. What a fantastic move. That's twice in 2 laps he's made that move stick, and he's into the lead. Yeah,
he's into the lead at the moment. Number 62, Chris Wells, smile under the flat helmet as he leads the way and he powers it out through with 10 laps to go. Taylor Lawrence, though, wanting to get away from that 3rd position and wanting to get away from 4th position man Liam Wood, but 5th position man Jamie King has the fastest lap of the race. 44.2. He's managed just to close in because he's not had anyone right behind him and really putting pressure on him, and so he hasn't had to defend. But now Liam Wood's going to have to defend because Jamie King's there. Well, we see Lucas Brown make another move going down towards his final corner. He's in the slipstream. He's got his head completely tucked, but no, not on this occasion.
No, he couldn't quite match Chris Wells' top speed on that lap, and they're running very wide out there. It's a very rough texture on the way out of the final corner, but so far it's top 4, super close. Wells, Brown, Lawrence and Wood, with King just behind.
Yep, Jamie King just behind, sitting there, keeping everything nice and clean and waiting to. But Lucas Brown looking down the end, having to defend there from Taylor Lawrence, who was looking down the inside. But Taylor Lawrence, very, very levers, easily recognisable. But look at that, what a move that was. Fastest corner of the track, fully committed, but he has full trust in Lucas Brown that he won't do anything silly bad. These 2 riders really trust each other. Of course, both very, very experienced in this FAB-Racing paddock. Lucas Brown in 2nd position, now looking for 1st position off Chris Wells. Taylor Lucas Brown, of course, is wanted to try and he's a British Championship rider. He wants to take a race win here at FAB.
Yeah, but Taylor Lawrence versus Chris Wells, round 2. After fantastic action in round 1, we see them again, and Taylor Lawrence, he loves the inside move, doesn't he? He loves to just dance the bike on the limit, and he's going for it again on the way into that fast corner, but it's not quite there. Chris Wells holding firm.
Yep, you have to be really close to that rider on the entry in front of you going into that fast corner. But Lucas Brown, Taylor Lawrence, looking down the inside. Taylor Lawrence making the move on Chris Wells at the final corner. 8 laps to go. They cross the line. It'll just be 7 laps to go for the number 10. Taylor Lawrence, who leads the way. Taylor Lawrence, the bright green levers, is showing Chris Wells what he can do.
Absolutely. Taylor Lawrence has taken his time to get back in the lead at this one, but he's doing an incredible job so far. Jamie King looks like he's about to make a move as well, and the top 5 battle is fantastic here for this pit bike 140 class, as Jamie King looks down the inside once again, can't get the bike alongside.
Yep, Taylor Lawrence now still in the race lead. Can he extend the gap? Can he break away from this pack? It looks like Chris Wells going to dive down the inside. Chris Wells at the final turn. Lucas Brown, Taylor Lawrence tips in, and Taylor Lawrence makes sure that there's no room for opportunity. He's loving this. He's bobbing his head. Chris Wells straight away trying to get back just one lap later, but look, Taylor Lawrence there a little bit wide, a little bit on the curb, so maybe that'll affect his drive.
I can't imagine why this guy thought he was ready for retirement, because he's clearly enjoying this no end.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence clearly still has the pace. A 43.9, fastest lap of the race. Faster, well, almost faster than what we did yesterday as the fastest lap across 3 races. So Taylor Lawrence leads the way, but look, Chris Wells, will he try and make a move once again, or will Taylor Lawrence stick it round the outside once again and just shut the front door? Yes, he will.
Chris Wells looked like he was absolutely nailed for that move, but yeah, Taylor Lawrence shaking the head this time. You're not coming through, my friend, and you're going to have to do better than that this time, Chris Wells. Yeah, he's certainly going to have to do better than that. Chris Wells is going to have to invent something special and not just try and do the same thing which Taylor Lawrence did to him, because Taylor Lawrence is clearly so strong at that final corner and at his back section of the circuit as well. So really, he's going to run out of opportunities, but Lucas Brown there having to really get put under pressure. But there's Jamie King actually trying to make a move on Liam Wood. Yeah. Brilliant stuff from these riders. I thought we were going to get wheel overlap situation going on now. Chris Wells really strong down into our final corner and makes the move for the lead once again successfully. Chris Wells back in the lead on bike 62. Yeah, Lucas Brown also thought about a slight move there on Taylor Lawrence, but he backed out of it. He thought better of it, and he thought it would end in contact. But Taylor Lawrence, what can he do now? Can he catch up to Chris Wells? But yellow flag is out in this section of the circuit. Yeah, so they won't be able to pass. They'll be follow my leader as they go through, and then back on it straight away as soon as they see the green flag, Lewis. Yep, Taylor Lawrence now looking down the inside and that corner once again. He loves it there if you can just get the move done early enough. And now they're starting to approach back marker. So the first person to get to it is going to be Taylor Lawrence. The back marker has seen him though as Chris Wells looks down the inside, and there is another challenge into the final corner, and they don't quite make it. Chris Wells was almost alongside once again, and he nearly got there. Yep, so that was Shannon King, who has had a slight issue there with her motorcycle, or a slight incident, but Taylor Lawrence leads the way, 3 laps to go. Of course, Taylor Lawrence is not the only Lawrence racing in this race. His sister, younger sister, Bale Lawrence, is in 13th, so a great ride for her. And now, Taylor Lawrence is still leading the pack. Can Chris Wells, though, make up that gap at the final corner once again? He was having a look into this what is becoming the Taylor Lawrence corner at the moment, but there's definitely no way to beat Taylor Lawrence entry speed into there. But alongside a tap on the shoulder from Chris Wells. What is that all about? Yeah, Chris Wells playing with him, he's having a laugh, he's having some fun, and he's definitely testing the limits at the moment. But Taylor Lawrence, he will not like that. He will think, you know what, whatever you can do, I can do better. So now we're going to have to wait and see. They're approaching backmarkers, approaching Shannon King. They're all going to want to try and just get through as clean as possible. I think Jamie King got slightly held up there by Shannon King, but 2 laps to go in this race, it's starting to heat up. You have to start inventing things. Yep, so a tap on the shoulder that time. Will things escalate? A fist bump on the shoulder possibly as Taylor Lawrence coming through. Remember, we've got 2 laps to go now. This has gone so quickly, and they come down the long back straight. Taylor Lawrence is not as strong coming in here, but he has made an overtake already through this corner as he's making shapes around behind Chris Wells, who is in the lead on the way into the final lap. Yep, headed into the final lap now. Chris Wells leads the way from Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence so looking into a move at the second chicane. Can he do it? No, he cannot. The front door clearly got shut there. You have to wonder, will it wait to the Taylor Lawrence corner? Will it wait to the very fast right-hander? We're only going to have to wait 1 corner. Taylor Lawrence powers it out. Can he get close enough? He's still going to try it, though. It's the last lap. Taylor Lawrence down the inside. Chris Wells, and now Lucas Brown wants a piece of Chris Wells. Lucas Brown tries to go round the outside, but he cannot make it work. Heading down the back final straight. Chris Wells down the inside. Chris Wells, maybe even a little wave there, but Taylor Lawrence sticks it round the outside once again. Now Lucas Brown gets into second position. Wow, what a finish that was as that was Jamie King making up a move as well on the final lap, and he secures 4th position, but Lucas Brown was ready to pounce on that one, and wow, super victory, and what a lot of fun these guys have had.
Yeah, great fun. Taylor Lawrence will be enjoying that with Chris Wells, but Chris Wells dropping down to 3rd in the end. Lucas Brown just peppering him at the line heading out the final corner, because Taylor Lawrence really shut the door there. That was fair to say that was some hard racing. Very
hard. They just closer and closer and rougher with each other, I think, as the race built on, but I think they're still friends.
Yeah, they definitely will. They would have loved that at the end of the day, but Taylor Lawrence now heading through what was known as his corner throughout that race. He was just like so strong through there, but Taylor Lawrence wins the race by 0.3 of a second from Lucas Brown. Chris Wells drops from 1st to 3rd on that final lap, with Jamie King managing to pit to Liam Wood for 4th position. Cameron Sewell is in 6th, with Zach Tureen just behind Zach Tureen's 2nd race of the day. Adam Redden finishes in 8th, with Tom Stamford in 9th, and James Ratcliffe finishes our top 10. So a great race there from the Pit Bike 140 class, and exactly what we expected to see. So very strong grid. So now it is time for the Premier class. It's time for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It is time for the Premier class here at FAB, the highest class that we have racing, and definitely one to look out for, because these are officially the stars of the feature. 11 bikes on the grid, and as you see yesterday, 3 different race winners.
3 different race winners, a tremendously tight grid here, and this is the one that they all care about more than anything else of the entire weekend. So this is crunch time, and they have to be able to perform now in round 2, race 1 of round 2 coming up for you.
Yep, you can just see now the riders heading into the shortcut section, but now all queuing up to do a quick practice start on these Mini GP70 machines. 3 of them in a row. Marco Holt doing it now, Harry Payne and Blake Wilson all going into the infill section. Before we get started with our two warm-up laps, there's your pole man, Archie O'Brien, ready. Of course, he wasn't there in the 50 race, but he's here in the 70, and he'll be raring to go. Absolutely, and that just piles the pressure on a little bit more here for Spider-Man Archie O'Brien, as he had a fastest lap there in the previous round of a 41.279, only 1/10 of a second faster than Luke Fitchett. Yep, only 1/10 of a second. You can see that on track, because it's absolutely nail-biting stuff. You can put a blanket over everyone here on the grid, and you can see why, because these guys are so quick around this Lydd circuit. But
see on the bike there, the Danny Webb's GP camp, and that's helping all these riders get better and better. Yeah, the Danny Webb GP camp, great supporter here at FAB, great supporter to all these young riders. They take them to Spain, they take them in the UK, teach them about setting up their bikes, going on track walks, talking about certain parts of the corners, and just doing tuition and coaching, which you wouldn't get anywhere else. But Archie O'Brien will start on pole position with Luke Fitchett alongside him. Blake Wilson will start in 3rd with Henry McCartney in 4th. Our 3rd row of the grid will be occupied by Wilson Dilks and Marco Holt, who hopes to have a better day today. Ollie Sims starts in 7th position with Bill Harris alongside him. Finlay Paul Hill starts in 9th with Austin Johnson in 10th, and Harry Payne rounds out our 11 bike LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship grid. Yeah, a kind of medium-sized grid for us here at Lydd, but it was nothing like medium in terms of drama yesterday. It was fantastic stuff, so can't wait to see how this next round begins. Race 1 of 3 today. Yep, it was certainly FAB-Racing yesterday. Now we await for these riders to do their warm-up lap. Before we get underway, of course, some of these riders, such as Archie O'Brien, it will be their first time on track today due to not competing in the Mini GP50 race. So he's really got to warm up his brain, especially because now we're after midday at this point, and he's still not properly been out on track. Absolutely, and we know that Luke Fitchett has been very strong as well through his performances so far today, so a little bit of an advantage for him. I wonder what the reason was that we didn't see Archie O'Brien earlier. Yeah, we'll try to find out at some point, but Archie O'Brien, Spider-Man helmet, leads the way in the front row of the grid. Blake Wilson, some final checks being done. Henry McCartney, a slight different look to him this year, slight different bike, but
He's just
Gold
as
bike and pink
fast.
leathers, yeah.
Yes, he's just as fast as what he was last year, though. He's a master in the wet conditions. 11 bikes on the grid, 11 bikes staring to the lights. The lights go on. And the lights go off and we go race. A slow reaction there from Archie O'Brien. Luke Fitchett takes the race lead. Henry McCartney bumps up to third position ahead of Blake Wilson. But drama further down the field. I think that was Marco Holt creating a gap and queuing up some people. But Ollie Sims managed just to get in front of him. And Ollie Sims is now promoted into what is 5th position. So a great start there from Luke Fitchett on number 7, but Archie O'Brien is going to have loads of work to do. We see Bill Harris also there further down the pack. Harry Payne at the back of the field at the moment, but all these riders so quick, and Luke Fitchett is great at defending, and now he leads the way.
What an amazing start from Luke Fitchett comparative to Archie O'Brien, who has struggled, I think, to hold on to his second place, but he'll be dialed back in very quickly, I'm sure, and he'll be shaking off any track rust that he might have had comparative to the rest of the drivers. But it is Luke Fitchett in the lead, and with the fastest lap of 42.9 on that first lap here of 12 overall. Yeah, it was Archie O'Brien in second position. It's something which we've seen for about the past season now, is he's just struggled to get that bike off the line, get that clutch in the perfect biting point, and be able to drag it out to the perfect rail. He's in the power band, but Archie O'Brien, number 91, second position, he can still work from there. He hasn't lost too many positions, only one, but it's Luke Fitchett in front of him. And now that's Blake Wilson. Wow, that came from nowhere. Yeah. And now he's ahead of Henry McCartney. That definitely would have gave Henry McCartney a wake-up call. Blake Wilson, from so far back, he must have just thought, you know what, this looked possible, and now the number 8 is in third. Absolutely, game for it here is Blake Wilson. So up to third position now in a potential podium, but he won't be happy with that one. He'll be going for more, and just behind them a pair of riders just super close as they go through the S's, but just about lack of contact, and that was nail-biting stuff. Marco Holt there just losing out. Was it to Ollie Sims, or was he just trying to make the attack and it didn't work? Yeah, he's just trying to make the attack. Ollie Sims got the better of him off the line, and now Marco Holt is still trying to get that position back and still trying to get back into the top 5, because Marco Holt is so quick in the 70s, as we've seen before, but he's just been slightly off the pace this weekend with him still trying to break in a engine. But here's the battle for third, and here is nothing between Blake Wilson and Henry McCartney. Henry McCartney will definitely want to give his own back. Definitely, yeah, he'll be ready to go for it. He's also got a very close battle for the lead. Luke Fitchett still now just 0.3 of a second ahead of Archie O'Brien. Yep, just 0.3 ahead of Archie O'Brien, and Archie O'Brien putting in a 41.3, which is incredibly impressive around this circuit. And previously that would have gave you the lap record, but now from yesterday's racing, you know, that lap record is now a 41.2, and Archie O'Brien actually, I believe, may have just got the lap record there. So Archie O'Brien very quick on the number 91 from Luke Fitchett. So very quick racing going on. Yeah, just under 0.3 then at the lead of the race, but it is even closer here in the battle for third position. Blake Wilson hasn't been able to distance against Henry McCartney after making that overtake, that beautiful overtake that he managed to launch from a super long way back. And here they are then, the leaders, Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien in the distinctive Spider-Man helmet and leather arrangement in bike number 91. But Luke Fitchett looking very calm at the moment and very at ease with his bike management. Yeah, very at ease. And now they still are powering through and powering as fast as they can. They are running such high pace at the moment. Archie O'Brien is so quick. He's still trying to push as hard as he can. Just a couple thousandths of a second from the lap record, which was set yesterday. So these two riders have been battling for many years, and you can just see how hard they're having to push to keep with each other. Yeah, Luke just getting a little bit unsettled there through the difficult corner, but down they go towards the final corner. So far Luke Fitchett doing a great job to hold off the advances of Archie O'Brien. It's a new lap record. Archie O'Brien, a 40.9, the first rider to break it into the 40 barrier in the Mini GP 70. Heading into this weekend, the lap record was held by Bailey Stewart Campbell for 41.3, but now we're in the 40 seconds, a 40.9 from Archie O'Brien. Wow, that is so impressive. Luke Fitchett, he would have broke the lap record himself for literally
0.3 of a second before it was taken away from him.
Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible as these guys are taking this this category to new levels here. Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett, fantastic.
Yep, fantastic. Once again, that lap was slightly slower. 40 flat again from Luke Fitchett, which is still incredibly fast. 5 laps to go in this race. The lap record's now held by Archie O'Brien, but of course, these two riders have some history. Archie O'Brien took his first LS2 helmets Mini GP70 British Championship win last year at Rotorua in very tricky conditions, but in the depth of that, he made contact with Luke Fitchett, which resulted in Luke Fitchett falling off the motorcycle. So these two have some history, but they still respect each other. It was just a racing incident, and these things can happen. Right, a slightly slower lap that time from Archie O'Brien. It's left a much bigger gap there to Luke Fitchett. I mean, we're talking about less than a second, but it's still opened up a fair amount. And now we focus on the battle for third position. Blake Wilson has not been able to match the pace of the riders in front of him, but he's just about doing enough to stay ahead of Henry McCartney, who is keen to get himself back onto that podium. Yep, he is very keen to get himself back on that podium. I think everyone in his camp will be very happy for that to happen, but out today, it's perfect conditions for racing. The wind is nowhere near as strong as yesterday, which makes it far more enjoyable for these riders on that bike, and that is how we've seen lap records drop. Marco Holt, though, he's still struggling to get past Ollie Sims. Yeah, what do you put that down to? Is you were saying that he's not quite used to the bike. He was actually putting his foot down there on the approach into the final corner. Yeah, well, quickly, Luke Fitchett has just broke the lap record once again, a 49.85, and now Mark Holt, he's definitely trying his hardest to get past Ollie Sims, but yeah, he's just putting his foot down, doing the doctor's dangle, trying to create some kind of blockage, the leg dangle, but yeah, he's just trying to get used to that bike, get used to that engine. The engine's just new this weekend, and with the lack of practice time, it's meant it's just not broken in yet, it's just not its full potential, so he's still got a bit of work to do before that bike's 100%. 6th place then currently for Marco Holt, but soon to be 5th as he manages to get that engine working pretty well enough to get the top speed and complete the move on the brakes. Fantastic move there from Marco Holt. Yeah, Mark Holt there using all the track and then some coming over the line. He was bouncing his way back onto the circuit, so these guys clearly pushing on. This group right here for everyone at home is Marco Holt, Ollie Sims, Bill Harris and Finlay Paulhill. There's Finlay Paulhill getting ahead of Bill Harris actually for what will be 7th position. And he's not done overtaking yet. He's got himself up the inside, and again another fantastic move. 2 moves in the space of 1 sector from Finlay Paulhill. Luke Fitchett has managed to build a gap though now, Lewis. Yeah, Finlay Paulhill racking up positions, but Luke Fitchett at the front, 1.2 seconds now. Very good lap time. Now it is last lap time. The number 7 of Luke Fitchett leads away from Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien looks like he has no answer this time around. No, it looks like his challenge has run its race now, and it's all about, can Luke Fitchett keep it together? Yeah, can Luke Fitchett keep it together? Young, let's keep it together for one more corner, one more braking zone, one more point to open up the throttle. The number 7, the Luke Fitchett, comes round the final corner to take the checker flag, to take the opening round 2 win for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Archie O'Brien will come home in 2nd, and Blake Wilson should come home in 3rd. This is the battle for 5th position, for the final position in the top 5 as Marco Holt takes it from Finlay Paulhill. Yeah, tremendous stuff. Fantastic. They won't know about that lap record until they get back to the pits, but a fantastic extra bonus for those riders. That is Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien. Tremendous work today, and what a race we had. Yeah, what a race we had. A great result from Luke Fitchett. Exactly what he would have wanted today on the number 7. Luke Fitchett looking very strong all the way throughout the race. He looked very consistent. I don't think he made one mistake all the way throughout that race. No, there was a hint occasionally that he was pushing hard, but he gathered it back again and knows where the limits of that bike are. He really feels looks from my eye, he looks to be at one with it. Tremendous work from Luke Fitchett, saving his best until when it matters most here today through this series of races for round 1. Yep, and now you can see the riders coming into the pit lane as Luke Fitchett will come home to take victory by 1.1 seconds from Archie O'Brien. Blake Wilson rounds out our podium in the Mini GP70 class with Henry McCartney in 4th. Marco Holt rounds out our top 5 with Finlay Boyle making up great positions on the final couple of laps. And now Ollie Sims 7th, Bill Harris 8th, Austin Johnson 9th, and Harry Payne rounding out our top 10. But yeah, very, very close race. Lap record broken about 3 or 4 times with Luke Fitchett taking it away.
Fantastic, and not only that, but that lap record was only 4 thousandths of a second away from Archie O'Brien's fastest as well. Just fantastic to see these two riders absolutely pushing each other to new heights.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You can see now the riders talking to, I believe that's Bethany Ashby and Annabelle McCarthy as Harry Payne. So talking about that race, talking about what happened, a top 10 finish from Harry Payne. Of course, he had that awful crash last year at Clandell at the final corner. So you still get his confidence up slightly from that, and yeah, it'll be great to see him back at the front again. But all the riders now in pit lane having chats with the parents, talking about the race and talking about how they done better. But of course, we have highlights from round 1 coming up, because now we are on our lunch break.
Yeah, so enjoy the highlights, and we'll be back for you very shortly for race 2, the rounds of race 2 coming up here at round 2 of Lydd karting circuit of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships.
Race 3 of the LC40 Elite class, the highest class of mini motor racing here in the UK. You can see Sarah Harris and Luca Allen making their way out to the grid to help these riders. So these riders on the fastest mini motos you can get your hands on at the moment. They are very, very quick, and they're very talented riders on it, and it's quite a big field here in the LC40 Elite class. 15 riders, which especially compared to last season has risen quite a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw a fantastic qualifying by Byron Johnson and by Taylor Tomlinson to take out the front row. The earlier race didn't quite go to plan for Taylor Tomlinson, so be very pleased about the current rule set here, where qualifying stands for all your race starts. So that works out very well for bike 77 there on the right hand of your screen, and just coming into position is bike 37. Looks like a 32, but 37 for Byron Johnson for yet another ride.
So now we await on the grid. Taylor Thompson looks very, very strong. He looks like he is the man to beat in the future, but right now in the LC40 Elite class, the man to beat is Byron Johnson. He was incredibly strong, but of course it's not all about the men here at FAB. We have plenty of female riders racing in the class, and they're going very, very strong. And of course, Bradley Curtis, his sister, is also racing this weekend here at FAB, Lucy Curtis. So now the riders are away out on their warm-up lap for race 3.
And here is your grid then to start the race. We've already talked about Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson on the front row. And next comes Ollie Sims and Sam Gardner on row 2. On row 3, Lewis Hull and Rex Austin with Bradley Curtis. Lewis just mentioned him, starting in 7th position. Harrison Day next to him. And then we've got Sebastian Kozlowski, Nicholas Dunwoody on row 5. P11 is Matthew Thomas, and P12 Oliver Hall. And then row 7, Liam Lindquist, Josh Perkins, and at the back, Callum Maxwell. They'll be back round for us before we know it, Lewis. We're underway for yet another race.
Yeah, yet another race, and their final race of round 1. The LC40 Elite class is incredibly strong this year. Of course, both air and liquid cooled bikes on the grid. So 2 different types of motorcycles, but still in one class and producing some great racing, as we see the riders now coming onto the grid. Some weaving, trying to get the final little bit of temperature in their tyres that they can possibly get. But marshals, helpers and officials are waiting for the start of this race.
Great stop there from Byron Johnson. He's obviously excited to be racing again today, and looking forward to this one. Of course, the fastest time in qualifying was actually some half a second faster than Taylor Tomlinson. So whether that translates here, and whether Taylor can actually pick up the pace a little bit on these bikes, remains to be seen over the course of the next 9 laps.
Yet 9 laps to go in this race. We await for the final checks to be done before we can get underway. The officials are waiting for the green light to go before the red light will come on. But I believe we're waiting for a rider at the moment to make their way onto the grid before we can get started. And until then, the riders will have more nerves entering their body and will continue to warm up these air and liquid cooled Minimoto motorcycles.
So what does this weight feel like, Lewis, underneath the rider?
Yeah, I've raced them in the moto once, and it's very, very tricky. Of course, I was taller than these guys, but like Lewis Hull will have to do with a lack of straight line speed, he'll really have to push, and maybe some points in the circuit he might feel a little bit awkward while sitting on the bike, but he has to put it to the back of their mind. Everyone does, as the lights are on. And the lights are off and we go racing, and Byron Johnson gets the whole shot off the line and gets a good initial start, and it looks like he'll lead the way. Sam Gardner positions himself in third position, and in second position it's Taylor Tomlinson. Ollie Sims drops all the way back down to about 5th position after a bad start from him. Bradley Curtis in 6th at the moment, but Byron Johnson leads the way on the number 37. He's trying to do what Johnson's doing, that is win the LC40 Elite Championship, and so far as we can he's went a good way about it. But of course, it's FAB-Racing, anything can happen, as we just seen there, almost hitting into the back of Sam Gardner. Sam Gardner, a slightly different colour scheme this year on his motorcycle. It's a white front plate on his bike. There he is there, and there is Lewis Hull trying to find a way into the infield. These riders slightly taller than what we've seen previously in the rookies and the pro class.
Certainly Lewis Hull is, yeah. Down the inside into the S's before the final corner. What a beautiful move from Lewis Hull. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was a great move there. Out the final corner they come now, and to tick off the first lap. 9 laps this race, 8 laps to go. Byron Johnson, look at him go, but this time around Taylor Tomlinson is not letting them go at all.
Absolutely, no. Taylor Tomlinson really dialed in now, and tucked up, catching a little bit of slipstream behind Byron Johnson, and maybe at the moment quite content to sit behind him and bring both cars forward away from the group. But if Lewis Hull and setting the fastest lap on the previous lap of 59.7 is anything to go by, I think they'll be joined by him very shortly.
Yeah, I think he will be, and now we can just see the riders pushing on. And before they come into the infield section, now it's infield section, it's really the part that can separate riders, if you think about it, because it's such fast and flowing corners, and then you go in such tight, twisty, slow hairpins. It's almost like driving the car in the motorway, then going into a small 20-mile-an-hour road. You have to completely change up your mindset. But there is Byron Johnson leading the way, takes off another lap, 7 laps to go. Now the real question is, can Taylor Tomlinson keep up this pace, because they're doing mid-56s, which is very, very quick for the elite class.
Absolutely. Another fastest lap from Lewis Hull though as well, in a little bit of clear air now into that 3rd position, and starting to reel in the riders in front, but only by about 1/10 of a second, if that, as Byron Johnson is now starting to turn the wick up a little bit and stretch his legs.
Yeah, stretch his legs he will do, but coming around the final coming into the final section now of the course, 7 laps to go in this race. Lewis Hull, as we mentioned, slightly taller than some of the other riders. Ollie Sims, also quite a tall rider. He's raced in the Metrokit bikes, now he's racing in the LC40 Elites as well as the Metrokits. He's such a quick and strong rider that seems to be overall and greatly balanced. But there's Matthew Thomas actually looking at the back of Curtis. Can he find a way past? It looks like not yet. Now this season Matthew Thomas returns, number 47 this year, on the bright green bike. He's very, very easy to spot. Harrison Day currently in 8th place and defending from Sebastian Gieselski, who moves up from the rookie class after having a great last season.
The race going very well so far for the entire field, in fact. But Byron Johnson just set a new fast lap, so he definitely is getting quicker. A 55.894 and a move down inside there from... remind me, sorry, Lewis, the green...
Ollie Sims.
It's Ollie Sims, fantastic stuff. Really good move on was that Sam Gardner?
Yes.
He just got fantastic.
But Sam Gardner there, he's really pushing on, and Sam Gardner on the inside line there. Sam Gardner a bit too tight there, and there's Matthew Thomas taking up the inside, and Matthew Thomas setting his eyes on Ollie Sims. You could just see the height difference, actually. It's almost like a step down every single time, but Ollie Sims leading the way of this pack anyway, for 4th position. The final positions are off the podium. Can they catch up to Lewis Hull? We're going to have to wait and find out. The riders in front are just a tiny bit faster, but Matthew Thomas finding a way through, and finding a way through Ollie Sims and making it into 4th position. Does Matthew Thomas secretly have the pace in his back pocket?
It remains to be seen. We've got 5 laps to go. Another new fastest lap, another 0.2 of a second faster from Byron Johnson at 55.6 this time. And it looks like Lewis Hull has not quite got the pace to pull on here. But it's Taylor Tomlinson coming up to overtake. Is that? It's getting through. It's Taylor Tomlinson defending from Lewis Hull at this stage. So Lewis Hull has really reeled him in something incredibly quickly there, and he's now really having to be very wary behind him as Lewis Hull looms large, both figuratively and literally, on the back of Taylor Tomlinson. Here he comes towards the outside then, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis Hull wants to make a move and wants to make a move fast. Last time around, 0.003 of a second was the difference between these two riders' lap times. There's barely nothing in it, but clearly Lewis Hull has had some good consecutive and consistent lap times to be able to catch up. Look at that different line he's taken. That's just because he's such a taller rider. He has to try something different to keep that corner speed, because he's lacking speed in a straight line with that added weight and height. But looking down the inside, he goes, oh! And the big crash there from Lewis Hull. He straight away on his feet, picks it up and tries to get the bike restarted. 4 laps to go in this race. He's got it restarted, he's rejoining the track. So what can he do now? What can Lewis Hull do now? Can he catch up?
Oh, fantastic recovery from Lewis, but that is down the order then. It's Byron Johnson from Taylor Tomlinson in the order at the moment, but of course Lewis Hull slipped behind that four-way battle now that is now a battle for the podium. Matthew Thomas, Ollie Sims, Bradley Curtis, Sam Gardner, and then Lewis Hull back up to race speed, and once again, and a personal best there for Brad Curtis.
Yeah, Lewis Hull dropping down to 7th position after that fall. It just looked like he was braking slightly too hard. As soon as he went to tip in, the front wheel almost locked and just threw him right on the ground. But Lewis Hull, 7th position, he can still score some points. And actually, we're looking at his battle right now between Ollie Sims and Bradley Curtis. And just behind this lot will be Sam Gardner, I believe, and just behind them will be Lewis Hull, who's just fell. So Ollie Sims right now has caught up to the back of Matthew Thomas, who looked up the pace just a couple of laps ago, but maybe with the extra heat that we're having, might just be getting a bit tired towards the end of the day.
It could be, and certainly it doesn't seem to be affecting Taylor Tomlinson. He's been a very, very busy rider so far today. He's in 2nd place, but is that a pass for position down into turn 1 and 2? Fantastic stuff there, brilliant stuff from Brad Curtis in the bright yellow leathers. Tremendous stuff from him as he now moves his way up towards the 4th place, Ollie Sims. He'll be paying him a lot of attention. 2 laps to go now, Lewis.
Yeah, now Ollie Sims might start thinking about defending from Sam Gardner, and just behind Sam Gardner, there he is, Lewis Hull. 2 laps to go in this race. Can Lewis Hull make any recovery positions and just recover any points that were amiss? Of course, Lewis Hull crashing now means this is a battle for the podium position, with Matthew Thomas ahead of this lot, ahead of Bradley Curtis in 3rd place, as Byron Johnson sits a 55.4 at the front.
That's
so
really good.
Last lap time for our leader Byron Johnson, the number 37.
Yeah, he has been absolutely peerless, bringing the bike going faster and faster throughout this race. He's obviously unlocked something, Byron Johnson, so far in this lap. We're on the final lap now. Taylor Tomlinson, Matthew Thomas, and Bradley Curtis, your top 4.
Yeah, that was the top 4, and there's your top man, Byron Johnson, the 55.4 last lap. Will he be able to beat this lap? Because he looks like he's not slowing down at all. He's clearly pushing there. You can see the front end protesting as he went into that corner, but a very, very tight section. What can Byron Johnson do? Well, what he will do is he'll take the race, when he'll follow in his brother's footsteps and win the LC40 Elite race. Byron Johnson takes the race win and sets a great final lap and a great distance between 2nd place at the line. Taylor Tomlinson crosses the line with with an 8.2 second gap. There is Sam Gardner defending from Ollie Sims. Ollie Sims has really lost out here, and Lewis Hull makes it up to 4th position at the line. An incredible last lap, making up 3 positions.
Yeah, what must have happened off camera there for Lewis Hull, who managed to regain all those places, but what could have been, I think he could have been battling for the win here if he just dialed it back that tiny bit. But this race all about Byron Johnson, Lewis.
Yeah, Byron Johnson taking the race win. 8.2 seconds separated himself and Taylor Thompson and Matthew Thomas on the podium. So a great podium. 3 greatly experienced riders at such a young age for the LC40 Elite class. So what will we see? Of course, these guys will be back tomorrow for round 2, but that is the end of their round 1. Of course, it's a double round here at FAB. But what a great ride that was from Byron Johnson, winning the race by 8.2 seconds. Matthew Thomas will come home in 3rd place with Taylor Thompson ahead of them. Lewis Hull recovers all the way to 4th position with Bradley Curtis just behind. Sam Gardner finishes in 6th with Ollie Sims, Harrison Day, Sebastian Gislowski and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out our top 10. So a great race there, a great ride from Byron Johnson. I think the whole grid's wondering, what can they do to catch him up?
Yeah, they've got to go away, do some homework, figure out what they've got to do. But that's the end of their Sunday for these riders, and they'll be back tomorrow. At least those of them that don't have to go to school, I imagine, will be back tomorrow. So we'll see some more of them, and hopefully we'll get some more competition right at the very top of the order. Next up then, everybody, we have got the Extreme 200 race 3 of the weekend, the second race of the day here at Lydd Kart Circuit, and we saw a fantastic race 1, didn't we, Lewis?
Yeah, fantastic race 1 involving Casey O'Gorman and Phelps Robert was further down the order, but Casey O'Gorman and Sylvain Mountsie battled all the way throughout the race until Sylvain Mountsie crashed on the straight. And now I've spoken to Sylvain Mountsie since his crash and since his off to see how he was and how the bike was. And first of all, he's enjoying the bike. He just says his ego was slightly damaged in that crash. But Sylvain Mountsie, he said exactly what was thought up here, that Casey O'Gorman had a little wobble, and just as Casey O'Gorman looked behind his shoulder, he looked behind the other shoulder where Sylvain Mountsie was, so he couldn't see Sylvain Mountsie, and he had to take to the grass. And with it being a 4-stroke, a lot of engine braking on the bike, so it just meant his rear wheel locked up on the slightly wet and slippery grass, and down he went. So very unfortunate crash, but up to that point, what a race we were having.
Absolutely. A bruised ego has a very easy remedy, I've heard, and that's winning. So I'm sure that's what he's going to try and do here next up. So it's going to be Sylvain Mountsie in 2nd position, who is going to be back right on the pace, I feel sure. Big mix of bikes on the grid, and it's great to see these fantastic riders here. Really pushing hard and just coming for the fun of it, really.
Yeah, it really is coming from better things, really, bigger things. But I'm just hearing that Ronnie Harris will not be taking part in this race due to his bike not running properly. We've seen earlier on he was struggling to get away from the line, so a great shame. So it will mean that 8 bikes will be starting this race.
And our start for you then, Casey O'Gorman and Sylvain Mountsie, who we saw fighting fantastically in that first race. Then comes Ronnie Harris, who will be missing from the grid. Luca Allen in 4th. Zach Turian will have a bigger gap in front of him than he's used to, with Noah Gullery then in 6th position. We then have on row 4 Adam Redding, Philip Suriak, and at the back of the grid Ben Ridgewell will be the one who will take up the rear, but a slightly truncated 8 bike grid will take us through this Extreme 200s for just 7 laps.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a great race though. Both the riders on the front row are on the Bushimoto motorcycles. It's a 190cc bike, aero exhaust system in the rear of Sylvain Mountsie, I can see that from here. But it's basically a British Talent Cup race. The lights are on. The lights are off. You can hear the revs there. We're very, very high. Sylvain Mountsie cannot get the better of Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman once again taking the race lead in fine fashion. The Junior GP and Red Bull Rookie rider leading the way of the British Talent Cup rider. So Casey O'Gorman showing how strong he is and showing how calm he is. He looks so calm on the bike. But yeah, lap times are so quick. While Sullivan Mincy, slightly the opposite. He's a bit wild. You can just see how hard he's pushing, how hard he wants this. It's great to watch for us here in the commentary box and for everyone here at home.
Definitely, there's plenty of action going on in the midfield, but I think Sullivan Mincy wants to get this done very early. The last thing he wants to do, Lewis, is spend any more laps watching the tail of Casey O'Gorman. Yeah,
it's so great to see, though, these two riders on track together and just seeing them pushing to the absolute limit of these bushy motos. So yeah, it's so great to see Casey O'Gorman leading the way. Number 67 actually doesn't even have the fastest lap. It's Sullivan Mincy who has the fastest lap the first time around, but we'll wait and see what will happen, how the race develops, because you can see Sullivan Mincy always taking a wider line at this back section of the circuit. It's such a quick section of the circuit though, but Sullivan Mincy, the number 4, trying to get into some sort of a slipstream from Casey O'Gorman. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. But both riders slightly wider line. Late apex it out, using all the track and then some, but Casey O'Gorman 41.3, 1/10 faster that time around for Sullivan Mincy.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman looking super smooth on the bike as well. Absolutely in control, no movement whatsoever, just maximising every little input result, and it just seems like just so much more calm, as you say, on the bike, with Mincy looking that little bit more wild and flexible on the bike, and just trying to make his presence felt here. But again, it's great to see these two pushing each other so hard, and will we see Mincy launch and attack soon?
Yeah, it's a great example of two riders which really respect each other, and two talented riders which we've seen be so successful, both in British Championship and in Casey O'Gorman's case, the European Championship. And you can just see why these guys are at the top of their game at the moment, because they're so consistent, they're so fair, and they're so close. But Sullivan Mincy right now, you can just see trying to get any kind of advantage. You can see the bike just trying to skip and hop, and yep, there he is, taking a wide line once again. Faster lap last time around though by Sullivan Mincy, 1/10 faster, and it appears to be the closest battle on the field at the moment is the battle for the lead.
Which is what you want to see, absolutely. Where is Luca Allen? Well, he's only in third position, and he's 2.8 seconds behind this pair. So if they start to battle or have another moment like we saw earlier, Luca Allen will be ready to hoover this one up. But at the moment, it is absolutely a two-horse race between Casey O'Gorman and Sullivan Mincy. And here he comes, an attempt up the inside, Lewis, but more of a calm. It didn't look like a particularly serious attempt.
I think it looks like Sullivan Mincy thinking about a move, but this is Casey O'Gorman he's doing it on. Casey O'Gorman just didn't care. He still put his leg into the corner, dropped the bike down, and he said, look, you're not going to get past, completely closed the door on him and forced him to back off. If that was a less experienced rider, they might have sat up the motorcycle and then Sullivan Mincy would be through. But on Casey O'Gorman, you're going to have to do something more serious than that, I would say. But you can just see Sullivan Mincy, he's ready to pounce at any type of mistake that we see from Casey.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over the pair of them as they come through the middle of the circuit at the moment. Mincy just looking around, and he's taking such wider lines, as you mentioned before, but he's still able to put in faster times despite these much wider corner entries. He's looking very, very likely to make a move shortly. This, of course, they miss out the infield section here as they come round the final corner, and Casey O'Gorman holding track position, but having to hold off a great deal of pressure as well. 6 to go.
Yeah, both riders are almost getting their elbows down on these bushy motors, but coming over the start-finish line there, Sullivan Mincy, his bike was hop, skipping and jumping. He really was using all of the track there, but Sullivan Mincy, look at him go. I mean, he's just so exciting to watch. Casey O'Gorman, he's almost the polar opposite right now. Casey O'Gorman looks in control, Sullivan Mincy looks aggressive and is ready to pass, but Casey O'Gorman, it looks like he's going to have to force a mistake, and right now Sullivan Mincy's trying to do that.
Down the inside, no, but again, better angle for Casey, and now they're coming up to some lap traffic, and it's Ben Ridgewell right at the tail, and Casey diving down the inside.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman trying to get down the inside. No blue flags here at FAB, so it's down to the person behind to get past safely. But there's number 64 still leads. Sylvain Menzi closes up the gap there actually on the brakes, on the back shift. You can see him slightly shifted up by Casey O'Gorman. Having a little look there, checking he's still there. He'll have a smile on his face, I bet, and then they'll come into the paddock and have a good laugh about this, because what a race it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Casey won earlier, but what a fantastic example of absolutely full ball racing between the top two here. That is Sullivan Mounsey, who is really strong on corner exits. It's just the shortness of the straights, I think, especially in the way into turn one, that is truncating his options. He just can't seem to get himself level here with Casey O'Gorman, but I think they're coming up to another back marker.
Yeah, I think they are as well, but Casey O'Gorman having another look at the exact same corner, checking that Sullivan Menzi's here, and that will potentially be playing with Sullivan Menzi's head, knowing that Casey O'Gorman is in control right now and just has a little look behind, check he's there. But Sullivan Menzi, what will he do? It looks like his final corner might be the place where he can make an opportunity. Try the slightly different line there, slightly wider exit to try and keep a sweeper line on the number 4. But Casey O'Gorman right now still managing to keep in control. He knows how difficult it is to pass around this Lydd kart circuit.
Yeah, and I think they're extending a fair amount of trust to Sullivan Manzi as well, just making sure that they both can race quite so close together. We do have a stopped racer. That is Noah Gullery, and it seems to be adjusting something on the rear axle, so it may have made some contact with the barrier.
Yeah, Noah Gilroy there trying to get the bike restarted this weekend, racing a KTM 85cc in the Extreme 200 class. But Sullivan Menzi hard on the brakes once again. It appears no way past. The real question is Sullivan Menzi just learning and watching right now to see where he can effectuate his passing on the last lap? Try it every single opportunity he thinks he has half a chance at.
I can't imagine he will go this entire race long without going for a real bonsai move. But yeah, as you say, just trying to measure his opponent here, who he's clearly got a little edge over, especially corner exit.
Yeah, right now it's Casey O'Gorman who's pushing at the front, but no, Sullivan Menzi who's pushing at the front, but no, Sullivan Menzi who has all the data from the rider in front. There's more back markers coming. Will they come into play? We come round the final corner to start the final lap of the final race of the day for the Extreme 200 class between Sullivan Menzi and Casey O'Gorman.
Final lap then, absolutely. It looked like Sullivan was going to dip underneath, and there's a new fastest lap then for Casey O'Gorman. Perhaps just toying with Sullivan Manzi. There won't be a fastest lap this time. They've had to navigate a problem, another back marker, possibly Bren Richwell or Adam Redding, but they're taking very different lines on the way into the final section of the racetrack now. On they come. Opening up the throttle once again, all the way down, and it's the final corner coming up. Can we see a move here from Sullivan Manzi? Casey O'Gorman just defends to the inside. They will be side by side across the line. He gets it in, closer inside, and wow, 24 thousandths of a second between them. Casey O'Gorman got it, but I think it was on for a potential photo finish at the end. What a cracking finish to that race, and they had us guessing all the way, Lewis.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Sullivan Menzi, as I said, he had all the data. He knew that final corner was where he had the drive, and he went straight on that turn one. He was going that fast. But look at Alan, set his personal best lap on the final lap of the race and finishing in third place. But yeah, there is your order. Casey O'Gorman, your race winner. What a great race that was between himself and second place Sullivan Menzi. As I said, look at Alan, third place, fastest lap, personal fastest lap of himself, just 9 seconds off, and finishing ahead of Philip Soroviak in fourth. And Philip Soroviak is such an accomplished rider in the Extreme 200 and the British Talent Cup class. Zach Tureen finished in fifth, Adam Redding in sixth, Ben Ridwell in seventh, and Noah Gilroy rounds out our top 8 on our grid for the Extreme 200 class after stopping midway through the race. So you can see now riders talking. I believe it's Shannon King talking Sullivan Menzi, talking about potentially even who even won, because Sullivan Menzi and Casey O'Gorman, 24 thousandths of a second. You're not going to be able to see that on the bike.
No, absolutely.
But there is Luke Allen talking to some people, and we've seen Philip Soroviak come for your picture, as I already said. Had a great great ride, finishing in 4th. Maybe not where we normally see him, but great ride from Phil Strawbeck. Next up will be the final race of the day for the Moto Team class, and what a race one we had. It was Will Howarth who looked very, very strong on the number 96. Will Howarth racing in both the Moto Team and the Senior Mini Motos this weekend, so double the track time for him, and it's clearly paying off.
Absolutely, yeah. It's your favourite race of the of the day, isn't it? Calling all those names that have team in them. But yeah, we've got SFC on second on the grid there, next to Will Howarth. But Will has had a very successful race. Is that Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, it's Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic on YouTube. Go check him out. And this year, HGC released a Sonic helmet, so he thought, why not get some Sonic levers to go with it?
Very, very nice indeed. Get all the retro feels for someone of my age anyway for Sonic, which is great. Are we missing our pole sitter at the moment, or is he just being stylishly late?
Stylishly late, it seems.
You see the team liveries on the bikes. There's your Team Acme on the right of screen, and through we go then to start the cycle lap for the grid, which we'll have for you shortly. Starting from the pole position will be Will Howarth in Team Will Howarth, I think, followed by SFC Racing, then Team Pinky in the Brain, and Team Italia on row 2. On row 3, Acme Racing and the Aimable, Robert Aimable's bike. And then comes row 4, Team KC and Team Ernie and the Badger. Then we have on row 5, Jamie Diss, and next to him, Team Cytec Engineering, followed by Bert and Ben Martin at the back of the grid in 12th position.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race this time around. Can anyone match Will Howarth's pace? A 46.9 he put in qualifying. Race 1, even faster. It's just on a 50cc open bike. Of course, 2 classes in this race, the standard and the open. We'll keep you updated on who the class winners are this time around, and of course the overall race winner. So the riders now waiting on the grid and in the sunshine here at Lydd. They point to the lights will go on, and the lights go off, and Will Howarth looks to have made a great start, and he well leaked away from Team SFC Racing. Team FSC Racing is just behind in second, as there's Jamie King on that Team Pinky in the Brain bike, in the Sonic levers in third. Of course, last year's Super Stock Championship. So what can Jamie King do, and can he make any more positions? So Will Howarth leading the way, and straight away it looks like he's not pulling away from Team SFC Racing.
Very, very close between Aimable and Team Italia. Oh, was that a touch between the riders? But Team Italia going backwards and trying to find some position on the racetrack. But Will Howarth leading away, and a challenge then down the inside from SFC as he outbrakes himself. He's just about rescued it on the exit of the apex, and away they go, and taking the lead. Team SFC with a 49.225 with Team Pinky in the Brain in the Sonic leathers just waiting and in third position at the moment, and the top 4 starting to gap. Well, maybe the top 5 we shall see as they progress through this next lap, but a great move there, Lewis, from SFC. Yeah,
very, very surprising at the moment. Actually, it looks like Will Howarth does not have the pace that he had in race 1 at least, unless if he's just buying this time, giving us a race this time around. He pulls the pin. We're going to have to wait and see what he does, but Will Howarth incredibly fast, as there is Team Italia on the back of Pinky in the Brain. But Will Howarth looking down the inside, can he make it work? No, he cannot this time around. Number 96. We come around, let's look at the lap times this time around. I think it'll be very interesting, very telling.
There he is.
Both of them in the 46s. So Team SFC looks to have the pace.
Yeah, and faster than their pole times as well. Pole and second place times. So tremendous a change of performance so far. SFC opened the door though, and it looks like Will Howarth needs no second invitation into the middle of the racetrack, into the long sweeping right-hander where he himself was vulnerable on the previous lap. Back into the lead then goes Will Howarth.
Yeah, Will Howarth into the lead now. What can SFC do? Can they keep up? Can they keep up the pace and match it? But Pinky in the Brain with Jamie King on it, battling still with Team Italia as they're coming through a back marker. It appears they might have some issues this early on. Yeah, it looks like they're going into the pit lane, but Jamie King was very, very cool with that Sonic helmet, I have to say, and his DRC levers, but Will Howarth at the front, a 46 again this time around, consistently at the front, but SFC only 3 tenths
right there with him, SFC, and as you say, Pinky in the Brain not too far away either. Team Italia coming up had a bit of a rough start, but back up where they started and starting to pressurise Pinky in the Brain. Will Howarth in the lead of our race, but only by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, only 1.5 tenths of a second. And SFC Racing looks down the inside. He makes a move on Will Howarth. That is so impressive to see. What can Will Howarth do? Can he battle back? Will he battle back, or will he sit behind and just try to learn something for 1 or 2 laps? Maybe see where he's losing the time in that final corner, how he can improve it. Although that time around, a 47.3 from Will Howarth, so we know he can do faster than that.
Absolutely, but he's vulnerable on the brakes into that final corner. SFC have been super strong, and then again, it's almost... Although these two corners are incredibly similar, I think it's the build-up to the corner that means that Will Howarth has got the greater corner speed and entry on the mid in the second sector, but in the final sector, it's all about SFC.
Yeah, and these guys, they're not only battling for the overall win right now, they're battling for the class win, and there's SFC trying down the inside, but Will Howarth shutting the door. So right now, they are battling for the overall win and the Moto Team Open class win. And now Team Pinky in the Brain, in third position, is actually leading the Moto Team standard class, and just behind them is Team Italia in second place in that standard class. So it's a great race, 2 races in 1, and all of them wanting to finish overall first.
Absolutely, but yeah, absolutely. They've got different performances. Will Howarth, fastest lap that time, it was a 46.286. Team Italia absolutely crowding the rear wheel of Pinky in the Brain, and down the inside and round, and an unusual place to pass.
Yeah, quite an unusual place. Takes a lot of bravery around there. Jamie King maybe just got a bit startled there from passing in that position. But last time around, Will Howarth was 6 tenths faster than SFC. This time around, it cruelly is not that. SFC, I think, are faster. Yes, they are 1 tenth faster this time around than Will Howarth. What can SFC do? And just behind them, it's Team Italia, who look to have the pace. They're already catching, it seems, on first and second.
Italia have been building pace.
Hello and welcome to the afternoon of round 2 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. It is the AC40 Pro class that will be first up for their race 2. It's round 2 of the championship. We're here at Lydd again, same as round 1. So a lot of experience now for these riders around the circuit in great conditions.
Fantastic day to race as well. You can still see the wind whipping around a little bit, but it's nowhere near as strong as it has been earlier, and we should have fantastic track conditions for these young racers.
Yeah, we should. The young racers are now making their way onto the track. This is the middleweight class. In the mini-moto class, classes that we have here at FAB, we have 4 of them, 3 for kids and 1 for the adults. So certainly something for everyone. And I believe this time around in the afternoon race sessions, we are just going to have a short lap to the grid before 1 warm-up lap, and then racing will get underway. So obviously no warm-up sessions this morning meant that we had to give the riders 2 warm-up laps before we got underway, but now just 1.
Yeah, so they should be dialed in. They should be ready and raring to go. There's a photographer lying down, just relaxing. I think trying to get a particularly fun shot. I don't know if no, it looks to be just reading something, not taking any pictures. So he'll enjoy this one when he watches back to see that we caught him napping.
Yeah, Dale Baldwin, the photographer here, all the FAB rounds. Potentially he's even watching the coverage on his phone. Hopefully so. We'll have to wait and find out. But now then, the AC40 Pros are waiting on the grid, and all the riders are raring to go. I am sure they've had to wait all lunch for this, so it's been a big build-up. Absolutely, yeah. And Rex Austin with the win in round 1. Race 1 here, so he'll be hoping to secure that again further. He is riding bike 991 and did qualify himself onto that pole position and converted that into the win in the first round. Yeah, he did, and Logan Cousins is going to be wanting for a better result this time around. You can just see, actually, Taylor Thompson making his late entry to the grid. But he's having a quick word to Lee Klaus, and then we should be able to get underway for the warm-up lap before we go racing.
Hint of a finger wag going on there. I think he might be just asking Taylor to calm down a little bit, perhaps. But he's properly excited about getting racing again.
Yep, all the parents are getting told to exit off the grid before we get underway for a 15 bike field that we have here, and Dale is already ready for the pictures, but it is going to be Rex Austin on pole position with Taylor Tomlinson alongside him. Sebastian Gieselski will start our second row of the grid with Sam Gardner in fourth position next to him. Bradley Curtis will start our third row of the grid with Nicholas Dunwoody next to him, and Logan Cousins, the number 7 in 7th position, starts on the fourth row of the grid with Liam Lindquist in 8th. Preston Baker and Oliver Hall are on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th, and Harrison Day and Josh Perkins on the 6th row of the grid. Tyler Hartley, Seth Hayward and Archie Hooper round out our 15 bike grid that we have here for the AC40 Pro, so it's going to be some great racing. You can just for the camera, the wind is definitely picked up from this morning.
It looks to be, and those advertising hoardings also getting a bit whipped up as well. So the starters having to hold the flag still. It's definitely picking up and calm a bit. All the assistants there just waving the bikes to slow down because they were expecting 2-lap warm-up again, I think, perhaps, but getting ready for a standing start now, of course, after warming those bikes up for 1 lap. And we are ready to get racing again this afternoon. Fantastic. Can't wait for this one, Lewis. The AC40 Pros.
Yep, I can't wait either, neither can the riders. They're all going to be staring at the lights. They're all raring to go. They've been waiting since this morning to get this race done, to get the action underway. We start the first race 2 of the day. The lights go on. And the lights go out for round 2 here at Lydd, and it's a great start made by Rex Austin. Rex Austin leads the grid, and Sam Gardner getting dropped down all the way to 4th position. Taylor Tomlinson managing to get into that podium position though, so what a great start that's been. Sebastian Gieselski in a very, very good and respectable 2nd position. Bradley Curtis in 5th at the moment, and Logan Cousins having a very consistent start and continuing in 7th position.
Looks like possibly Preston Baker dropped down slightly as well from that start. Taylor Tomlinson down 2 places and then back up immediately, so a good recovery, but again a characteristic poor start from Taylor Tomlinson. Yep,
and characteristically not like Sam Gardner, but I believe he's received a jump start penalty at the start of this race, so he's in 4th position at the moment. A massive high side there from Sebastian Gieselski and collecting Sam Gardner, so his day has just gone from bad to worse, but both riders are up on their feet, and that's definitely a good sign. Sebastian Gieselski looks to try to get the bike started. Everyone's checking that he's okay, a nod to the head there, so he jumps back on the bike and he gets underway again. What bravery from the young rider.
Amazing courage to get straight back on it. I know that they're kind of pre-programmed to do that as soon as they can, but it's almost like they don't make a conscious check of how they're feeling. They just want to get going again. But back on it, but still on it. Here we've got the leaders. This is Rex Austin versus Taylor Tomlinson. Yet again, these super quick little drivers, little racers who are doing so well today.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson will definitely be feeling confident, but not as much as Rex Austin, who has the fastest lap of the race, a 58.2 this time around. It definitely will be a lot faster this time though, as it's not from stand start. And there's another crasher, I believe. Yeah, that's the number 12, which is going to be Archie Hooper. So Archie Hooper crashing as well, so a lot of riders following at the start of this AC40 Pro race.
Yeah, maybe taking too much of a break over lunchtime, or I'm not quite sure how else to describe it, unless it's that wind picking up. We'll see if as the coverage continues through the day.
Yeah, a lot of riders were very, very anxious over lunchtime, sure, and there's been a lot of build up to this race, but there's Taylor Tomlinson looking down the inside, and now it'll be the outside for this first place, but of course still 7 laps to go, so still plenty of time at the moment for him to make his move.
Yeah, and of course we're back into using the infield section again for these mini motos, and that means that the main overtaking zone will be within that infield section that we're approaching right now, with Taylor Tomlinson tucked in again and looking to try and action a move here up against Rex Austin, your winner of race 1. And Taylor Tomlinson, great switch back there. He'll be fully alongside and muscling Rex Austin out and getting the lead of the race then with 7 to go. Taylor Tomlinson in the lead.
Yep, 7 to go. Taylor Tomlinson in the lead now, number 77, with a clear track in front of him, something which he was pretty used to last year in the AC40 Rookie class. His sparring partner from last year, Sebastian Gieselski, now down in 14th position after that crash, but I'm sure he'll make his way up the order. Further down the field, there's battles going all the way down the field. There's a big battle going on right here between Logan Cousins and Oliver Hall, and Logan Cousins is also going to be wanting to try and get the better of Liam Lindquist. This is for 4th position. These three riders, Liam Lindquist having a great ride today, actually in 4th position. Oliver Hall really going for that outside move. It's quick corner to do it. Can he make it work? Oliver Hall having to back out of that on Logan Cousins.
Tremendous stuff there. Just to update you further down the order, Sam Gardner did manage to get past Seth Hayward for 12th position. Archie Hooper has made a position up on Sebastian Gieselski as he gets himself back into in racing speed after that fairly concerning looking accident, but he's back right on it once again.
Yep, so now coming through the final sector of the circuit, and Oliver Hall is still trying to get the slipstream, trying to find any little inch of track over Logan Cousins as he can. Logan Cousins, of course, his mother is due to have a baby this weekend, and I know his dad has been going back and forth to the circuit every single day pretty much over this 2-round meeting. So great dedication from everyone in the family. And there we see a battle further down the field. That is Preston Baker battling for 7th position with Nicholas Dunwoody. So it's great to see so many battles and so many people get in a race, because in a race that's really where you learn your racecraft.
Absolutely, yeah, they are. They're learning every single turn here, and just so keen to make a good impression, to have a good weekend, and so far so good for the riders. It's great to see such full grids into day 2 here, and tremendous work by everybody involved to keep this one running so smoothly.
Yep, tremendous work. And Sebastian Gieselski, I believe, has retired from the race, and I've just seen Archie Hooper pull into the pit lane as well. So both riders retiring from the race. Potentially there's some bike issues, or potentially just not feeling 100%. We'll find out later on. But Liam Lindquist and Oliver Hall is now ahead of Logan Cousins. So Logan Cousins now dropping down to what is going to be 6th position. So Oliver Hall is clearly on the charge here and wants 4th place.
Yeah, he's absolutely going for it. That was very brave on the brakes. Another new position for an overtake we haven't seen before today. So creating new opportunities there. Oliver Hall, great stuff, up to P6. Still in the lead of the race though, Taylor Tomlinson by a second from Rex Austin. Bradley Curtis is in 3rd. Liam Lindquist, Logan Cousins just ahead of Oliver Hall here, centre in your picture frame.
Yeah, a real group of riders is now forming behind Liam Lindquist, so we're going to have to see what is going to happen. But Oliver Hall in the slipstream. I was speaking to his dad earlier on in the weekend, and he was saying that he was, whenever he was racing the Metro Kit last year, Metro Kit MotoGP 50, had a go of it. He thinks that it was taken away from his mini moto skills, from his AC40 Pro class, and now this year it's all focus on it, and you can just see how much that has helped, because now he's battling for 4th position, and if anyone messes up in front of him, he could be on the podium. So Oliver Hall really looking strong in the race.
He is looking very good as he goes down for the outside move into this difficult corner here as they go uphill. There's a small elevation just before that corner which really can unsettle the bike, so he's clearly been able to handle that really well, and is on the ascendancy as they go towards that main overtaking place that we've seen into the infield.
Yep, into the infield we go. Special for the mini moto classes here at FAB-Racing at the Lydd karting circuit. And you can just see Logan Cousins is now going to start thinking about defending behind him, because Preston Baker and Nicholas Dunwoody have properly caught up. And it looks like Oliver Hall round the outside at turn 1. Will he make it work on Liam Lindquist? We're going to have to wait and see for 4th position. Will Oliver Hall be able to make it work? And no, he cannot. But look how racy he looks. He looks like he wants it into the 2nd chicane. We go. Oliver Hall looking this way, that way. He can't find any way though, because Liam Lindquist, he's doing a great job at defending right now. He's looking around the outside again. We've seen his corner coming up, a fast right-hander. He likes to look around the outside. He's looking again. Will he make it work? No, he cannot.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a successful move around the outside of that corner, so he needs to be checking on the coverage to see where people can make it work better, and it's definitely the inside line that seems to be the favourite there for successful moves, Lewis.
Yep, certainly is. And Taylor Tomlinson now on the last lap of the race. Taylor Tomlinson, the leader, number 77, is now coming through the chicane to power out through, and he just needs to make it through 3/4 of a lap before he takes his well, it's a FAB race win in the AC40 Pro class, which in your first season is crazy to think about. It just shows how talented he is.
He is a real talent for the future, as are many of the riders here in this field. But Taylor Tomlinson currently very much one of the quickest here, and heading down into the infield for the final time.
In the infield for the final time, and now the brilliant Taylor Tomlinson. He's had a great year so far, a great year last year. He's coming for the final section. That is Preston Baker. Stopped at the final track, and there Taylor Tomlinson coming out of the final corner and winning the AC40 Pro Race 2 at round 2 here at the Lydd karting circuit. Great result. He will be delighted with that. Now in the infield section, this is the battle with Liam Lindquist further back, and there's Liam Lindquist still trying to defend, but I believe Logan Cousins and Overhaul may have got the better of him, but we'll have to wait until we get to the line. We power out for third position. Overhaul takes fourth position, Logan Cousins fifth, and Liam Lindquist dropping down to sixth position at the line.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Fantastic. Just to confirm then, Rex Austin did secure second place, so a really successful day for first and second in the first 2 races. Bradley Curtis in third, but really it's all about Taylor Tomlinson in this round 2 of the day.
Yep, it's all about Taylor Tomlinson, and that is why, because he is your race winner. Rex Austin is in second place, and Bradley Curtis has taken a third position. When we didn't even mention Bradley too much, but what a great ride that is. His first full season in FAB, I believe, after coming from Scotland. I first spoke to him at Rowra, and yeah, they love racing. It's a real family affair. Both himself and his sister Lucy Curtis is racing in the mini moto classes. But Taylor Tomlinson, a little wave to the camera.
Nice wave to the camera, absolutely. Yeah, knows where that camera is positioned. I think he's learned that. Fantastic. So here is your top 10 then. It's Taylor Tomlinson with a winning margin, a very impressive winning margin of 7.293 seconds and a fastest lap of 55.606. Next up, Rex Austin with a win and a second place then in the second race today, with Bradley Curtis, best result I think of the weekend so far from him. Oliver Hall in fourth, Logan Cousin, Liam Lindquist, Sam Garther, Nicholas Dunwoody, Josh Perkins and Harrison Day complete your top 10, with points being scored by Tyler Hartley, Seth Hayward, Archie Hooper, Preston Baker. Unfortunately, Preston Baker and Sebastian Goslowski did not manage to finish that. But a brilliant one, and one more of these brilliant little mini moto races for the AC40s to come later on this afternoon.
It is time now for the AC40 Rookie class. It's their second race of round 2 here at the Lydd karting circuit. You can see all the riders waiting to get underway. There was drama in race 1. Plenty of action was made. Plenty of passes were made for these youngsters, for these rookies, and for these young racers which are learning their skills for the future.
Absolutely, yeah, it's their first opportunity on these bikes, of course, as rookies, but it's all about getting that qualification, that top 6 at the end of the championship. So they will be fully aware of that and very focused on their next goals, but it's all about consolidating good points finishes, I think, and not scoring too badly at any one given event.
Yes, exactly, and you can see some of the riders coming in to the pit lane now, and you can also see in the back with the high vis on, Sarah Harris, who runs the M4 Race School, and her daughter Holly Harris just behind, which will be racing this weekend in the senior mini moto class. But Sarah Harris running the race school, she's been doing a great job with a lot of these rookie riders, teaching them about corners, about lines, about braking markers, and now of course loads of young riders taking to FAB and getting involved. And if you want to get involved at home, head over to the FAB-Racing website or message the FAB-Racing Facebook page to learn how, or I'm sure you could message Sarah Harris herself or the M4 Race School to be able to find out more how to get your youngster involved and how to get your youngster on track here at FAB.
Yeah, and it's all about having fun here and enjoying the thrill of racing for these youngsters. And then if they take to it, then all the better. But it's let's have a little bit of fun. I see bike 96 there, Kanan Ratcliffe, a little bit slow away from the pits, but he's I've heard that he's absolutely gunning for this, and he's really looking forward to racing with us this weekend.
Conditions for racing this weekend. The wind has certainly picked up from this morning. but it's a new challenge for riders. Maybe it'll spring up some new surprises. We'll have to wait and we'll have to find out. But hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you're joining us in time for the AC40 Rookie race. You've not missed too much of the afternoon coverage, and you have plenty to come. Still 19 races coming up for you on the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube channels, and the FAB-Racing Facebook and YouTube channels. But Lee Krause and the Start Marshal are waiting to get these bikes sent underway on their one warm-up lap.
Yep, absolutely. Jensen Ansel is on the front of the grid there on that one warm-up lap, and he has asked me to wish his mum a happy birthday today as well. So she's watching from home, and he's obviously thinking about her, so she'll be very pleased to hear that. We've had an accident on that warm-up lap. I would update you, but it is an absolute pile-up here, and thankfully not too many riders will have been going at any kind of dangerous speed, but a difficult warm-up lap for the rookies.
Yep, a lot of riders have crashed on the warm-up lap, so everyone luckily is close to the grid to be able to get over to them. Hopefully they'll all be okay, but a lot of the riders up on their feet at the moment, already jumping back on the bikes to get sent up, while all the helpers, all the parents, all the marshals are picking up some debris that was on the ground, because obviously quite a few bikes involved there, but one rider getting assistance, but he is up on his feet.
That was number 26 who was the last one on his feet. But here's your grid then. Jensen Ansel, the winner of race 1 today, will be taking the pole position from Kai Hawken, who had a very successful round 1 of this particular meeting. Mason Frederick in third position on the second row, with Jensen Cedras on fourth position. Max Johnson, Caelan Ratcliffe share row 3 with each other, and then comes Arthur Rich and Daisy Polden, Matthew Jennings and James Rich, Tommy Williams and Danny Longhurst will start in 12th position, and on row 7 Austin Dilks, Nelly Newth, on row 8 Henry Brody, Tyler Schiraldi, and behind them Freddie Taylor, Finley Styles, and on the back row of our 20 bike grid it is Ethan Bayliss and Oliver Wilson.
Yep, so a lot of bikes in the field at the moment. Final riders coming to their grid slots and coming around the final corner to start race 2 of the AC40 Rookie class. Of course, some riders as young as 6-year-old racing around this Lydd kart circuit. It's such a fast circuit, it's such a quick circuit, but it's thrilling, I'm sure, for everyone involved and all these riders who are waiting to get going. So yeah, all the final checks are being done on the bikes, and final words of advice to the riders.
Yeah, just encouragement, I think, more than anything, to go out there and have a good one, and that's what they will attempt to do. I think we've got a rider coming through the pits who won't take the start. We'll update you on who that is when we get there. But everyone's excited about the start of this race, and the lights are about to come on, Lewis.
Yeah, lights are about to come on, and the lights are on. The lights are out and we go racing. Jensen Ansel gets a great start. Kai Hawken in second position, stays in second. Max Johnson currently in fourth, but battles already forming all the way down the field. Daisy Polden getting a pretty good start there, but our leader this time around is Jensen Ansel. Jensen Ansel leads the way, and Mason Frederick, I believe, will be in third position on the number 5 machine. So all riders making it through quickly, making it through smoothly. We can see what's happened on a warm-up lap, never mind the race lap, but luckily in the racing conditions, all riders managing just to get away fine.
Looks like a potential battle going on for 5th place at the moment. It might be our closest one on the grid right now. But it is as you mentioned, Jensen Ansel away from Kai Hawken at the front.
Yeah, I believe it's Caelan Ratcliffe in 5th position at the moment, under an immense amount of pressure right now, trying to defend that 5th position spot. Of course, in the rookie class, we only have 8 laps in this race, so it's not too much time for these riders to be able to start and relax into the race, get a rhythm and make moves. So they really have to be quick off the line.
Yeah, and it's not a problem that Jensen Ansel's been struggling with today. He's been very, very impressive, and it's Jensen Ansel, Kai Hawken, Mason Frederick, and Max Johnson ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe from Jensen Cedras, Arthur Rich, Daisy Polson, James Rich and Danny Longhurst in the top 10.
Yeah, all these riders battling further down the field. The 118 of Freddie Taylor comes for your shot there, and he's having a great old scrap with Tommy Williams and Austin Dilks. So great battles all the way downfield. That's what's great about the rookie field. Although there's so many abilities and sometimes you can't see back markers coming into play, it gives a race for everyone, no matter what stage you're at in your racing career and with your bike racing skills.
Yeah, and our starting order today, but based on fastest laps from the previous round, means that that they will find each other on track with very similar paced riders front and behind, so that we will get even tighter racing, I think, throughout the field today.
Yeah, even tighter racing is starting to form, certainly here down the field. Quite a lot of, well, there's not many, 2 laps left. We have 6 laps left as the leader comes across the line. Jenson Ansell leads by just 0.4 of a second over Kai Hawkin, who sits the fastest lap of the race. But now we come into the infield section, and you can just see these riders. How many different lines are actually getting taken right now? Daisy Polden in 8th position at the moment, but you can just see different lines getting taken. It's so great because it's just about testing lines, testing different braking markers, and that's really how you learn. Absolutely,
yeah, and that's Daisy Polden was 10th at the end of the second lap, so she's made up places as well, and keen to carry on and keep building that momentum through the race, and that's what it's all about, is getting faster and faster. We're back with the leaders. This is Jenson Ansell under threat from behind from Kai Hawkin this time, and he's not having it all his own way, Lewis.
Yeah, he's not having it all his own way. It's clear that Kai Hawkin has went back to the drawing board and tried to find where he can go faster. It looks like he's taking a slightly wider approach, which is going to mean he's going to be really tight for that final corner, but we'll see what the gap is. 0.4 last time around, now it's 0.9 of a second. Jenson Ansell sits the fastest lap of the race with a 1:02.150. So Jenson Ansell starting to put down the hammer, it appears.
Yeah, definitely. He's suddenly started to find some pace, some extra pace. He already had plenty of it to spare before, but this is a very nice tight battle we've got going on in the midfield at the moment, and some.
Yep, so now
we are fifth, it looks like, for Caelan Ratcliffe ahead of Arthur Rich.
Yep, battle for 5th position at the moment. Arthur Rich on the tail of Caelan Ratcliffe, trying to claim that position into the top 5. The top 5 is a great starting ground for a rookie rider. The yellow flag is out, though, you can see, so the riders will have to be careful not to make any moves there, as a rider has fallen, but he is up on his feet, which is great to see. A little talk going on there with one of the helpers, but now, as you can see, heading into the infield section now, as the riders, as they power it out free. You can just see, once again, potentially some back markers getting into play.
Yeah, definitely. The no blue flags, of course. So the slower riders just have to try and stay consistent, so the faster riders can come through. But it's the onus is on the faster riders to get the job done. There's no gifts in terms of being given a blue flag and an onus to move aside.
Yeah, of course, no gifts in racing. You really have to work for it, and that's what these rookie riders are learning. There's Max Johnson on your screen currently in 4th position, just off the podium, but quite a large gap, around a 2-second gap to that podium position, which is held by Mason Frederick at the moment, as he's having a great ride. But actually, it appears that Caelan Ratcliffe has now been overtaken by Arthur Rich. So yeah, battles happening all the way through the front, and Jenson Ansell, that gap has certainly disappeared.
It really has disappeared, and then they're getting so close now as Kai Hawkin to the back of Jenson Ansell, just pushing each other on here. A little some tentative knee down action there from Kai Hawkin, just not quite sure how the corner was going to feel on the bike. So knee was down, it was up, it was down, but he's still staying super close behind Jenson Ansell.
Yep, and look at our timing monitor. It looks like Kai Hawkin reduced that gap by 1.1 seconds last lap. So a lot of time. So what can he do now? Can he keep up that pace, or was it just a slow lap from Jenson Ansell? It was a 1:04.4, which is slow for Jenson Ansell standards, but now that Kai Hawkin there, it's going to put so much pressure, and it gives them an opportunity to dive down the inside if he sees it.
Definitely, he will be ready to pounce and piling on the pressure now that Jenson Ansell is having to go for this. We've got 2 laps to go after they cross the line once more here for as they go through the infield, as they go past another back mark, and that might have been what slowed Jenson on the previous lap, which is why Kai Hawkin was able to catch him so well. It just depends where you catch them on the lap, Lewis. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, just 2 laps to go in this race. Kai Hawkins in the slipstream. A back marker is approaching. Will Kai Hawkins go down the inside? Yes, he will. It just looks like Jenson Ansel got slightly held up at the apex by the back marker, but that's what happens. It's luck of the draw, and Kai Hawkins leads the way on the number 20, but now he's approaching another back marker. Can he get through cleanly? Round the outside, maybe around here, but looks like he's getting slightly held up. Definitely not as much as Jenson Ansel. He's been so aggressive. Jenson Ansel will go down the inside of that back marker here as we head into the back section of the circuit. It's Kai Hawkins who now leads the way.
Yeah, Kai Hawkins, tremendous move. Remember, we have about a lap and a half to go as they approach the infield. He's actually putting a little bit of a gap here on Ansel. Is Hawkins, so he's doing his best to move himself out of danger from the threat of another overtake from a Jenson here.
Yeah, he is, and now you can see another back marker coming into play. It looks like, though, they will get him at a good time. That's Freddie Taylor, actually, that they're going past at the moment. Freddie Taylor constantly getting faster here in the AC40 Rookie class, but last lap time and last battle time, the last chances to make moves and make the move for trying to run out. Jenson Ansel down the inside he goes from a long way back, but now there's a back marker. Oh, there's a big moment there. He almost high-sided out the seat, and Kai Hawkins at the inside line for the switchback at the chicane.
Yeah, and it's not done and dusted yet. Oh, and our leader is off. It's Kai Hawkins, unsettled behind some extra back markers as he came through the long sweeper coming out the back of the circuit. He's straight back on in and he's running again. He's back on, and I think that was an unsafe rejoin potentially. And one of the riders coming through his car, it was a bike 23 that had a problem. Jenson Ansel approaching the infield. It was Henry Brody who had an issue, but straight back on his feet, I believe. Jenson Ansel through the sweepers of the infield, and that's not how we wanted to see this one finish.
And now it's time, final time, it's gonna be Jenson Ansel taking the race win after the last lap drama. He'll take the checker flag, and in second position it should be Mason Frederick. So great ride from him. We'll wait for him to cross the line, but great ride from Jenson Ansel. He didn't crack under the pressure. Mason Frederick comes home in second position, and now Kai Hawkins stays on the podium in third position. Max Johnson fourth, and now Caelan Ratcliffe comes across the line for fifth, just ahead of Arthur Rich.
Yeah, Caelan Ratcliffe and Arthur Rich were swapping positions time and time again throughout that race, but it was Max Johnson who actually got the pip on them in the end in fourth position. Kai Hawkins, great recovery, but a very big moment for him, and also for the rider that he collided with, I think, as he rejoined.
Yep, last lap was very dramatic there, but Jenson Ansel will be the winner of the race. The winner of race 2 here at FAB. You can see him now coming through the final sector, back into the pit lane. Yeah, 2 on 2 and round 2 for the 22. So very good for Jenson Ansel.
Tremendous. That is a double win for today. And he'll be trying to make it a hat-trick, and he gets another pat on the helmet from one of the older riders here, and he was very happy with that one. Here comes your top 10. Jenson Ansel winning in the end by 9.8 seconds, but that's not how the race went down for the majority of the time. It was a best lap of 102.150 with Mason Frederick coming in second place, being gifted that second place after the incident with Kai Hawkins, who successfully brought the bike home in third. Max Johnson in fourth, just ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe and Arthur Rich. Next in seventh was Jenson Cedras. Daisy Polden up from her start position up into P8, and James Rich in ninth. Danny Longhurst finishes in 10th place, and Matthew Jennings, Tommy Williams, Freddie Taylor, Austin Dilks and Nelly Newth complete our top 15. There's one more race to come for the AC40 rookies later on this afternoon. I can't give you exact race times because it all depends how the whole programme runs, but we will have another great race, and Kai Hawkins will be keen for retribution on that one.
Yeah, he will be, and he'll definitely learn from some of the mistakes which were made in that race and how we can improve. They'll go back to the drawing board, because it certainly looks like from race 1 that he learned quite a lot. He analysed the race, and he knew how to go faster and where his weak points were. Next up in the classes of racing, it's going to be the senior mini motos for their race 2 here at round 2 at the Lydd kart circuit. It's the senior mini motos, it's big riders, little bikes. What is going to happen? Well, it's going to be chaos, and as we've seen in race 1 earlier on today, Josh Birkins stormed away.
He stormed away, absolutely. A winning margin of 17.5 seconds. I wonder if he's going to try and better that this time, but who can stop him? Will it be Rhys Gentry, Mark Payne, Nick Bennett maybe, who will all be going for it, and Holly Harris will be hoping for a slightly better result than she got earlier on, because she was on the tail of a whole string of riders there. You can see one of the juniors just coming through the wrong way down the pit lane, but on foot and having his bike carried back for him.
Yep, exactly as you're mentioning. Holly Harris just off the podium positions, 4th place last time out. She was so close to getting that podium position, but now the riders head out and everyone will get another chance. Of course, Rhys Gentry had to retire early on. Fist bumps, waves and thumbs up from the riders leaving the pit lane. And now Holly Harris, of course, will be racing in BSB this week in the Juniors Supersport Championship at round 1 at Silverstone. So a lot of these FAB riders going on to compete in the British Superbike paddock, mainly in the British Talent Cup, because of course FAB-Racing is officially the road to MotoGP. It was given the status after in 2018 60% of the British Talent Cup grid was made up of FAB-Racing riders. So it just proves that the system is working. But of course, it's not all just about young riders here at FAB. It's something for everyone, and that is what we're seeing now. Absolutely,
yeah. The riders are here and ready to get underway. We can't wait for this one, and it's all been about Birkins so far this race meet, but let's see if anyone can stop him. He will be on second place away from the grid, but he's the lead rider because his brother Matt had to pull out due to other commitments. But Josh had very much had his race run to himself on the previous race, but we can't wait to see if anyone can challenge him.
Yeah, we can't wait. We're going to have to wait and see. We'll have to wait long, though, because it is going to be one warm-up lap before we get underway and before we get racing for what is going to be a great race, a 9-lap grid. But, of course, Matt Birkin will not be starting. That's not Matt Birkin anyway, but Josh Birkin will be starting in second position, which will be the first rider on the grid. Will, however, I do not believe is here either, so he will not be there in that third position slot. Rhys Gentry will be starting 4th, with Mark Payton in 5th. Nick Bennett starts in 6th, with Holly Harris in 7th, Chris Yeomans in 8th, and Keaton Payne and Alberto Venteo in the 5th row of the grid. Callum White will start in 11th next to Lamar Morgan in 12th. David Maya and Gary Eldrig starts in the 7th row of the grid, with Jerome Williams and Rob Gentry on the 8th row of the grid. Isaac Greenstreet starts in 17th, with Steve Johns in 18th and Benson Bishop in 19th, rounding out our senior mini moto grid.
We've got Jensen Bishop on the rear of the grid there, but it's easy to make a mistake from having to read so many names in one day. Well, we're about to get underway. Then it's just a blank right-hand side of the grid, a full left-hand side of the grid. Josh Birkin will take the red lights and he'll be on his way now, and it's time to go racing here at the Senior Mini Motos Race 2, and Josh Birkin straight away into the lead with the orange leather rider in second place, clearing away. Nice start from him, and everybody coming through the sweepers nice and safely so far. It's Josh Birkin ahead of Rhys Gentry and Mark Payne so far. We will get an update on exactly where everybody sits across the line for the first time, but through they go very nicely indeed through the long wide sweeper at the back of the circuit.
Bennett on the final position of the podium at the moment, but Rhys Gentry trying to get onto the back of Josh Birkins, trying to hold him because he knows Josh Birkins can run away with it. But of course, Rhys Gentry wasn't in the race 1 earlier on today, so we do not actually know what he can do, but they can see battles all the way down the field. Round the outside goes David Maya. David Maya also having the fight with Alberto Venteo at the same time. Can he pick up any pieces that may fall here? But Josh Birkins leads the way by 0.2 of a second from Rhys Gentry, and Nick Bennett in 3rd, with Mark Payne in 4th, and Chris Yeomans round out the top 5 with Holly Harris just behind.
It's great to see that Rhys Gentry might be able to take that battle to Josh Birkin this time, and he's faster lap on that first lap than Josh Birkin managed, so it looks like we're on for a real cracker here at the Senior Mini Motos.
We're on for a cracker. The sun's out, bikes are out. What's more to love? Josh Birkin's really going for it now, but Holly Harris, she's trying a slightly different line there from the bike in front of her. That's Chris Yeomans in front of her. Same as last race, actually. She struggled to find the way past Chris Yeomans, so she's going to be using that experience from race 1 in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. She might want to try experimenting on the outside line. As down in the inside line goes a successful move into the infield as well. And these big riders trying to get the bikes away from those slower corners. It's a real challenge on the traction.
Yeah, David Myatt making a great move in the infield section there as they power the way out to start what is going to be 7 laps to go in this race. Josh Birkin still leads, but this is a great battle going on here, and you can just see Chris Yeomans really having to defend at the moment, really having to use all of his skill, all of his ability to try and keep Mark Payne behind.
Yeah, it's very hard and tight fought racing here in that 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Mark lost out the position to Chris Yeomans on that previous lap, and now Chris Yeomans might be trying to get a little gap here because Holly Harris is right on their tail as well.
Yeah, Holly Harris is right on the tail at the moment, and now she's having to really push that motorcycle to its limits. You can just see there actually a slow rider, and it looks like she just tried to find any way past, and luckily she got it done in the infield section. Josh Birkin, by the way, set fastest lap after fastest lap at 56.2, but now Reece Gentry's just on a 56 dead. 0.2 of a second separates the front, and we just see Holly Harris try to close that gap. Of course, she is the sister of Fraser Rogers, who is a very accomplished Superstock 1000 racer. He's been on the podium, won races, but sadly he hasn't been doing too much racing in the past couple of years. So Fraser, it would be great to see you here at FAB-Racing again. We know that you came a couple of times last year. It'd be great for you to return, but racing is happening all the way down the field. There is your leaders. There's Josh Birkin and Reece Gentry battling it through. 0.2 of a second separates the leader, and last time at the line the gap went down.
Just to let you know, of course, that wasn't a back marker at the slow rider that Holly Harris passed. It was Mark Payne, who just seemed to have some problem with the bike on the way into the infield. So Holly Harris straight through an open door, and then we've got a fantastic challenge here. Gentry, Birkin, who will come out on top.
Yeah, we're going to have to just wait and see. We won't have to wait long because it's 5 laps to go in this race, and Josh Birkin 0.3 ahead at the line, extended the gap by just 1/10. But Reece Gentry appears to have the pace. He appears to have all the days. He's learning every single corner where Josh Birkin's fast, and he's one of the riders right now in the field. The only rider in the field at the moment, actually, that can match the pace of Josh Birkin.
Yeah, number 100, and he's got the 100 very clearly on his back as well, which helps us from our commentary position. But Gentry biding his time, I feel, at the moment. Lewis, do you think he can actually take it to the point where he can challenge Josh Birkin?
Yeah, I think Reece Gentry has what it takes to be able to at least push Josh Birkin to his limit, make him try absolutely everything in the book. But we're going to have to wait and find out. Of course, number 100, he's a big fan of Neil Hodgson, so of course, the British World Superbike champion and British Superbike champion. So Reece Gentry trying to recreate some of his skills. Maybe wants to win a championship himself this year. So we're going to have to wait and find out. 4 laps to go, no thou. And it's just 0.3 of a second as now they're trying to get past Isaac Greenstreet. This is not going to help Josh Birkin, but both of them get past now, and that gap has definitely got smaller.
It has, absolutely. Unusual to see a Greenstreet and one of the slower vehicles. We'll see him later on in the sidecar coverage, but right now he's not quite on the pace of the leaders here for the Senior Mini Motos. This is Josh Birkin versus Reece Gentry for the win here with 4 laps to go.
Yep, just 4 laps to go, as you said. Now they're in the infield section. They're going towards the end of this lap, but Lamar Morgan has just got ahead of Mark Payne. So Mark Payne dropping down the order quite a lot, so he must have a big issue with his bike at the moment, and they looked very, very slow, not what we're used to seeing them. But at the moment, Josh Birkin leads away 0.2 of a second. Alberto Vinteo having a great ride at the moment in 7th position, just behind David Myatt.
As the leaders continue their epic exchange at the moment, we've got Nick Bennett in 3rd and Chris Yeomans ahead of Harris just behind this group, but they are 11 seconds down the road. Trying to pounce on any opportunity is Reece Gentry on our screen now.
Yep, of course, Rob Gentry also on the circuit at the moment, 14th position, but now Rhys Gentry trying to go for first position, but he looks too far back for this braking zone here, so not what he would want for the number 100, because you really have to say now, next lap's gonna have to be where he has to start piling on that pressure.
Yeah, its time is running out now. And in fact, if anything, Josh Birkin had a much better lap that time round. It's much clearer, and there it is, a 55.885 compared with a 56.702. Josh Birkin absolutely starting to get faster and faster as this race progresses.
Yeah, but here's your battle for the final place on the podium. It's Nick Bennett and Chris Yeomans and Holly Harris in 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Nick Bennett leading the way on the 711 machine. He's wanted to keep on, he's wanting to claim another podium position. Of course, a good race one for him and a good race one for Chris Yeomans, who was also on the podium last race.
Absolutely, yeah. The gap at the front now opening up to just over a second. So perhaps Rhys Gentry hasn't quite got the legs on his challenge, as Holly Harris with that characteristic narrow line on into the sweepers, and through they will come. We've got some action happening in the pit lane in front of us, if you can hear that sound coming through, but right now it is super tight between Bennett, Yeomans and Harris.
Yep, super tight as the last lap flag is out. Josh Birkin, another 55.8 last time around. He's extended the gap by 2 seconds. Maybe he was just having a good play about, just trying to play about Rhys Gentry, just trying to push him to his limit. But now he's away at the front for the final lap of his race. But 3rd place has definitely not decided.
No, absolutely. Josh Birkin just making sure that he showed his pace right at the very end. Maybe was just toying with him slightly. And this is your leader. This is Josh Birkin at the moment, going into the infield section, Lewis, to finish this race off.
Yep, going into the infield section to finish off race 2 of the senior mini moto class. He has just one more corner to get around. He's had a perfect race. He's shown that he does not crack under pressure. Josh Birkin will win in race 2 of the senior mini moto class. He'll be delighted with that. Of course, the only Birkin on track for round 2, with Matt Birkin not being able to be here due to other commitments. But the checker flag is fully out now, and wait to see who will claim 3rd position. David Mayat looks like he will get it. Yes, he will. David Mayat on the 711, just ahead, 2/10 ahead of Chris Yeomans. So great ride for all the podium men.
Yeah, and a little wheelie for David Mayat as well, just crossing over the line. Some great performances throughout the field. A bit of a problem there for Mark Payne throughout the race. He was clearly suffering with a slower bike, and he was looking down occasionally, and we've seen him tumble down. Unfortunately, he's finished outside of the top 10 in 11th position. But a very well fought senior mini moto race we had on our hands.
Yep, very well fought. 15 starters, 15 finishers though, so great stat that to have 100% finish rate. So good to see no one had any mechanicals, terminal mechanical errors anyway, and they didn't have any mistakes which made them crash. So Josh Birkin now celebrating by not going through the infield, just going straight through to the pit lane.
Here is your top 10 then. Josh Birkin winning by 3.9 seconds in the end from Rhys Gentry. It was a podium for Nick Bennett, followed by Chris Yeomans, Holly Harris in 5th position, with David Mayat and Alberto Benteo in 7th, Keaton Payne in 8th, Lamar Morgan in 9th, with Callum White in 10th, followed down in the order by Mark Payne, Gary Aldridge, Jerome Richards, Rob Gentry and Isaac Greenstreet, who set his personal best on the final lap.
Next up, we are going to have a cracker. We are going to have the LC40 Elite class, the highest class of mini motos in the United Kingdom. Great riders, great racing, and both liquid and air-cooled motorcycles. We can see all the riders heading out for what is going to be a superb race. A great race earlier on today. Now race 2 time. These riders are expecting the good conditions on the circuit, with the sun being out and wind looking to die down just a bit.
Possibly, yes, indeed, and that will really favour the riders here today. They are looking forward to showing what they can do here in the LC40 Elite. We can't wait to see some more action. Byron Johnson winning the first race of today, and he'll be trying to defend that that win from everybody else on the rest of the day, but he'll be going for a double win if he can. But let's see what the riders can do.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We're waiting for Byron Johnson to head onto the grid, and then we should get underway. He's one of those riders right now that's just going to the grid late, which for some is quite good. I mean, some riders don't want to spend too long on the grid, too long to think about what can happen, but there he is doing a little stoppy going to the line, and definitely showing his face on the grid. And yeah, it looks like there's some visor actually down there inside this helmet. Some of the helmets have an internal sun visor, so you can run a clear visor at all times.
Good stuff. You can see Lewis Hull standing out among the field for being much larger than the rest of the riders, much taller, and they're on their way then for the formation. Now Lewis Hull didn't get a good start in race 1. He'll be hoping to make amends for that one.
Yeah, he will be hoping to make amends. What can Lewis Hull do? What can Byron Johnson do from pole position this race here? The great qualifying from round 1's 3 races, setting a lap time of a 55.413 of a second. So Byron Johnson will be your man starting on pole position. Lewis Hull will be next to him in second position. Taylor Thomason will be starting in third, with Matthew Thomas alongside him in the second row. The third row of the grid will be occupied by Sam Gardner and Bradley Curtis. Ollie Sims will be starting in 7th next to Harrison Day, Sebastian Gosowski and Nicholas Dunwoody on the 5th row of the grid, with Liam Lindquist and Oliver Hull just behind them in 11th and 12th. Rex Austin will be starting in 13th, with Josh Perkins in 14th, and Callum Maxwell rounds out our 15 bike grid for the LC40 Elite class.
Interesting to see Rex Austin right at the back here as well after his laps, and yet he's so much quicker on his other categories. So this bike not suiting him just yet at this early part of our Championship 2023.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Rex Austin can come through the field. What's going to happen? We're going to have to wait and see. There's riders which are the stars of the future. This is the highest class of mini motor racing here in the UK. We await for the lights to go on. Can Byron Johnson do it all again? Lights go on. The lights go off and we go racing. And Byron Johnson gets a good start, and Taylor Thomason tries to get ahead of Lewis Hull, but Lewis Hull braves it round the outside for second place. Taylor Thomason sits in third position at the moment. Matthew Thomas, I believe, is in 4th position, but now Bradley Curtis is getting pushed down to 5th. It's Sam Gardner that's in 4th position as Ollie Sims gets pushed down to 6th. He tries to go around the outside though.
Very, very close. It just off the fight for the podium here as they're just almost touching as they go round that long right-hander at the back of the circuit.
Yeah, we go along the other right-hander. It's very, very fast down the back straight, and Lewis Hull tries to find a way around the outside. Of course, he had a crash here, this exact corner at round 1 on the brakes. He just braked a bit too hard. Down he went, the front almost locked and just threw him down. Of course, Lewis Hull having to make up the ground a lot more on the brakes and through the corners due to his size. He'll lose a lot of time on the straight compared to the likes of Taylor Thomason and Byron Johnson. But of course, Taylor Thomason has his own straight line issues. He is on an air-cooled motorcycle in a liquid-cooled class, so he is losing a tiny bit of top speed. But as you can see, he's making it all up in the corners. He's riding that wheels off the bike. A 58.4 last time around from Taylor Thomason. The fastest lap of the race. And now he goes down the inside. Number 77, Taylor Thomason is continuing to impress. But there's Lewis Hull under threat from Matthew. So Matthew Thomas getting in the mix, but Lewis Hull round the outside there. Wow, what a move there from Lewis Hull. And now he looks like he wants to do the same on Byron Johnson, but he cannot make it work. And now Taylor Thomason also getting passed by Matthew Thomas.
Yeah, it was a great overtake on the previous lap from Taylor Tomlinson, but he's lost 2 places this time round. Just getting a little bit in betwixt and between going through the S's, and Lewis Hull right round the outside. A great overtake from him.
Yeah, Lewis Hull now trying to defend second position, trying to catch up to Byron Johnson, who now sets the fastest lap of the race at 56.3 this time around. 0.6 of a second of a gap between first and second at the line. But Lewis Hull now second position, under threat for Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas is looking very, very racy on that bright green bike.
He is indeed, and he's got everything dialed in here, going for it, and coming out of the long right-hander in the most difficult corner on the circuit, that right left after the kink, and then going to try and challenge Lewis Hill now, but Lewis Hill with a good performance through that intersection, that switchback section.
Yep, 7 laps to go in this race as we're in the infield section. Taylor Thompson trying to regain the ground that he lost just a couple of laps ago. Matthew Thomas, can he find a way past? We're going to have to wait and find out. He's going to have to push so hard, but Matthew Thomas, he's clearly pushing. He's like a bucking bronco at some point to that circuit there. So Matthew Thomas, he goes through the right, he goes through the left, flips back over to the right-hand side tire. You can see Taylor Thompson initially getting a good drive out the corner, but then Matthew Thomas starts to edge away as we go down the straight.
So just a set of differences between the bikes just coming to the fore there?
I believe it's more just the air bike of Taylor Thompson struggling with just at the top speed point, but obviously could be down slightly different lines, because you've seen there Taylor Thompson taking a far tighter line. It seems to be the corner where we've seen the most lines out of different riders today. We've
got close battles further back. Sam Gardner just 0.7 of a second away from Bradley Curtis, and we've got super close 4th, 9th place Liam Lindquist, Nicholas Dunwoody and Oliver Hall down in at the rear of the field, but trying to get points today.
Yeah, we've seen some great battles from these guys earlier on today in the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite classes. Oliver Hall trying to get past at the back of this pack. What can he do? Currently in the 11th place, Nicholas Dunwoody ahead, and his sparring partner Liam Lindquist. Liam Lindquist, though, has been going very well around this Lydd karting circuit, but there we go. Round the outside goes Oliver Hall. What a great overtake on Nicholas Dunwoody. Now, he's going so fast, he almost ran into the back of what was Liam Lindquist. So Liam Lindquist, he's got to be put under pressure now. He's got to know Oliver Hall's there. Now he's definitely got to know, because contact was almost made there. He looks down the inside. Oliver Hall, wow, what a dive. 5 laps to go, and now Oliver Hall leads this group for 9th position. So battles raging on everywhere,
up and down the field, and tremendous work there. Byron Johnson still in the lead of this race, though, by less than a second from Lewis Hull, who in turn is only half a second in front of Matthew Thomas, who in turn is only quarter of a second in front of Taylor Tomlinson.
Yep, 4 laps to go now as the leaders cross the line once again, and Oliver Hall in this group, he's already started to edge away, and it's just leaving Nicholas Dunwoody and Liam Lindquist kind of in their own lines at the moment and kind of having their own battle. But there is the battle for 3rd position at the moment between Matthew Thomas and Taylor Tomlinson, and just ahead of them is Lewis Hull in 2nd place. So Lewis Hull, he's still defending that 2nd place. He's still doing very quick lap times, but running wide there. Matthew Thomas advantage straight away, but I'm sure Lewis Hull will be sure to dive down the inside or even around the outside, as we've seen so far in this race on Matthew Thomas. So what can Lewis Hull do and try to make up ground? Look at the different line from him.
Absolutely, yeah. He was down on the brakes, trying to get the bike turned in, and he's really good on traction on the way out of the infield section. But he goes wide there for a moment, much wider than the rest, and he manages to get a good cutback. He's going to be challenging into turn 1, but not quite. Matthew Thomas holds on at the moment to that 2nd position.
Yeah, he holds on, and you can just see now Lewis Hull, he's even struggling to tuck in his legs down the straight. He's so tall compared to the likes of Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas now powering out. Matthew Thomas is down. Matthew Thomas there on the throttle, a bit of lean angle, the front end got light, and down he went into the grass and into the barrier.
He's straight back up though, turning the bike back on, but he went down on the seat of his pants, unfortunately, but that worked out well for him.
Yeah, it could have went worse, but Matthew Thomas up on the street. Hopefully they can get that bike restarted and get some points still on the board. But Lewis Hull now, it's just himself and Taylor Tomlinson who's going to be battling for that 3rd position, that all-important final place on the podium with just 3 laps to go. There is Sam Gardner and Bradley Curtis battling for 5th place as Tomlinson now goes down the inside for 3rd position.
Fantastic.
So 2 laps to go in this race. Who's going to get the final position on the podium? We're going to have to wait and find out.
It's great stuff to see both Taylor Tomlinson and Lewis Hill battling this hard. The 2 very differently sized riders, of course, and on different bikes as well, but so close on this race here at the LC40 Elites, the highest category of mini motorbikes.
Yep, 2 laps to go in this race. Back section circuit now. Lewis Hull, we see him run wide just a couple laps go here, but there is your race leader. There is Byron Johnson. He leads the way by 2.3 seconds at the line last time around from Taylor Tomlinson. So down into the inside section we go, into the infield, and he just looks so confident. He's got no one really right now to put himself under pressure, so it's just trying to stay focused and not make any silly mistakes.
Calm and relaxed, both in mind and body, it looks like, from Byron Johnson as he goes to start his final lap. And actually, that was quite a lap from Taylor Tomlinson. Look, 55.687 gets the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, Taylor Tomlinson showing his pace late on, 1.6 per second gap, and there's another rider, I believe it's actually Liam Lindquist, who's stopped at the side of the track there, so disappointing end to his race. But final lap time, it's Byron Johnson who leads the way. He's looking about, trying to see where anyone is.
It's possible he's just nursing a problem towards the end. He's very concerned about the gap behind, isn't he? But he can see Taylor Tomlinson, I think, just in the periphery of his vision as he goes through that corner, and they're heading in then to the infield for the final time, Lewis.
Yeah, heading into the infield for the final time. He just has a couple more corners to get around and to keep Taylor Tomlinson behind him, to keep Taylor Tomlinson at bay. But once again, it's going to be Byron Johnson who takes 2 for 2 at round 2 here at FAB. He takes the checker flag to take the race when Byron Johnson does a little wheelie off light to celebrate, and Taylor Tomlinson comes home in a remarkable second place. Lewis Hull in third, and Sam Gardner looks to be coming home in fourth position with Bradley Curtis just behind.
Taylor Tomlinson picked up the pace so much there, and he's having such a good day here at Lydd karting circuit, and the two rivals ride together on the way in. But a great win from Byron Johnson. 2 wins out of 2 races, and here we have then your winner, Byron Johnson from Taylor Tomlinson, and Lewis Hull in the end for the podium. Tremendous stuff.
Yeah, great race. Byron Johnson, the race winner, and what a great 1.5 second of a gap between Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson. The LC40 Elite will be returning later on for their final race of the day. Of course, one more race, 3 races for all classes here at round 2 of FAB, and what a great race we just had. As you see, the riders now coming into the infield section to finish up their lap. But of course, your race winner was Byron Johnson, who wins by 1.5 seconds from Taylor Tomlinson. Lewis Hull rounds out our podium with Sam Gardner in 4th. Bradley Curtis comes home in 5th position. Harrison Day, Oliver Hull in 6th and 7th, with Nicholas Dunwoody and Callum Maxwell in 8th and 9th. And Matthew Thomas rounding out our top 10 after that crash on the final couple laps. And there is Matthew Thomas walking away. Good to see he's up on his feet though, and it was quite a big crash. But what a race we had. One more race coming up later on today for the LC40 Elite class. But now the riders will push their bikes back into pit lane, back into the paddock before we should be able to get going again. You can see Lee Klaus there walking out of the pit lane, helpers as well, and there is, look at Alan and some of the other riders waiting to go, and there's Lewis Hull actually having a talk about that race to his mum in the pit lane. So great to see all the riders having a chat after that race. Next up, we have the Extreme 200 class. It's going to be race 2 for these guys. And my name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me in the commentary box is a special guest, Sullivan Mountsie. So Sullivan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
And Sullivan, of course, you should have been racing in this class. You were racing in this class in round 1, which was just yesterday. So tell us, why are you not racing in this class today for round 2?
So it's been a team decision. We've basically decided to skip today, as we've got a 4-day weekend coming up at Silverstone for round 1 at BTC. And the team would like me to be energised and keep me hungry for that win. So yeah, it's really, really good, but I just can't wait, and this will be a really good race. Shame not out there with Casey, but as you can see, he's looking ready and raring to go.
Yeah, he is, and we've seen yesterday a great battle between yourself and Casey, which in one of the races it did involve you having a crash and on the back straight. So explain to everyone what happened during that.
So as I was lining him up into the last corner, and he's just had a moment trying to stay ahead, because I don't know, he just had a moment with the rear tyre, and as I was lining him up, I was trying to go wide, as he's got a tiny bit more speed than me on the straight, so I have to try and keep up the speed on the left for the right, and so because I was all over him, he had a moment and I was on the far left-hand side, and ended up basically just going onto the far left-hand side onto the grass and having a moment. And obviously I'm thinking it's a two-stroke, so I forgot about all this engine braking, and it just kind of locked up a bit and slowed the rear wheel down, which caused me to have that annoyingly rear moment.
Yep, well, on pole position it should have been Casey O'Gorman, but I believe he will be starting from the back of the grid. And Sylvain Metze should have been starting in second position, but he joins me in the commentary box. Luca Allen should be starting in third place, with Philip Soroviak starting fourth, but I believe he's having bike issues. Ronnie Harris is also having bike issues in fifth position, but Noah Gilroy will be there in sixth, with Zach Tureen in seventh, Adam Redden in eighth, and Ben Ridwell in ninth. So a great race that we have coming up, especially if Casey and Luca Allen, it looks like, are going to start from the back of the grid.
Yeah, well, it's going to add a lot more excitement to the races. They're going to all have to work their way through the pack, so we'll see how this goes, but I know it'll be a good race.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race. We just see Zach Tureen going back, and yeah, we'll look at the first three rows. They're completely empty. The riders are looking to the lights, and then the lights will go on. The lights will go out and we'll go racing. Noah Gilroy will effectively start in pole position, but now by the first corner, Casey O'Gorman already in first position. Look at Allen in third, Noah Gilroy in second. What a great start there from Casey.
Yeah, well, there's pretty much no point in them starting at the back. They're both back to where they started, but it was fun for the first corner at least.
Yeah, fun for the start. Trying to give everyone else more of a chance, but Casey O'Gorman leads the way from Luca Allen, and we've seen how strong Casey looks. He looks very, very calm on the bike, but yet he's still getting such lap times.
Yeah, well, he's doing it. He's doing it all correct. There was a couple lines where he was faster than me, which helped me go faster, and then there was a couple places where I was faster than him, but I just wasn't able to make the moves stick with him, and I was planning to have all the moves ready. I slept over it and I was ready to rock and roll and wasn't able to put it into action, but next round hopefully it'll be here and I'll be able to work it.
And look at Allen currently in second position, but it looks like heading into the pit lane that time around might be the Elliot Crosby. So look at Allen. He has an 8/10 of a second gap at the line. Do you think he can do anything to be able to catch up to Casey?
I'm not 100% sure he will, to be honest. Casey's just cruising at the moment. He's doing 42.8. But yeah, he's just riding round. Shame I wasn't out there to put him under pressure. But Luca's going to try and be there or thereabouts. But so far this weekend, he's not been able to stay with Casey. But maybe he might be able to catch up.
And obviously, you and Casey were on pretty much identical bikes this weekend. So what are they like to ride?
Yeah, it's my first time riding the bike, so I started a bit more on a back foot to what Casey had, although we did get Friday practice in, which was quite lucky. So I wasn't too far back, but it's all about the bike's just much lower down than the Moto 4, but I just kind of grew out of my metric kit as I'm now getting taller, and the Bucci's what all the guys in Spain are training on, so we thought it'd be a good training bike, and it turned out really successful because Casey's here and we had a good battle, and it's improved my riding craft.
You can see now battles further down the field between Zach Tureen and Noah Gilroy. Noah Gilroy's down there, so Noah Gilroy heading into the back of Zach Tureen. So a big accident there at the chicane, but Zach Tureen will continue in this race. There's 7 laps to go at the moment, but pretty big off there.
Yeah, well, I hope he's going to be okay, because that was a very high fall, especially on them CRF.
And there's a red flag. Red flag from the race while they attend to Noah Gilroy. So yeah, all the riders should either stop in circuit or return to the pit lane, and then should hopefully get a restart.
Yeah, I think it'll be a full race restart at this rate, because they've only just 3 laps in, because they've shortened the race distance here.
Yeah, they shortened the race distance, and not everyone coming out. Only 5 riders actually started the race from the original 9 that was expected.
Yeah, well, it's a shame really, because as I know, me, Ronnie and Philip have all got Silverstone coming up, and we'd rather not increase the risk of injury. So that's why we're not out. And Ronnie's shock's broken, so he's decided to pack it in. And Philip, he's been unlucky because he's had bike problems, so he borrowed Harry's bike yesterday and is now going to get his bike fixed. So it's going to be a bit of a not as exciting battle, but I'm excited to see if Luca Allen can keep up with Casey for this one.
Yeah, obviously he's got Fraser Roger levers on, but of course Fraser, look at Allen talking to Holly Harris about the race, and Casey O'Gorman also having discussions there. So what do you think everyone will be discussing right now in the pit lane?
They'll just be discussing, is it going to get restarted, getting excited, and normally like trash talking. Who's going to beat each other?
Well, of course, you mentioned that you have Silverstone coming up this week. While we have our red flag period, let's just have a quick discussion about that. So you're returning to the British Talent Cup this year, so why don't we quickly skim over last season and talk about what the changes are for this year?
So last season it was more rush and go. We weren't 100% all over what we were planning to do. As you could see, we missed the first 2 rounds, which was a bit of a shame. And then we came in to round 3 fighting at Donington and Knockhill, and then I had a big crash at Brands Hatch where I saved the high side and the chain came off, and it was a 9-rider pile up, and I had a suspected broken back at the bottom of my back, and it was quite tough for me. And then I didn't have a very good race because I had back problems for the day after, but I was still able to get in the top 10, I think it was. And then we were kind of in the middle. I was taking too much advice from too many people and wasn't sure how to handle it. But we're doing all right now, and that we were able to get out of that bad running streak at Donington Park GP for the last race. So it was really good. And now we're coming into this season ready and raring to go. We've had the best pre-season I've ever had. The team's all ready. We know what we're planning to do. We know what the goals are, and we're ready to go.
And this season, are you feeling confident going into it compared to last year? Because as you mentioned, it was just kind of almost a last-minute thing, getting everything in place, and then you came to Donington Park and performed amazing.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a shame really how it went last season, but we're just going to have to go in strong, and I know what my goal is, the team knows what the goal is, and it's just about putting it into action, and I know what I need to do, and we've got the support and the foundation for it and a steady mind, so it's good.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And you can just see the riders turn around in the holding area before they should come back up, because there's Noah Guillory on the left hand side of your screen having a discussion with Holly Harris and some of the other riders here at FAB. So it looks like he's okay, he's up on his feet, which is good to see.
Yeah, well, I didn't look like he was knocked out, more just winded, as it was a high fall. His helmet looks alright, but I don't think he's going to be able to go back out because of the red flag.
Yeah, it was obviously the cause of the red flag there, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen with this race. It might only be a couple of bikes on the grid, but hopefully we'll see a good race. Hopefully Luca Allen can invent something, because it'll give him another opportunity to be able to try and get the jump on Casey.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a shame really that I'm not out there, but I think Luca can, if he can stick it on Casey, maybe he might be able to hold him back, and then Casey will be in the position I was in when I was behind him. So
do you think, look at Alan, in terms of bikes, do you think his pit bike style machine has got the capability of being able to compete with the Bushimoo?
I do know people that have been able to keep up with Bucci's, but it's much harder as it's a higher bike, it's a supermoto, not really a race bike. And I don't ride, I've never rode a supermoto or ever done motocross, as I came in at quite a late stage at 9 years old, so it's not been the best. I wouldn't say it's the way to go for training on. I think the Moto 4 that I train on, as you've seen, and the Bucci's and Metrikits, I think they're the way to go, but I can't really give a good opinion about it.
And you can see now the riders waiting, well, certainly Casey waiting at the back of the grid. There's the Moto Team class that is just waiting. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen. Of course, the Moto Team class will be out next time, but Obviously, you're racing this year in the British Talent Cup at Silverstone. Is it a track that you like, or is it one of those tracks that are hit or miss?
It's a very easy track, to be honest. It's the first place I got my podium, and I'm just going to just go for it and have a bit of fun. And it's just quite basic. I enjoy it for battles, as it draws a lot more people that struggle at the more technical tracks together. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good battle. I'm hoping it will be more like the old days in Moto3, where there's 20 riders battling for the win. But the plan is to be up there in that front group and go for the win.
And obviously this year we have riders such as last year's champion Jody Garnish returning to the series. So how do you approach that, knowing that the champion from last year is already coming back into the series and trying to defend his crown?
I think it's going to be more capable. I've got a lot more technique and more rider skill than I did last year. I've made massive steps over pre-season, and I know it's going to go well just by the way we went in pre-season testing with Wilson.
And talking about pre-season, obviously here in the UK at least, we've not had that great of weather for some pre-season testing, so a lot of riders heading out to Spain. I know that you've been out to Spain, out to Portimao pre-season testing, so talk us through how that went and what you exactly learnt from testing out there.
So I've just done a lot of my rider craft. I've fixed my riding style, my body language, all sorts of riding techniques, and we've been able to fine-tune the whole team and make a tighter bond as well, because we've now got Ian Gardner, who's going to be there tutoring us and helping us, me, Ben Jolliffe and Harrison McKay, and it's a three-man team. We've got everything in place and ready to rock and roll.
And talking about Spain and testing Spain, is it something that you think is important for riders certainly now?
I think for racing, it's where you need to be. We have got the foundation here, however, there's no class from the MetroKit 70s to Moto3. It's a very, very big jump, and there's a couple bikes that there are to do it and get there, but as you can see, Luke Fitchett, Blake Wilson, Marco Holt, I know Wilson Dilks and a couple others have got some Moto5s and Moto4s and bikes like that they're going to hopefully be racing on. And I know Blake and Marco will be doing the Moto5 Championship in Kuna. So it's going to add a lot more spice into the championship, because they'll be learning a lot over in Spain and coming back and putting it into their English riding.
And you mentioned some of the younger riders there, such as Marco Holt and, for example, Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks. What do you think about the current place that we're at with British motorcycle racing, hoping to get the riders to Grand Prix? Because as we see there on our banners, Danny Webb GP Camp and the Vision Track Academy as well, they've both been heavily pushing these young talents and helping them develop. So how do you think young talents are going to be able to get from Britain into the World Championships?
I think it's much better for the Vision Track, especially if they pick interest in you and they want to take you, because they've got the teams out in Spain to take you there. But I'm not too sure about the Danny Webb GP Camp, as it's not really a team out abroad, but I do know it's Danny Webb and he's good at giving advice, and he's a very lovely chap. But I know there's other teams that have raced abroad. For instance, Wilson that I'm with, they've done a couple races abroad in Spain, done the 2019 European Talent Cup Championship, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's more BTC teams that are trying to transfer over to the European stage.
And Casey O'Gorman, who we've seen just a couple of moments ago, obviously this year he's racing in Junior GP, etc. So how yourself, what is next for you? Is it the aim to go to something like Junior GP, or is your aim more to stick in Britain, or what's next?
The plan is to go to Spain. However, it's all about finding the sponsors and the support that I need. And we'll just have to see how it goes, see where I can get to and what's going to happen, really.
And so the aim is something like Junior GP or something like that?
Yeah, something along those lines. and you'll just have to see where the wave takes us.
And I was speaking to Luke at Allen earlier on the weekend as he makes a step himself to the GP2 bike this year, just speaking about going on a Grand Prix machine for the first time. So jumping on, for example, the British Talent Cup bike, it's quite a stiff bike because it's almost like a mini Moto3 bike. So what was your first impressions of jumping on that bike? Because whenever I spoke to Luke at Allen, he said his first impressions of a Grand Prix bike was that he absolutely hated it with just how stiff it was.
Yeah, well, I've spoken to a lot of people about the Super Sport 300 bikes, and they move about all over the place. Feels literally like they're sliding everywhere, just due to the weight and the bike and everything. Whereas on the Moto3, it's not a production bike, it's a prototype. So it's much more different, it's much more stable, it's much more meant for racing on, and more purpose built. So it's got more fine tunings and specific bits that you might not have on a production bike. But you can go either way, as you can see. A lot of people have done it. They've got Cal Crutchlow, Alex Lowe's, they've all gone from BSB to the world stage, and it does work. It's just a much harder step to get to that point.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've seen riders such as, for example, Danny Kent, Scott Redding come from FAB and are now doing pretty well in World Championships. So speaking about just riders moving to the World Championship here from FAB, what's your memories from here at FAB?
My memories are pretty good, to be honest. I remember coming here in my first year in 2016 with on a mini moto with Johnny Garness and Mason Foster and a couple other kids. I remember Ethan Sparks at the end of the 2017 season. I remember racing against him, and there's a lot of talented people that are still racing here that I used to race against, so it's really good.
Well, it's been great having you in the commentary box, speaking to you here today. We wish you well for this week at Silverstone. We wish you well for the rest of the season. Finally, just before you go, one word answer: where do you think you're going to finish this season? Where are you hoping to finish? First. Win the championship. You heard it here first. Sylvain Mintze aiming to win the British Talent Cup Championship. It's great having them here in the commentary box, of course. Thanks, Sylvain.
Thank you, guys.
So next up will be race 2 of the Moto Team class for round 2. It was a great race 1. Close racing throughout the whole class. Team SFC Racing had a great start to the race. They even won the race. Of course, no Will Howarth this time around though, but Team Italia will be there on the number 70. So the riders now heading out on their warm-up lap for what is going to be a great race on a sunny day. So for the Moto Team race for race 2, it should be Will Howarth who lines up on pole position, with Team SFC Racing in second place. Team Italia will line up in third, with Team Pinky in the Brain in fourth. Team Acne Racing will be starting in fifth, with Team Aimbel alongside. It's been a great class, it's just great racing. And my name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me once again for this race will be Andy Webster. So Andy, great to have you back.
Oh, thank you, and I appreciate the break there as well. So it was nice to have a quick break, and I understand you had a lot of fun there with your rider in the co-commentary. So fantastic.
Yeah, and now it's time for the Moto Team class. Of course, the Moto Team class, second race of the day. And I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to this one because Will Howarth is not here and racing is as close as ever. And of course, Will Howarth, we've seen him round 1 stormed away, but now he's here, he can't do that.
Yes, absolutely, yes, it does. It does bring the field a lot closer together. It was great to see these teams racing earlier on, and they're about to get underway.
Yeah, they're about to get underway. The lights will go on, and then they'll hold, and then the lights will go off, and then we'll go racing. Team Italia gets a great launch, actually, and then they make contact with Team SFC Racing. Team Italia sticks out the outside and makes it work. What a move there, and being able just to keep the bike flowing and keep the momentum into first position. So Team Italia leads the way. It's the first time that we've had this all season. I believe that's Team Aimbel in second position, actually, on the 240, with Team SFC Racing just behind. So the riders come through this back section of the circuit. What a great start, all clean, and all the momentum right now will gather.
Yeah, it's tremendous stuff there. It's a slow bike here at the moment, the black leathers with the yellow boots, but out in front it is absolutely Team Italia on one of my favourite bikes to look at in the entire race meeting here, going through to secure that first position from Team Aimable. You were exactly right, with the fastest lap, Team Aimable that time round, and Team SFC deposed down to third place with Pinky in the Brain right hot on their heels.
Yeah, so Team Italia leads the way. Team Aimable just behind, 3/10 of a second at the line, with SFC just behind them. But Pinky in the Brain is in fourth position. That's not Jamie King on the bike this time, that's Sean Whittaker that's riding the 2022 Standard Championship winning bike. So all the riders now come for this back section circuit, wind it up, try to carry all that corner speed through towards the back straight. 10 laps to go in race 2 in the Moto Team race.
Yep, great stuff, and it doesn't look like Team Italia have got a significant speed advantage here, but they are so much more lent over through the final corner, so that their cornering power is fantastic, but they're just missing out there on the braking and possibly on the top speed on the long drag down to the final corner.
Yep, a long way down to the final corner, but now the first chicane comes, they power it out, everyone gets through safely. Right now, they're all just staying in a train at the moment, trying to work out where is best to make this position change, because of course, these are the biggest bikes that we race here, so you really have to commit to that move and find a good opening. Yeah,
and there's very little room on the racetrack, so they've got to be pinpoint accurate all the way through, perhaps with the exception of this run down to the final corner, which is perhaps with the widest section on the circuit.
Yep, there probably is the widest section of the circuit. It's quite a wide last turn as well. Gravel on the outside, and then Team Italia lean the way, but you can just see some of the bikes using all of the track and then some. It's something which is so used to getting seen here, but if you go off the track, there's a rider stopped actually there. Yellow flag will out because of that, but there's the leaders coming through the second chicane. But if you run wide on that final corner, it's very, very bumpy.
It is very bumpy, and actually Team SFC were almost in the pit lane coming out of the final corner, but at the moment it is still Team Italia from Aimable and SFC, with Pink in the Brain in that fourth position, and these guys are now 3.3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. There's just Team Acme, Martin, Casey, Ernie in the Badger, Cytec, Team Dis, and it looked like Team Dis were going down in the order there. Possibly Team Burt who was having the issue and causing the yellow flag.
Yeah, you've seen SFC Racing there try to make a move on Team Aimable, but had to back out of it, which will let them run wide and open the door for Team Pinky in the Brain, who also set the fastest of the race that time around, the 46.7 for Sean Whittaker on board that bike. He powers it out through though, and now it's his turn to try and fight for the Team Aimable. Of course, there's two classes in the Moto Team race. There's the Standard and the Open. Team Italia lead the way in the Standard class. Actually, the first 3 bikes in the race are for the overall win and for the Standard win. Team SFC Racing are the first Open bike in 4th position, but there you see they're getting very, very close with Team Pinky in the Brain.
Yeah, and looks like Pinky in the Brain getting ahead at this stage. It's difficult to monitor, but he is the 0-1 car. 0-1 bike is Pinky in the Brain, getting himself up ahead and into that 3rd position overall. And SFC, perhaps the Open bike, not really as well favoured as the Standard here, this particular condition on the track.
Yeah, of course, we have a 0-1 bike and a 1 bike, both the champions from last year, Jamie King and Sean Whittaker in the Team Pinky in the Brain bike for the Standard class win, and then we have the Open class win, and then we have Team Acme in the Standard class win. But great race going on so far. 6 laps to go, and now we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. 6 laps to go in this race, and then we can see Team Pinky in the Brain push it on in this final corner. They're so quick for this final corner. Somewhere where we see them try to gain time. Can he make a move into turn 1? No, he cannot.
Very committed through that final corner is the Pinky in the Brain entry, particularly with Sean Whittaker, I think you were saying is the rider's name, going on into the S's now at the start of the lap, and it's SFC who are trying to stay with these Open category, Open class Moto Team bikes, but at the moment it's Team Italia who seem to have a very smooth ride of it.
Yep, Team Italia had a very, very good race 1, but no one would have expected in race 2 for them to be the leader, and losing it by 6/10 of a second. Very, very confident from the number 70 Team Italia bike. But you can just see now with this battle happening for 2nd position, and as you can see, they're Pinky in the Brain so quick right on the outside. Every single lap it seems actually he's using more of the track.
Absolutely, he's round the outside, nowhere to go though, as the riders converge towards going over the grid hatchings. But is that an overtake? Yep. Is that a slow moment there for 240 Team Aimable, losing 2 positions, Lewis?
Yep, Team Aimable losing 2 positions into the chicane. Sean Whittaker and Pinky in the Brain is in position overall and 3rd position in the class at the moment. Team SFC Racing now bump up to 4th position as to 3rd position, as the Team Aimball drop all the way down to 4th place.
Yeah, a bit of a rough ride out of that early chicane in the racetrack, and then coming around then the long right-hander to finish the lap 8 laps. Yes, finish lap 8 with 3 to go now. The fastest lap at the moment, Team Pinky in the Brain unlocking some pace towards the end of this race.
Yeah, they certainly are. He's definitely picking his brain, trying to find any place on the circuit where he can make some time, where he can make some inroads on the first place man, and he is certainly doing that. Fastest lap of the race, as we've already said. And then Team Italia just ahead, but 9/10 of a second of a gap now. That looks like Team SFC are catching pretty quickly, so if they start battling, it's going to mean Team Italia will certainly make that gap bigger. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us. You join us during the Moto Team Race 2, and if you're watching this thinking I want to get involved, head over to the FAB-Racing website or the FAB-Racing Facebook page and get in contact with us. We will sure to point you in the right direction. Contact Bike Centre as well, and of course Jamie King, who's been racing in this class for multiple years and will be happy to help you. It's a class that has grown massively over the past couple of years and has really seen almost a family around it. All of these riders really loving on and off track life in the paddock.
Absolutely, and in fact Pinky in the Brain catching right up to Team Italia right now as well, getting super close, less than a quarter of a second away. And there's Pinky in the Brain with the fastest lap, a 46.1. Team SFC a personal best, a 46.150, only 0.05 of a second between the two, Pinky and SFC on the previous lap as they chase down Team Italia.
Yeah, Team Italia last time around was about the same lap time, slightly faster actually than Pinky in the Brain, but last lap time is now, and you can just see there Team Italia taking a lot of the curb actually on the inside. It's got to be a rough ride, just 0.3 of a second separated them at the line. What is going to happen now? Can Team Pinky in the Brain or Team SFC Racing pick up any pieces?
Of course they know it's the final lap. The final lap flag has gone out, so it's just that extra impetus for the riders as now in comes Pinky in the Brain to try and make this move. It's here or now or never, Lewis, as they come into the final corner.
Yeah, they come into the final corner. Pinky in the Brain's very quick. Can he do anything? Going to the line. Can he power to the line? He's off the track once again, but Sean Whittaker cannot, and it's Team Italia who take the race win by just over 1/10 of a second from Team Pinky in the Brain. Team SFC Racing comes home in the final position on the podium with the fastest lap of the race, a 46 flat. So great race in there. Just 0.3 of a second.
It's not done yet. There's still a battle for the line here. It's into the tail of the field. That was Casey against Ernie and the Badger, and Casey securing 7th place. But it didn't look like Team Italia knew quite how close the riders were behind him. He looked quite relaxed crossing the line to me.
Yep, so Team Italia, great job there. They take the race win by 1/10 of a second, 1.5 of a second, and Team Pinky in the Brain is in second. Team SFC Racing in third with the fastest lap of the race. Team Aimball in fourth with Team Acme in 5th place. Team Martin and KC and Ernie and the Badger had a great battle throughout the race in 6th, 7th and 8th, with Team Cytec Engineering and Team Dis rounding out our grid and rounding our order for the race 2 of the Moto Teams. But of course they will be back later on. Next up, we have a great race coming up for you. We have the Mini GP 50s. It's a massive class coming up for you. 23 bikes entered, and the sunshine is out, and conditions are almost perfect for racing.
Definitely, it's still very windy with a cold chill in the air, but that should probably help the bikes to stay cool. so they can be pushing even harder. No concerns about temperatures on the lots of nice cool air going in, and a little wave to the camera there is starting to pick up a bit of a habit, as they've all said. They've all been watching back the footage, so they know when to say hello to everybody watching at home. And if you are watching our riders from home, do drop us a note in the comments section just to let us know who you're supporting. But we're building the excitement now for the Mini GP50s. Race 2 of the day. Marco Holt secured the win from pole position in the first race. I wonder what Luke Fitcher can do to respond to that this time. Yeah,
Luke Fitcher is going to need a good start. He's going to need almost a good everything to be able to do that. But Archie O'Brien is back on this Mini GP50 grid. So what can he do? Starting in third position, of course, Finlay Paul Hill in fourth will also be looking for a great result. So we're going to wait and see what is going to happen for these riders. Marco Holt, as I said, on pole position. I believe he will be slightly late to the grid. He's slightly late to the pit lane. Yeah, he'll be one of the last riders to the grid, actually, before we head out on our warm-up lap.
Yeah, so just keeping everybody waiting for the leader to join the grid, and coming through very quickly, actually. There is another one of the... that was Marco Holt just coming up very, very quick towards the end, and behind him, wearing the same leathers, is Archie O'Brien, who, as you say, was missing in our previous race. So we're going to be underway for their warm-up lap now, and a little bit of positioning going on, jockeying for position on this warm-up lap to perhaps run this, Lewis, at their own pace.
Yeah, they will be trying to. Some bikes actually struggling to get off the line, so we'll have to see if they can get the bike restarted. And yeah, it's going to be a great race. I'm looking forward to it. 23 bikes in the field. What more can you ask for?
It's a tremendous field we've got here in, and Marco Holt will start from the front with Luke Fitchett alongside Archie O'Brien and Finlay Polhill on row 2, followed by Byron Johnson and Austin Johnson, the two Johnsons vying for bragging rights on the trip home. Frankie Watson on row 4 with Wilson Dilks, Sam Gardner and Travis Shaw. Then in 11th, Harley Baker, Bethany Ashby, Chloe Gleason and Matthew Thomas. On row 8, Taylor Tomlinson, Dylan Torian. On row 9, George Ackerman and Murray Simmons, with Annabelle McCarthy, Ollie O'Gorman, Lucy Curtis, Riley Paisley and Jensen Bishop completing our 23 bike grid. So windy, it's cold, but it's bright sunshine. The track should be at its absolute optimum, sort of 2:45 in the afternoon now today, live for everybody watching. But we're on our way as the riders looking excited ahead of our race, and well, they should be. So the last bikes slowly forming on the grid. It will be Marco Holt on the inside in the purple and green helmet, with the white helmet and blue bike of Luke Fitchett alongside. But watch out for Spider-Man from behind from row 3, Archie O'Brien. We are ready to get racing. A long hold on the lights, and they're away, and a big wheelie there from bike 58, Marco Holt, but he just about got the bike back down again. Archie O'Brien moving down one position, back down to 4th, but Luke Fitchett right on the heels then of our race leader Marco Holt away from the start of this race, and continuing into the long back right-hander. Everybody very settled and ready to unlock some pace now, Lewis.
Yeah, they are waiting to unlock some pace, and I think it will happen later on in this race once everyone settles down. But battles right now forming all the way down third field. There's Beth just behind that duo, but there is Luke Fitchett, and there's Luke Fitchett looking very, very strong on that number 7. We've seen his pace in race 1. It just wasn't enough to take the race win. Archie O'Brien in 4th position at the moment. He got overtaken by Finlay Polhill on the first lap, so he has to find some pace, and hopefully he'll be able to battle for that race win.
Yeah, absolutely. A good lap there from Luke Fitchett as he picks up the pace. Finlay Polhill and Archie O'Brien will continue battling here. Finlay Polhill, great start there to get ahead of Archie O'Brien, who hasn't really had the benefit of a decent warm-up today on this bike yet. So this is his first race, while everyone else is on their second.
Yeah, it's his first. See both the Johnson brothers already starting to fight. Byron ahead of Austin Johnson, both of them on the Johnson colour machines, and then it was like Austin actually wants to dive down the inside, but he thought better of it. He thought it's too early in the race for a move like that, but Marco Holt leads the pack by 0.6 of a second and takes the fastest lap of the race with a 43 dead.
Yep, looks like Sam Gardner moving up on that last lap as well. Travis Shaw and Bethany Ashby just losing places. Looks like Dylan Torrian moving down to 15th and Chloe Gleason picking up that 14th position, and a good battle there for bike 56. That was Sam Gardner moving up once again. He's had a heck of a start to this race.
Yeah, he hasn't. Now you can see Matthew Thomas trying to get ahead of Bethany Ashby, and they're battling really, really hard further down the field. This is for 12th position at the moment, so every single position, as you can see, matters, and they really need it. And you can just see ahead of them is Travis Shaw having his own battle with Sam Gardner, but Bethany Ashby leading Matthew Thomas through, and leading Matthew Thomas towards his final corner as they break. Matthew Thomas looks slightly better on the brakes through there, and then they get down. You can just see the height difference actually between the two riders. Matthew Thomas looks down the inside. Can he make it work? No, he cannot.
She is a very tall rider compared with a lot of the boys around her, so she's going to have to tuck in tight and try and make up for that by getting underneath the screen.
Yeah, all riders trying to get as aerodynamic as possible in these machines. These machines are great to learn all their racecraft on, but then you can see Harley Baker as well having a battle and trying to keep everyone behind him, but battles happening all the way down the field. Harley Baker returning to the class this year, and you can just see how great his pace has been.
Yeah, definitely. That was Matthew Thomas almost underneath the rear wheel there of Bethany Ashby, but she's holding off at the moment as they come through, and a challenge going into turn one. That was Harley Baker trying to get Sam Gardner, but without success. Marco Holt still leads this race though by now 1 second clear from Luke Fitchett, who himself is 1.9 seconds ahead of Finlay Polhill and Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien only 1/10 of a second behind. I can't wait till we get those guys back on screen.
Yeah, and there they are back on our screen. Mark Holt leading the way. You can just see how confident he looks. He flicks the bike from right to left, then back to right, using all of their weight as possible, using all their body weight, all of their strength. They really have to rag the bike about whenever you're doing 43 second lap times. It's really, really quick stuff. 42 second lap times in Marco Holt's case. 6 laps to go in this race. Marco Holt leads the way. Luke Fitchett in second, and Finlay Polhill in third in the 199 machine. Archie O'Brien though, what can he do? As you mentioned, just 0.2 of a second separating Finlay Polhill and Archie O'Brien for the final podium positions. We should see them there. There they are, yeah. The battle's raging on in the slipstream. Can he make any move on the brakes? It looks like he is. He's making the move on the brakes at the final corner. Archie O'Brien, 5 laps to go in this race. They come across the line now. Spider-Man helmet leads the way from Finlay Polhill. So Finlay Polhill, yes, moves, but there's Austin Johnson ahead of Byron Johnson.
Those are the Johnson bikes, identical looking machines, just a difference in helmet that you can see on the riders, but Johnson's right together, almost like separated by 17 thousandths of a second across the line that time, but I think Austin got ahead of Byron on the previous lap.
Yeah, it certainly did. Austin making a great move there, coming across the line, and then there. Austin's still ahead, but Byron, he clearly does not like to be behind his brother. He's trying to find any way possible, any way he can. Opens up the throttle towards the back straight. He looks down the outside. That's not going to work. So he backs out of it. He waits for the throttle, picks it up now, and there is Austin Johnson, focused as always. And now it's great to see these brothers. Oh, Byron there. Wow, that was a last minute move. That was an optimistic move, but he backed out of it before any contact was made. 6th position at the moment for Byron, but it's quite easy to tell he wants to be in the top 5.
He wants it badly, absolutely. He does want it. He wants the points as well for that extra position. I do think if they come to blows, it's going to be very, very awkward trip home for the two. But for now, they are just racing hard and fair with each other. Austin, I do think the slightly slower of the two, but Austin is quite a bit bigger, so presumably quite a bit slower, and he goes round the outside of one of the back markers, and the Johnsons across. We have a rider down, trying to pick that bike back up, but it's a big bike for a little frame to pick up. Yeah,
Ollie O'Gorman having the crash there. I'm sure John O'Gorman and some of the helpers will be out on track. I believe that's actually Chaz Mortimer that's out on track in the jeans there. So great to see him back at a FAB-Racing event, but Austin Johnson, still the leading Johnson brother from Byron. Byron is needing to find any pace that he can. Byron Johnson will catch up, I think. He will just keep pushing and keep pushing. As we've seen, that little mistake he made trying to make that late move might just disrupted his rhythm.
They start lap 9. That means 2 laps to go as Marco Holt leads the field by 2 seconds from Luke Fitchett, and then Archie O'Brien ahead of Finley Polhill, and we're watching the Johnsons at the moment challenge each other. Hopefully we'll see some more action between the two of them before this race is run.
Yeah, I think we will. 2 laps to go. Byron Johnson, once he sees that last lap flag next time around, that will give him a hurry up, but you can already see a hurry up starting, and they're approaching back markers. This is the thing starts to get interesting. Austin Johnson dives down the inside, slightly sets up a back marker there. There's Annabelle McCarthy just in front of them as well. So what is going to happen between the Johnson twins? We can see there towards the final corner we have Finley Polhill there, and then we see the Johnson brothers coming through. Byron Johnson, he has some work to do on this final lap. It's last lap time.
Yeah, last lap, last opportunity, and all the pressure on the Johnsons to show us. That was Archie O'Brien moving down the order, having a really bad lap, and he stopped. He's stopped at the moment, and he's out of contention for the podium and potentially for any points as everyone is heading on past him. It is Marco Holt, Luke Fitchett, Finley Polhill in this final lap of the race.
Yeah, Mark Holt on the great final lap of this race, a 3.6 second gap. And now he takes the checker flag. Luke Fitchett taking the checker flag there. And now we await for Finley Polhill as well, the orange bike. But
double win for
race.
Marco Holt. Fantastic stuff from him.
Yep, great win from Marco Holt. A very good result. 3.2 seconds of a gap at the line between himself and Luke Fitchett. Finley Polhill comes home in third. Austin Johnson was ahead of Byron at the line in fourth, while Byron's fifth. And yeah, it's exactly what we're expecting. 23 bikes and a pretty chaotic race once again.
Absolutely, yeah. An awful lot of fun watching that, and just to appreciate the hard work that these riders put in to hone their skill and their racecraft. And Marco Holt on this big machine is doing a great job. As this is where he is absolutely excelling at the moment on this category.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was battling for the championship last season before a crash in Spain, which broke his leg, which meant he could no longer take part. So it meant he couldn't battle for the championship anymore. So certainly this year he'll be hoping for better, such as this result here. 3.2 seconds of a gap between himself and Luke Fitchett at the line, with Finley Polhill finishing in third. Austin Johnson was ahead of his brother Byron at the line, so the older brother beats the younger brother. Wilson Dilks finishes in 6th position, with Frankie Watson in 7th. Sam Garnett finishes the race in 8th, Travis Shaw in 9th, and Bethany Ashby inside the top 10. A very good result and rounding out our top 10 riders. So very good race. Marco Holt seemed just to edge away throughout the race, but once again the Johnsons battling.
Very impressive display by our riders. As we get ready, they'll have another chance though later on today to settle any disputes. But we had a really good one there for the Mini GP 50s.
Yeah, so we had a great battle there, as you mentioned. You see Frankie Watson pushing the bike there.
We have a short intermission coming up after. Okay, we're going to have some extra gaps after the Mini GP 70 race 2, but then we'll be back very quickly for the rounds of race 3, the final rounds of the day. And now it's time for our Mini F1 sidecars, their second race of this round 2 here at the Lydd karting circuit. As part of the FAB-Racing presentation, and they're already warming up and leaning over. I wonder, whether we will see a better fight between the Green Streets and Mick Williams and Michael Elms, because in the previous race, Lewis, the Green Streets built their pace right towards the end of that race to be right on with Mick Williams and close that gap right up.
Yeah, they certainly did. They closed the pace right up, and Mick Williams, though, they still look pretty dominant, but the Green Streets, you can just see every single lap the Green Streets are gaining confidence on that bike. It seems to be the first couple laps where Mick Williams is really making that difference.
No, absolutely, and you can see we tend to see a more active body position for Mick Williams as the actual main driver of the bike, as it were, the operator of the bike, and then the passenger, Michael Elms, a little less active than perhaps the second Green Street, who is absolutely incredible in the way that he hangs out.
Yeah, but you just see the final sidecar outfit pulling up to the grid. Keats, the 666 bike, there they are, a brand new fairing this time around, and a brand new year for them. So the point to the lights is made, and the lights will go out now, and Mick Williams leads the way and gets the whole shot. And it was Jason and Leo Greenstreet getting an awful start on the number 90, really dropping down the order there. But I'm hearing that Keats might not have made their way off the grid yet. So the 230 of Mark Parker is in second position at the moment. Some folks are not used to seeing, but the Keats retired once again. A disastrous weekend for them.
It hasn't been a lot of fun for them. No, they struggled to get this to our race, but unfortunately, obviously teething problems in that bike.
Yeah, all these bikes, as we mentioned at round one, they're all custom built. They're all one of a kind, really. Right. Everyone takes a slightly different approach to things. You can just see that from Mick Williams and Mark Parker and Greenstreet. Everyone does something slightly different with their riding styles, with the way they approach things. But Mick Williams, fastest lap of the race. They already have a 4.8 second of a gap from Mark Parker and Ems. Vince Bailey is in third position at the moment, while the Greenstreets are still in fourth. So clearly, on that first lap, the Greenstreets having some serious issues.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like the bike is operating anywhere near as smoothly as it was earlier on today. So it's not going as well, and unfortunately, that's the Greenstreets. They were the closest challengers to Mick Williams and Michael Elms earlier on. So let's see if perhaps the Parker Ems outfit can put that challenge on this time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens later on in the race, whenever late race pace is really going to be needed. Of course, just 5 laps remaining now as Mick Williams comes across the line to set the fastest lap of the race, a 49.7. Now we know the Greenstreets can somewhat do a low 50-second lap time at least. So what are they doing this time around? The Greenstreets are just doing a 43.8. So clearly something amiss with the motorcycle.
Yeah, absolutely. 53.84, the Greenstreets. They got very close to the pace of Mick Williams earlier on, but it's not been happening for them. But it's just so good to see these very unusual machines, and as you say, custom built, completely off spec. These are prototypes, hand built by the rider teams. So they're learning how it's best to adapt them as they go, I imagine, through a season.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you can just see the Greenstreets trying their hardest, but they haven't caught up to Vince Bailey yet, and Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook is the passenger, so they still have to push on to at least make the podium positions. The 369 is there in third place. They're certainly catching now, though. It's clear to see that personal best lap last time around for the Greenstreets, a 42.7, and now trying to make the move, trying to look any way possible. Yellow flag is out in this sector, so potentially some kind of mechanical, some sort of issue. I don't see the MPs have came across the line just yet, so hopefully everything is okay with them.
Yeah, indeed. The 90 bike of the Greenstreets have got clearly a big pace advantage, but finding a way past on this narrow circuit is very difficult for a kind of double wide sidecar entry, and it's more than double wide when the passengers are leaning over, and that does look like a race-ending issue there for. Is that the Impies? No, it's not, is it? No.
Two riders there stopped at the side of the track, having to wait until their next time out. Of course, they'll still have one race later on today, and there is the Greenstreets trying their hardest, trying everything, and trying to get into the podium positions ahead of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. Can they do anything about it? Well,
looking around the outside, almost sitting on the opposing bike. They touch the grass to avoid contact, and the Greenstreets just can't get past at the moment. But this looks like a great drive out of the long right sweeper. The next corner will be a right-hander, and they'll go super wide in on the entry. They couldn't quite get the overlap going for it on the inside, and great move there.
Yeah, great move there. They managed just to sweep round. You can see how close the helmet is to the ground, and now they power down the back straight towards the final corner. That is the green streets ahead now. This is where we get to properly see their race pace, to see if potentially they were getting held up in the places where they're fast, or if they're just having some slight teething issues. But Mick Williams at the front now leads by 19.3 seconds. A crazy gap from some crazy riders, but there is the 230 of Mark Parker and Ems in second position already. Visibly, you can see how much Jason and Leo Greenstreet have caught.
Yeah, they want this second place now. Not satisfied with the podium. We've got 2 laps to go, and they've closed up that gap so quickly.
Yeah, they certainly have. There is your race leader headed on to the last lap of the race, and now what a lead they have. They can almost cruise around and they'll still be okay. It's just Mick Williams style, calm and collected, and that is exactly what they do best.
Yeah, both riders in absolute unison there in terms of weight transfer. Around the outside of the final corner, on the start of the final lap, go the green streets, but the rivals, the Parker Ems entry will have the impetus on the way into turn 1. It will hand back to the 90 entry there as well, and it looks like the green streaks may have got ahead, but it's Mick Williams all the way towards the line now, Lewis.
Yeah, green streaks were ahead at line, but there's Mick Williams heading down the back straight, heading round the final corner to take yet another race win in the Mini F1 sidecar. So far season, it's 5 out of 5 for Mick Williams here in 2023.
Brilliant win. Absolutely amazing stuff from Mick Williams. And can he make it 3 from 3 today? I wonder, and maybe even every single race that they do over the entire event. But here come then the green streets, who managed to rescue a very poor start to secure second place and over the line just 2.6 seconds ahead of the Parker Ems, with I think Vince Bailey. I haven't seen them for a while. Are they still running? But the 457 of the Impies is the one that has stopped on track. Riders are fine. It's a mechanical, it seems to be, Lewis.
Yeah, so different levers there from the Impies, but looks like they should be able to get a push from the race winners there, from Mick Williams and Michael Elms. So everyone's coming through it. There is the 230 of Mark Parker and Ems coming for your shot there. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, there they are there, coming through the background. So yeah, a great sidecar race there. Mick Williams doing what he does best, and that is winning, as we are going to see once again another push from the sidecar class.
And I think that this is a little bit more than just great camaraderie. This is almost necessary, because trying to actually push these back to the pits is a really difficult job, and they're on the far end of the circuit. So while it's great sportsmanship and makes for a great position, we saw how difficult it was when we're looking down the pit lane at riders trying to push these back to their pit area.
Yeah, they're quite tricky, they're quite small, but a thumbs up there from Michael Elms. He's clearly happy about that race when waving and putting the thumbs up to everyone as well around circuit, and all the marshals, which of course will be around circuit, because without them we couldn't go racing today. So thanks again for them. But as you can hear through the cameras, there's quite a lot of wind that is picking up around the circuit.
It does appear to have picked up. We were actually expecting it to drop down today, I feel bad for our camera operators, who are especially those that are working at height today. We're in a nice warm commentary box, so it's a very difficult job that they're doing. And as you can see, lots of new sponsors for the FAB-Racing outfit as we visit the Lydd circuit.
Final push there into the pit lane finally before they get into the paddock, and hopefully someone will be waiting there with a rope or something like that to be able to pull them into the pit lane. But a great sidecar race, and one more coming up for round 2. Next up, we have race 2 of the Pit Bike 140 class. It was some crazy racing in race 1. Will we see more again in race 2?
I can only imagine so. This has packed a real punch in terms of entertainment value, this race. We've had an absolutely fantastic time watching them. So long may it continue, as the bikes look so good out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, though, it's so good. Conditions look good on camera, but the wind has picked up, as we were just saying. But there is Jamie King making his way to the grid. It's going to be a great race. Some great riders in this field. 22 riders on this Pit Bike 140 grid, and some great racing. We've seen multiple bikes battling for the race win on the final lap for multiple races in succession this year.
Yeah, Chris Wales versus Taylor Lawrence has been the story of the weekend, but absolutely we had Lucas Brown really getting in amongst it in the previous round, and actually pipping it was Chris Wales to the podium in the end after a failed attempt from Chris Wales to overtake Taylor Lawrence right at the death of the race. Cameron Saul will be in second place as well, and one to watch here.
Yep, definitely will be one to watch. We're going to have to wait and see what will happen. Taylor Lawrence on pole position for this race, and it's going to be a cracker, I think that's fair to say, especially with the moves that he was making going into the final corner.
Yeah, we're renaming that difficult turn on the circuit the Lawrence corner at the moment, because of how many moves down the inside he's successfully made, more than any other rider over every category that we've enjoyed. And here we have your grid then for the start of the race. As we mentioned, Taylor Lawrence will take the pole from Cameron Saul, and then Jamie King behind in the Sonic the Hedgehog leathers. Lucas Brown, not in brown but in purple, so you can see him quite clearly there in fourth place. In fifth, Liam Wood and Chris Wells. In sixth, seventh, Sean Whitaker. Eighth, Zach Turian. Ninth, Adam Redding with Tom Stanford in 10th. Next up, James Radcliffe in 11th and Elliot Crosby in 12th. Matthew Lindley, Ben Ridgewell, Keaton Payne, Bailey Lawrence, Bradley Ferreira, Parol Nozel, Jason Ferreira, Shannon King, Charlie Whiting and Callum Wybrow, our 22 bike grid.
Yeah, a massive grid. As you may have heard, there are plenty of riders, plenty of talent and plenty of action about to get underway here at the Lydd Kart circuit. The lights will go on. Reds rise and the lights go out and we are racing there. And Cameron Saul looks like he got almost too good of a start, but Taylor Lawrence will be the leader heading into turn one. The all-starter bunch up. Lucas Brown is in third position at the moment, so Taylor Lawrence leads the way. No sign of Chris Wells just yet in this field, but Jamie King in fifth position at the moment. So easy to spot in his bright levers, but there is Chris Wells actually in eighth position, so a terrible start from him.
It was another bad start from Chris Wells, but the race is long. There's plenty of opportunity for him to pick up places as he gets the bike warmed up and gets everything going as he should be. But Cameron Saul, now the rider with the best opportunity here against Taylor Lawrence, who is so hot onto the brakes into that final corner.
Yeah, he is. He's so quick. But there is Taylor Lawrence leading the pack. Cameron Saul just behind him. Cameron Saul wanting to find any way past. But he was, of course, on pole position at round one, was Cameron Saul. In second position now. And he looks so strong. Lucas Brown, though, is there in biting distance. He's there if anything goes wrong. But there is a rider coming into a pit lane, number 3 on his bike. So he comes into the pit lane to retire from the race. Very disappointing for him, but at the front, once again, we see riders forming into a pack, and Chris Wells in this front group.
Yeah, he's in fifth place now. Liam Wood got ahead of Jamie King, actually, on that previous round as well. Very similar leather colours there for both Chris Wells, who goes down the inside of Jamie King. And again, back on the hunt there is Chris Wells, moving forward and having a really good run up to fifth place, deposing Jamie King 2 places in the end on that previous lap.
Yeah, Chris Wells right now seems to be the rider to watch. He's going to have to make a lot of inroads, especially that final corner, but we know how great he is on the brakes, how good he is and how strong he is. We've seen almost every single lap, nobody has been able to outbrake Chris Wells. Actually, last time around, it almost looks like Chris Wells was about to ram into the back of Liam Wood in front of him. In fact, Chris Wells has the fastest lap of the race. He has the slipstream though this time around as well. He's going to dive down the inside. Will he be able to make a move this time around on Liam Wood? No, he will not.
We have got a second separating the top 6 in total here at the Pit Bike 140s. It's that close and it's so entertaining. It looks like Chris Brown just starting to pick up the pace a little bit behind Cameron Saul as well, and still Taylor Lawrence not looking quite as active on the bike now that he's leading. All is calm at the front.
Yeah, this race is beginning to Moto 3 race. This is exactly what we wanted to see. 6 riders battling for the race win. Who's going to come out on top? Taylor Lawrence leading the pack still though, but he wants to not, he's trying not to get too comfortable, because you cannot do that in the pit bike 140 class. You cannot get comfortable, but there's Chris Wells showing Liam Wood that you cannot get comfortable, but Chris Wells hanging around the outside. But wow, what clean racing there, so close, yet completely clean.
Yeah, very, very clean from the riders. The top 6 all together. This is fabulously entertaining stuff as we've got Taylor Lawrence leading them away from Cameron Saul, Lucas Brown, Liam Wood, Chris Wells and Jamie King. Closer together than I managed to say it.
Yeah, they certainly are. Look at them coming up that corner there onto the very, very right-hander. Taylor Lawrence is so quick through there, so Cameron Sill's going to find no way past. But what can Lucas Brown do? Can Lucas Brown get into that second position? I think if he can start pushing Taylor Lawrence's limit. But there we go, down the outside
Wow.
goes Liam Wood. Wow, he knew that Chris Wells was going to try something, so he passed someone instead. That is incredible racing. And now Lucas Brown back down to 4th position.
Absolutely, Jamie King. He spent a lot of this event staring at the back of a battle going on in front of him, hasn't he? He must be absolutely sick of it. He wants to get in the mix and get in the hunt for this podium, but there's several cars in front of, several bikes in front of him. He's going to have to pass. Taylor Lawrence still in command at the front.
Yeah, so there's Chris Wells looking down the inside, but Lucas Brown, can he make it work? No, he cannot. And yeah, as you said, Jamie King, just looking at the back of this battle, he just can't seem to get into the mix, get into the slipstream and make some moves. But Liam Wood, can he go around the outside this time on Cameron Sewell? We're going to have to wait and see. He certainly likes that line on the outside, but no, he cannot. Cameron Sewell, though, is keeping the pace right now with Taylor Lawrence, who seems to not be able to break away. As speaking about Jamie King, he not only proves us wrong, but he gets the fastest lap of the race at 44.1.
He's got great speed at the moment, yeah, absolutely, as coming through. Apologies for that interruption on the screen for a second there, but Taylor Lawrence leading this one. Cameron Sewell looking to attack rather than defend, I think, at the moment, but he's going to have to be very wary, because the minute he tries to get down the inside of Taylor Lawrence, I fancy Liam Wood's going to have something to say around the outside.
Yeah, it seems so. Now you can see Cameron Sewell even looking down the inside. Chris Wells though, wow. But Liam Wood hanging around the outside. Chris Wells says, no, you're not this time. Now Chris Wells well of the inside for turn 1. Taylor Lawrence is absolutely loving this. You cannot see what's happening behind him though, because it's even more manic.
It is, absolutely. It's usually Taylor Lawrence doing all these crazy moves. At the moment though, he's just leading the pack, and they're all having to follow him, and he's just got the edge on them, just about, but he can't get away.
Yep, and now I just seen in the distance there's a back marker approaching, so now they're all going to have to try and get past them cleanly and safely and not interrupt the race time. Potentially Taylor Lawrence can use the back marker to his advantage, but they power it out towards the back straight, towards the final corner.
Now.
Chris Wells down the inside, Liam Wood round the outside. He cannot make it work until it was Shannon King that they were getting past as we head across the line to make it 4 laps to go.
A battle for the lead there as Cameron Sewell tried to get around the outside of Taylor Lawrence. That's going to be a difficult day's work if you're trying that one. Chris Wells into 3rd place ahead of Liam Wood. It took a long time to get past Liam Wood, but Chris Wells up there onto the podium and now challenging for a 2nd place as well.
Yep, Chris Wells knows that he has the pace. He knows he has the pace to battle with Taylor Lawrence once again and potentially pick a race win. He would love to have that in his books this weekend for round 2 here at Lydd. So now Taylor Lawrence powers it out through towards the back straight. Can Chris Wells do anything this time around? No, he cannot.
They were looking to go 3 wide there, and Liam Wood going around the outside of a back marker once again as Jamie King is following behind this group as well. That is we've got Lucas Brown then in the purple leathers following this run. Very neat and tidy at the moment, but it's about to kick off, I imagine, with 3 laps to go, Lewis.
Yeah, it's all about a kick-off. Chris Wells was round the outside there of Cameron Sewell, but Cameron Sewell says no. Lucas Brown, though, further back down in the field at the moment in 4th. A slight gap between himself and Chris Wells, but Taylor Lawrence still at the front. But there's another back marker that they're approaching. They're going to have to get past it safely, get past it cleanly, and not slow themselves up. While Taylor Lawrence tried to use it to his advantage, Chris Wells as well going down the inside of him there, all of them through cleanly. Jamie King still at the back of this pack, ready to pounce if anything goes wrong.
What is Taylor Lawrence shaking his head about, I wonder? He's always got something to communicate to us as he crosses the start-finish line. And with 2 laps to go now as Chris Wells is hounding the back of Cameron Sewell, who has been not really able to launch an attack, and now he's going to have to think about Chris Wells coming up from behind.
Taylor Lawrence shaking his head every single time he goes past pit wall, probably just as some of his mates on pit wall saying, yeah, look at me leading right now. Less than a tenth of a second he was lead by at the line. It's so quick. It's a train of riders. Jamie King's now ahead of Liam Wood as Chris Wells tries the inside once again on
close.
Cameron Sewell, but no, he cannot. And actually, Liam Wood has disappeared from this leading group. He's still there in 6th position. He's just dropped back massively.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Wells just indicating now, I think, to Cameron Sewell that he's basically serving notice that he's coming through. 1 lap to go. It is the final lap as Taylor Lawrence could have this all his own way. The least dramatic race he's actually had to take part in so far. But down the inside is attempting Cameron Sewell, but he's just not able to get the top speed advantage. Let's see what if they can hang on towards the very end of this race.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence leads on to the back straight. Cameron Sewell in second. Chris Wells looking down the inside at the last corner. He has the back of it. Cameron Sewell runs slightly wide though. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Taylor Lawrence should take the race win, and Cameron Sewell is in second. Chris Wells third. Lucas Brown fourth. Jamie King fifth. And Liam Wood, after dropping away from the pack, takes the fastest lap of the race with a 43.9.
They finished that one still. The top 5, 1 second covering all of them together. Absolutely incredible. Super tight racing.
Yep, super tight racing. Exactly what I like to see, and exactly what Taylor Lawrence would want to be seeing right now. So Taylor Lawrence on his cool down lap at the moment. What a great ride it was from him. What
really was. And a very different skill set this time, because before he has just been battling and passing and catching other drivers. This time just had to control the race. It didn't look like he had a great advantage over the rest of the runners, but did a tremendous run.
Yep, exactly. And Taylor Lawrence will come into the pit lane to end this race, and a little fist bump that will be with Cameron Sewell after what was a great ride. And Jamie King there coming for your picture, and coming down the pit lane, Harry Payne, as you can see in the background there, actually getting his bike started. But great ride there from Taylor Lawrence. 1/10 of a second at the line. As you said, he managed just to hold on to it, control the race with so much pressure.
Absolutely, yeah, great race.
So next up will be the Premier Class here at FAB-Racing. It will be the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. It is the class that all the young racers look to be in the future, and it is the talent of the future. My name is Lewis Ray, and joined alongside me once again is a special guest, Sullivan Mancy. You're back again. Hopefully this time we can get some good racing in.
Yeah, well, I decided to come back and just see how it was, and because I know this is a very talented class with a lot of upcoming riders, and I'm pretty sure the whole grid will get somewhere in racing, because it's a very tight class and they're all very talented riders.
Yeah, they're all talented riders. 11 riders on the grid. This year we've seen Mini GP70s and Mini GP50s explode in entries. I mean, we've seen 11 Mini GP70s compared to just the 6 or 7 that we've seen, and same with the Mini GP50s, 23 this year. So why do you think it is that we've seen such an increase in numbers?
The way it's always been, it was the last time it was this busy was when I was riding, and it's really good because it's getting busy again. The 50s is fully packed. There's a lot of rookies in there. So I do know it's a bit frustrating for the fast guys, but everyone's got to start somewhere on a gear bike, and this is a really good place for them to start.
Exactly, it's just great learning environment as we see all the riders waiting to head out on their warm-up lap for what is going to be a great race. It's going to be Archie O'Brien who starts from pole position with Luke Fitchett alongside him. Blake Wilson and Henry McCartney will be on the second row of the grid, with Wilson, Dowson, Marco Holt in 5th and 6th. Ollie Sims and Bill Harris will be starting 7th and 8th, with Finlay Paul Hill and Austin Johnson on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th. And Harry Payne rounds out our grid. So, Sullivan, let's say, if there's 1 or 2 riders that you really have to look out for on this grid, who would you say?
I'd say I'm being a bit biased because I helped Luke Fitchett out, but I know he's got the pace for it. And Marco and Blake, I know they're really good, talented riders, but you can't cancel Henry McCartney. Wilson, he's been struggling a bit this weekend, but Finley Polehill, he's been coming up, and Archie O'Brien's been at the front the whole time. You can't really choose who's going to be the two favourites, but I'm definitely going to be cheering on Luke, as he's one of the riders I've helped since rookies.
Well, Wilson Dilks, as you said, struggling this weekend, but he's been going very, very well, and there is the start marshal waiting, and actually some work being done, actually refueling Archie O'Brien's bike on the grid there, so potentially under-fueled it. So I don't know if you're allowed to do that, but we'll wait and see. They point to the lights go on, and the lights go out, and we go racing. Archie O'Brien struggled with his start once again, but he leads the way. And Luke Fitchett in second position, Henry McCartney in third, and Blake Wilson in fourth place. Archie O'Brien, though, leads the way after some drama before the race even started.
Yeah, well, I'm not even sure if you're allowed to do that. Hopefully he'll be able to get away with it, but it looked like there was a couple of rolling wheels, whether they got it perfectly timed or were a little bit ambitious. But Marco's had a little bit of a tough start so far, as I'd be more expecting him to be up at the front of the grid.
And we've seen Archie O'Brien struggle with the start on a geared clutch bike for about a year now. So whenever you're making that transition from a mini moto, what's the trickiest part of getting used to?
It's about getting the right movement between the clutch and the throttle, as I've been pretty good at starts, and the riders nowadays have got a different technique to me. I was always keep it flat out and let the clutch out gently without pinging it. These guys are more ring, 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 ring. So it's a different technique, and if you get it perfect, it's even better. If you get it wrong, it's worse, and Archie's not got that timing right. But I think a couple of people just got a little bit ambitious at the start of that one, so they didn't get the best of starts.
Yeah, you see a couple of riders just blipping the throttle on the starting grid now, but Luke Fitchett in second position at the moment, trying to find a way past Archie O'Brien. Fastest lap of the race goes to Luke Fitchett. 1.5 tenths of a second separates them at the line. So Luke Fitchett, right now, what would you be doing if you were in his position? 10 laps to go, it's quite a long race still. Would you be going for it and just try to build a gap, or would you be sitting behind trying to learn something?
Well, I've spoken to Luke about it, and I know he's got the pace to pull away. It's just about getting past Archie, and it's kind of helped me being behind Casey, because I've been able to give Luke all the good overtaking places and the places which are a bit more risky, and he knows what he needs to do. It's just about putting it into action, and he can do it. He's been behind him a couple of times and been able to overtake him multiple times, so Archie's going to be learning where them strong places are for Luke and where the weak places are, and vice versa for each one of them.
And we see Blake Wilson there getting off the track, and Henry McCartney in fourth position. Now Marco Holt struggling a little bit this weekend, still in a good ride, still in the mix, but not where we normally see him at the front.
Yeah, well, I think he's just had a struggle with qualifying, and they've been able to get a better qualifying position, as he was down in 8th, now starting in 5th, and he's now battling for 3rd, but I'm definitely sure he would rather be where he is in the 50s, which is up battling for the win and not for the last podium place. But I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with how he's doing, as there's still 8 rounds, 9 rounds of this championship and 3 races at each round, so it's been really good, and I think he'll be able to put that into effect and actually get better results than he has done at this first round. So will Henry McCartney.
Well, we see Henry McCartney leading this pack, with Luke Fitchett setting a 41 flat, the fastest lap of the race, just 2 tenths behind Marco Holt. But Henry McCartney leading this pack, and it's quite a lot of riders that are now in this train behind him. Now Henry McCartney, we've seen multiple times taking race wins, surprising race wins, with some of them in the wet, and he's quite good in the wet, as Henry McCartney. And weather conditions obviously playing a big part in the races here at FAB this weekend. It's quite windy, so how does the wind affect you on the bike?
Me, not so much, as it's a small bike and I'm a heavy rider on it. So is Henry. Henry's a tall rider, not so much muscle, more just height, but he's still a really big rider. But yeah, it's really, really good, this is. Oh, there you go, Blake might be going for a move on Henry, but it's going to be getting tight, and I know they'll all be trying to stick a couple moves on each other.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to stick a couple moves on each other right now in this massive train. We've seen multiple times at the Lydd circuit. It's almost like a Moto3 race, as we see now. 5 or 6 bikes in this grid, and Blake Wilson always going off the track out that final corner. Was that a line that you would want to be taking?
It's a bit too wide. It's more going out of your way, going out that wide, especially because it's not smooth. Or if it was tarmac, yeah, possibly, but it's more bumpy, horrible, broken up tarmac. But no, it's really good, and Blake's lining him up. He knows where he needs to do it now. It's just about doing it. I think Marco's now going to be trying to get involved, because Marco's been watching this battle, and I think, oh, and there you go, there's another person down. Just shows how hard they're all pushing.
Yeah, it's pushing there, and that is Bill Harris. So Bill Harris crashing there with 6 laps to go in the MotoGP 70 race.
Yeah, well, it just shows how hard these guys pushing. This is the top level of motorsport at their age, and there's the...
Blake Wilson there crashing out. So Blake Wilson, we've seen how hard he was trying in there. He's very, very angry as Blake Wilson, so he's clearly crossed at someone.
And that has been a collision there. Oh, that was a little bit of a...
Yeah, clearly pointing to the sky there for Blake Wilson, but you can just see there, throwing gravel onto the track, and he's clearly riding right now, quite angry.
Yeah, I think he's not going to be too happy about that one.
Yeah, I don't think he will either, but the battle still continues. Marco Holt there following Henry McCartney. So Marco Holt trying to get the power on. Potentially, whenever you're in a battle this big though, incidents can happen. You're so close. Bikes, almost all of them are basically the same power output, so every little matters, and that's why we get these collisions. Yeah, well, hopefully Blake's okay. He looks more hurt ego than anything else. I think he's just had a little bit of a upset heart why he's been a bit like that, but hopefully he'll be able to get back on and going again. And here comes Marco. Marco's going to be lining him up now, and here we go. He's going to be lining him up into this last corner. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to go for it, but there's a little bit more of a Moto3 wiggle, so it's very hard for Marco to do it, as that's what a bit of case he was. And there we go, Blake Wilson has just pulled into pits, we've been told. And as I've seen now, 41 dead still for Luke Fitchett, and he's going. They are pushing the front 2 guys, and this is a really, really good pack as well. Something I'd love to be in is a battle from 3rd to 7th place. Hopefully what I'm looking forward to having at Silverstone, but Marco is taking a wide line round the right-hander into the left, and hopefully try and get the power on for the straight. Yeah, hopefully they can get power on for the straight. Marco Holt looking just try and find any way past. So where's the key overtaking opportunities? Where would you be wanting to make your overtakes? Where would you be planning to make your overtakes if you're Marco Holt right now? Oh, and there you go. Luke's got a massive gap on Archie O'Brien, as we can now see. So he must have been able to get past and just start edging out that gap, staying consistent, and pretty much everything I've been saying to him all along, and he's been able to put that into action again. And I think this year could be his year on the 70, and it's going really good for him. Yeah. And talking about Luke Fitchett, just quickly as we head on to the final lap, whenever his bike behind him this year, or even last year, we've seen how great he is at defending in the commentary box. We've just praised him on that. So why would you say is he so good at defending from the person behind him? He's not that good at on the straights and into the braking at defending. He's more of a flowing, smooth rider that's always very calm. He can have moments where he gets a bit angry, but so does everyone else. I know I do. Yep, so now we're on the last lap, and Luke Fitchett powers it out. It's a great win from him, a very, very consistent ride. He comes around the final corner to take the checker flag and to take the race win. Luke Fitchett takes the race win here on race 2 for the LS2 helmets, MotoGP 70 British Championship. Archie O'Brien comes home in second, but for 3rd position, going around the final corner now, Henry McCartney leads them, but will it be Henry McCartney at the line? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Marco Holt tries his best, but Marco Holt cannot make it work. Henry McCartney in 3rd place, and Marco Holt 4th, Wilson Dilks 5th, Ollie Sim 6th, and Finlay Paulhill 7th. So Luke Fitchett's got to be delighted with that, and you have to be delighted with that from Luke. Yes, I am, holding in all the cheer I've got, but it was a really good race for everyone there. Shame on Marco missing out by 0.054 seconds, so it was tight, but I know this is how it's going to be all season, and it's always going to be adding a ton of pressure and
ton of drama, because I know I'm going to be watching every round of this, even at BTC, even if it's during my race. I know I'm not going to be wanting to miss any of these races.
Yeah, it's great racing all year, and we've seen Luke Fitchett really develop, especially in the 70s. We've just seen him get faster and faster. And obviously no Ethan Sparks this year in the 70s, so the championship has really been blown wide open. And right now, there isn't really one rider which you would completely put all your money on for the championship.
No, there really isn't. I think Wilson Dilks is going to be having a good season when he gets up to speed. I think he's just been struggling more at the start. Same with Henry McCartney. And I think it's going to be a tight season. I think it's going to be a ton of drama, and I just can't wait, to be honest, to get to the next round.
Yep, and we've seen how close that racing was there, and we've seen races like that in the British Talent Cup. Why do you think, as your personal opinion, because you said earlier on that you think the mini GP70s and the Metricate bikes are the way to go, so why do you think that is, and why do you think these Metricates are so good for these young riders?
I like them more than the bike I'm training on at the moment this weekend, because it's more gears, it's more effort, it's better to learn, because you don't ride a Moto 3 on 4 gears, you ride a Moto 3 on 6 gears, so it's much better craft to learn the amount of gears, and then because it's more easier to do less gears, but it's just a perfect stepping stone. We're just missing that one class here in the UK, which is why everyone's going to Spain, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to get that foundation here in England, and then we can be able to carry that on from England or from Spain to England, and have a bit more competition and be able to then transfer to Spain, or even be everyone coming over to England.
So you spoke about the foundation that's currently in England. Obviously it's got massively better, I think it's fair to say, even over the last 5 years. So how far away do you think we are right now from matching the likes of the Spaniards and Italians with their systems and their programs that they have right now?
I think we are way closer than we ever have been, even with this 160 and 190 Cup, which is really good, which takes you to the world stage. And these guys, I know Henry McCartney competed in it, and it was one of the front runners in the 160s, and it's really, really good, this is. And I think these are most talented kids in the whole of England at their age, and still one of the most talented in the whole of Europe. It's really, really good.
Yeah, it's really good seeing. It was a really good race we had there, the highlight race of the weekend. But once again, Sullivan, it was great having you here. It was good luck again for this weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that was Sullivan Moutsey, and now the Mini GP70s will be back out for one race later on today. Next up, we will have the first of our race frees. It will be race 3 of the AC40 Pro class. And if you're just joining us, hello and welcome. You've joined us at the perfect time of the day. There's 10 races remaining for round 2. All 30 races have been jammed into one day. It's a FAB-Racing, it's been FAB-Racing all weekend for these guys, and now you can see them queuing up on the grid and waiting to get out, because race 3 starting, Andy, and I don't know about you, but I can't wait, because it's the last chance for these riders to prove themselves.
Absolutely, yeah, we're going to have its last chance saloon. If you've had a bad couple of races already today, this is the one that makes it count. So they want to go home. This will be the one that lives in the memory all that trip home.
Yeah, exactly. It's the round which will give them confidence into round 3 of FAB. It's the one that they will be remembering this whole time yeah, between the break between round 2 and 3.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to this one. A win each for our front row pairing of Rex Austin in race 1, Taylor Tomlinson in race 2. So looking forward to seeing who gets it. Will we get a third winner, or will one of them come out on top?
Yep, as you mentioned, Rex Austin and Taylor Tomlinson, the two men on the front row, have taken one race win each in round 2. Sebastian Gieslowski will start in third with Sam Gardiner next to him. Bradley Curtis and Nicholas Dunwoody will start on the third row of the grid, with Logan Cousins starting in 7th. Liam Lindquist will start in 8th, with Preston Baker in 9th. Oliver Hall will start in 10th, with Harrison Day and Josh Perkins on the 6th row of the grid, starting in 11th and 12th. Tyler Hartley will start in 13th with Seth Hayward in 14th, and Archie Hooper rounds out our 15 bike grid that we have here for the AC40 Pros.
Jam-packed out there, isn't it, for these races? Looking forward to seeing how these mini bikes and mini races get going here for the start of our final rounds today on the Lydd karting circuit here with the mini GP70s to start away the pro class. This is.
Yep, the pro class is waiting to get underway. They'll wait and stare at the lights. They point to the lights go on, and the lights go off, and we go racing here for the final race of the weekend of round 2 for the AC40 Pro class. And what a start it has been straight away. Rex Austin dropping slightly down the order. Sam Gardner will be the bike who leads the way. Taylor Thompson is in second. Sebastian Kasowski rounds out our podium position. So great positions so far, and great clean start. But I am hearing race control will be investigating that start.
Absolutely, yeah. It did look like a number of riders were slightly caught out by the long hold, and that was very close between the two riders in the midfield there as they get to go towards its. Looks like bike number 7. That is Logan Cousins has picked up a 3-second penalty thanks to the jump start, as it were. But we will call the action as we see it on screen, of course, Lewis.
Yeah, Logan Cousins just behind. It's a red flag I'm seeing on my timing screen at the moment, and that is the cause of the red flag. So the rider is up on his feet at the moment, but yeah, red flag at the moment. The riders will be stopped at the start grid, and hopefully everyone is okay.
Looks like we will have ourselves a restart, I imagine. A chance now for the front row of Rex Austin and Tyler Tomlinson to make good. Sam Gardner, though, like a rocket ship out of P3.
Yeah, it was a perfect start from Sam Gardner, to be honest. Exactly where we wanted to be, in the lead of the race, but now the riders waiting patiently for the race to restart. They're all just lined up on the grid, waving to the camera, actually. So clearly just trying to have some fun, put their mind off the situation that is currently at hand before they have to get refocused, obviously, for the restart.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. It was funny, wasn't it? It's the first couple of races of each of our rounds that we've had red flags at the start of proceedings. I guess obviously it's the youngest riders, it's the least experienced riders, but equally they've had a long gap, some of these races, between these two performances here on the round 2 of this championship. If you are just joining us, welcome. You are joining us. We're just on a short break in between red flag problems currently at the AC40 Pro here, at the AC40 Pro
AC40
category.
Pro class, yep. And of course, it's been the middleweight class here in the mini motor racing in the UK. Bradley Curtis there having a little chat on the 71 to some people around him. And Liam, a lot of the help is actually on the grid, but Liam Lindquist, his dad, on the grid as Liam quickly runs maybe for a refreshment before we get underway again. Seth Hayward on the left of your picture there. All the riders just waiting for action to resume and waiting for some racing, really, as we all want to see at the moment.
Of course, yeah, but as always, safety being absolute paramount. So we're just making sure that all the riders are gathered together. The track is fully clear for everything to happen. But it looks like action is about to be underway again, Lewis. Yep,
all the riders now pushing their bikes to the grid slots for hopefully the restart of the race. It looks like it's getting pretty tight, actually, with everyone having to manoeuvre their bikes about the grid, and then hopefully we'll be able to get underway. Oliver Hall there in the back, and Preston Baker manoeuvring their bikes around. Logan Cousins already positioning his bike towards the left, and so is Bradley Curtis. So a lot of these riders taking the same tactics now, maybe watching some of the older kids, seeing what they're doing and then trying it themselves.
Yeah, I just had a short break there for a moment, and I went up to the dyno, and a lot of the riders are sitting in the dyno watching the broadcast right now. So hello to them, and they've been enjoying. So I know that they are glued to the footage and are picking up whatever they can from the races they don't feature in heavily. I have to say, Taylor Tomlinson looking the absolute picture of cool.
So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Will Logan Cousins' penalty carry over if it's declared as a new race? We're going to have to wait and find out to see what's going to happen. Will he manage to get away with it? So we'll see what happens with his penalties, getting final discussions done there, and then we'll get final confirmations of how long the race will be held for. But yeah, there you can see Oliver Hall also getting some words of encouragement, and Harrison Day actually from Luca Allen, just speaking about what is going to happen this race. So Taylor Tomlinson is waiting to get underway, and he's waiting pretty cool and patiently.
Just a picture of calm, relaxed, just focusing his energy where it matters, and preserving that energy when it doesn't. And you know, a lot of riders here nervously just sort of jostling around, stretching, but no, Taylor Tomlinson seems to be in the zone.
Yeah, he seems to be in the zone. He seems to be waiting. He seems to be not too stressed at the moment anyway. But there you can see Seth Hayward, position his bike back and forward, clearly waiting for it to get underway. But we shouldn't have to wait too much longer as the riders are positioned. But of course, hopefully everyone is okay in that incident which happened earlier on.
Because we don't want a stoppage to breed another stoppage, which is, you know, a drop of attention or a drop of focus suddenly becoming a problem for the riders. I noticed they're being very precise about the way that they're lining up their bikes. Are they anticipating a lack of a warm-up lap here for the restart, do you think?
Either that or just trying to get an idea from their coaches on exactly where the bike needs to be. It's good to get in a habit of it, especially at the circuit. But there's Luca Allen with the Fraser Roger gear link. Kawasaki levers on, clearly looking ready. So speaking to Harrison, give Harrison any tips he can have. Of course, Harrison Day's father, Josh Day, was a racer himself, had quite a nasty crash last year, but is on the mend. So Josh, if you're listening back or if you're listening live, we wish you all the best and we hope to speak to you soon. But there you can see some people on the bank end watching what's happening. As you can see, maximum capacity here at Lydd. Plenty of people watching
under the pylons and in the wind. It's not exactly a glamorous location to be standing. They're doing well to be stood up on the hill. And give us a wave if you're listening on local radio broadcast. But that would be great.
Yep, as you can see, playing about until the racing gets underway. The riders watching on, some of the friends, some of the family rearing for this to get going. But of course, hello and welcome if you're just joining us. You are not missing anything just yet. We're just about to restart the race freeze, and the first race free of the day, which is the AC40 Pros. Please like and subscribe and tell us down below who you are supporting here today and who you want to win. And please
make sure you share the socials,
make sure you
share the footage. And if you've got friends and family watching online, and you've got friends or family, or you're just your favourite driver, make sure you get your mates and the rest of the family watching as well, because you can always get some good banter going in the live chat here. The starters are having their own set of banter, but making sure that they're chatting behind clipboard, so we can't even lip read what they're saying to each other. But trying to make sure that everything is ready to get underway. The riders have had a very long pause now for these little guys, and how's that going to be affecting them, Lewis, at this point?
Well, it really depends on the rider and their mindset. If they can just get themselves out the zone briefly and straight away back in, that's where they would want to do it. But some people may just want to simply stay as focused as possible. But as you can see, riders waiting to get going. Some riders already starting out the bikes though, so clearly they are hoping to start soon.
Tell me about the journey these riders are hoping to take. Obviously progressing through the ranks here at FAB, but what's next after FAB and what is possible for them? Yeah,
so obviously they'll start. Majority of riders will start in the AC40 Rookie class before progressing to the Pros and the Elites. And then after that, obviously, the most likely route is the 50s and the 70s after that. And then afterwards, after the FAB-Racing series, it seems the majority of riders are heading to the British Talent Cup, which is support series for the British Superbike Championship, and they also compete at one round of the MotoGP. So it's a really great path with some very, very professional teams. Another route which some riders take is for the British Junior Supersport Championship, which is more of a production-based championship, which we see, for example, Holly Harris going into this year. But predominantly, it seems to be British Talent Cup, and then after that, either progressing their way through British Championship ranks, such as the Junior Supersport class, such as the Supersport class itself, like Luca Allen's in right now on the GP2 bike, or progress like Casey O'Gorman has done into the European scene, into the Junior GP Championship, where he's hoping to eventually make it to the Grand Prix. So right now there's still plenty of options for the riders after Fab.
And a bright future ahead of riders who succeed here at FAB-Racing. But also it seems to me that that FAB-Racing gives the riders the opportunity to mature with their racing at their own pace. They're not having to be forced from one category to another. They progress when they're ready.
Yes, they progress when they're ready. There's no push. Of course, age limits have been raised in motorcycle racing to get your race license. So right now there's not as much push to get everyone through. Otherwise, they may just become a little bit stuck on where they are. But as you can see, crowd's still watching on, raring to get going. I believe actually that man there in the blue cap is the Welsh Wizard. So Lamar Morgan, I believe. Russell Morgan, sorry, but one of the Morgans, but Russell Morgan, the Welsh Wizard, he'll definitely be listening back. He'll be very happy.
Not the Russell Morgan.
Yeah, exactly, the Russell Morgan, the Welsh Wizard. He will definitely be happy to have a shout out on the live coverage, but he's watching on, he's raring to get going, and he can't wait to get this AC40 Pro race restart.
Stood next to him, I can see one of the family members there of the Shiraldis wearing custom kit, and I love to see that. They're getting their custom merch ready for their junior riders when they start already.
So now we are waiting for the restart, but we can give you an update on the rider. He is receiving the best medical attention here by the FAB-Racing medical staff. So he's in the best hands at the moment, but right now...
Yeah, be well looked after, for sure.
Yeah, but right now on the grid, it's still just a wait for these riders. So right now, Taylor Tomlinson, actually, it was no different from what he did 5 minutes ago.
He hasn't moved. Has someone not just replaced him with it? There he is moving. He's just been told to stand up and move about slightly. Was that a one finger? Does that mean 1 minute to go? It's difficult to know, but yeah, it looks like Taylor Tomlinson just been asked to get off the bike just so that it can be warmed up for him. But other than that, he wasn't going to move, was he?
Yeah, it was very, very calm. Even stand there, it's calm. But there will be a full race restart. But there'll be one less lap for the remaining races. But Taylor Tomlinson, he was very, very calm. Riders clearly anticipating this restart to be very, very soon, with almost every single bike in the grid now fired up.
Yep, absolutely. So let's see how the front row can get away this time. Can they be challenged by the second row as they were previously? That is Sebastian Koslowski on his own on the second row, who will be trying to take the fight to the leaders here. Behind him, Bradley Curtis and Nicholas Dunwoody. Hoping to move forward as well as of course all the riders will be, apart from Rex Austin, who will be hoping for the exact opposite.
Yep, Rex Austin will be wanting to convert that pole position into another race win. Of course, Taylor Thompson also winning in the pro class. It's 1-of-1, the final duel for round 2. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to come out as the race weekend overall winner?
Yeah, surely we're going to have a warm-up lap here, because the riders and the bikes have been standing idle for a very long time. So it looks like it would just be race rerun, but with one fewer laps ahead of us. So we're going to get back underway very shortly. Of course, the grid order: Rex Austin, Taylor Tomlinson, Sebastian Koslowski, followed by Bradley Curtis, Nicholas Dunwoody, Logan Cousins, Liam Lindquist, Preston Baker, Oliver Hall, Harrison Day, Josh Perkins, Tyler Hartley, Seth Hayward and Archie Hooper at the back.
Yep, everyone waiting still to get underway. They clearly don't think it's going to be long though, and whenever this race does get underway, it's going to be a great race. The riders are going to have a great battle. I can feel it already. They're going to fight until the last lap. You can see as well, loads of helpers off the track now. A lot of discussions being done between the officials and the grid marshal.
And we should be headed for one warm-up lap, and exactly as we were just speculating earlier, one fewer race laps as well. So it will be an 8-lap race, 1 lap warm-up to get underway for the riders as they just the parents. You'll see that when it starts to mean business, the parents will have to be stepping back and getting off the racetrack.
Yeah, they will be, but when the lights go out, business will start, and now you can see Liam Lindquist already starting to think about what position and what stance he wants to be in, just stretching a little bit. Stretching his legs and getting comfortable.
Tell me about this British Talent Cup this weekend that you're looking forward to so much, and of course, FAB-Racing representation in that coming up this weekend. Is it Silverstone?
Yeah, Silverstone this weekend. National layout for the British Superbike Championship, for the whole British Superbike Championship, but the British Talent Cup will be there, and it's going to be a great year for the R&G British Talent Cup. Brand new sponsor on board with them this year. Of course, it's a part of the road to MotoGP, just like the FAB-Racing series, and plenty of Fab riders in it, I'm sure. If you watch the FAB-Racing coverage here today, tune in next week on Eurosport to watch the British R&G British Talent Cup at Silverstone. You see plenty of names. It's close racing, it's motor-free racing, it's Grand Prix machinery. Wow. It's exactly what you want. It's 30 riders within the space of a couple of seconds. It's so great to see, especially at a track like Silverstone, which is made for those types of bikes.
Excellent. Okay, so and Sullivan Mountsie will be in action as well.
Yeah, Sullivan Mountsie will be in action. He's been in British Talent Cup for a couple of years now. He's looking for the championship title this year. He's looking to pick up a lot of race wins. Last year it was a bit up and down year for him. All his plans kind of went in last minute, as he said on air here earlier on today. Everything was kind of last minute, and it meant whenever it got underway, he was a little bit unprepared. But at Donington Park last year at the first round, he aced it and he got a great result. He was fighting for podium straight away last year. So Sullivan Mountsie will be racing there, and that is why the likes of Sullivan Mountsie and Philip Sorowiak will not be racing here today at FAB, is because they simply need to get ready for what is going to be a 4-day race meeting, with the Talent Cup also having a pre-season test before racing gets underway.
And is that about being fully rested for their performance?
Yeah, we're just going to have a small delay here before we get underway, but yeah, it's just trying to keep your body 100%, just trying to keep your mind 100% before you get on the British Talent Cup bike for 4 days around the Silverstone circuit. A lot of running that they'll be doing, and very close action. You cannot afford to be slightly tired at the end of a British Talent Cup race. Otherwise you can see yourself going from 5th to 10th in one lap. So yeah, British Talent Cup, you really need to be fit and healthy. Those guys are aiming to go to, like I said, things like the Junior GP or going up in the British ranks. So you really need the best result possible. And yeah, the likes of Casey O'Gorman that's also racing here today. He was at the British Talent Cup just a couple of years ago, taking the championship title in fine fashion. He took the championship title after snapping his bike in half at Knockhill and missing multiple rounds. And he came back and won the championship in fine fashion, a dominant fashion. Fantastic. From Casey O'Gorman that year. And now he's off doing things like the Red Bull Rookie Championship, which we've seen some Fab riders go to, racing in all MotoGP rounds this year. Well, majority of MotoGP rounds in Spain and Italy. And he's also doing the Junior GP Championship, which will be held across Portugal, Spain, Italy as well. So 2 European championships for Casey O'Gorman this year, and a real big commitment. So it's so great to see that they can still find time to return to here at FAB.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just obviously waiting to make sure that the track is perfectly safe, as are our riders, for getting underway. I don't know if this will have a knock-on effect for the rest of the running today. We'll may have to be on our toes as to any lap length adjustments to running and what have we. There's actually a rider there just chatting with his mate. He's turned his bike 180 degrees, and he's going to need to sort that one out and make sure that he's rested. And there is another rider just trying to stretch on the in a crouched position and fell back on his backside, unfortunately. But he won't thank us for catching that one live on our broadcast.
But yeah, Preston Baker is just waiting there in 8th position, waiting, and discussions are still going on. But Oliver Hall's bike actually has Lee Clowes sitting on top of it, one of the start marshals and one of the officials here at FAB-Racing. So Liam Lindquist just rolling back and forward on his bike. He's clearly nervous.
Have they considered an officials race on mini motos or anything, and perhaps put all the track staff on these bikes and see what happens?
It certainly would be a good laugh, and certainly even getting some of the parents on it, I think it would be a very, very entertaining race. Get some of their competitive side out. But of course, right now the competitiveness is between their children. You can just see Rex Austin. I wonder how he will be feeling on pole position at the moment, and having to wait for this race to start and not having any sign of when things will be getting going just yet.
He won race 1 of this category earlier on against Taylor Tomlinson. Taylor Tomlinson himself won race 2, so this is about settling the score for this race meet. He's just walking over to go see. I thought he was going to go see Taylor, but he's not. He's got something else to attend to off track. But there is Taylor Tomlinson in that picture of complete calm and repose. He's been doing any yoga in the off season, but he looks like someone who's certainly got a very settled mindset.
Yeah, we spoke about the dads waiting on the grid, and some of the dads even sitting on the bikes, just having a little chat, having a little discussion, and we're still waiting for this race to get restarted and what is going to happen. But right now, the AC40 Pros are still waiting for a start time at the moment, and hopefully we can get underway very, very soon. But joining me in the commentary box now is another special guest. It's GP2 rider and FR89 Racing rider this season in the British Championship, Luca Allen. So Luca, how are you today, as Lee Close is waving to us at the camera?
Yeah, we're alright. We're just hoping this will clear up soon, so we can get the boys back out, but it's a bit cold.
Yeah, we seen you on the grid a couple of minutes ago, and we seen you actually next to Harrison Day. So what's the mindset like with the riders right now, having to sit on the grid for this long, waiting for this red flag to clear up?
Obviously they've got in their heads at the minute is, tyres going cold and this and that. The only thing they can do at the minute is when the ambulance say it's clear to go, is just start bikes up, try heat the rears a bit with a bit of burnout, but just hope they get 2 sighting laps, really, 2 warm-up laps.
And obviously you're racing this weekend here at FAB, and racing in the Extreme 200 class. So how's that went this weekend, racing against the likes of Casey O'Gorman?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been interesting. We've been steady away. We started off a couple of seconds off, and now I think we're on the same pace. We're both in 41.1s now. I think Casey got 41 dead earlier. But we're enjoying it.
So 1 race left in the Extreme 200 class. Do you think you have what it takes to match him at least and keep him on his toes?
I don't know about that. We can try, can't we?
And this year in the GP2 Championship, I was speaking to you off air a couple of days ago about it, racing in the GP2 Championship. First of all, how has pre-season testing went?
Yeah, we're pretty confident with it. I mean, first time out in Spain, it was a bit of a shock to system being back, and it was obviously after almost a year out, it was steady away back to it. But then once we've been out there twice, it was really starting to come together. And then at Silverstone, it was first time out on it in the wet, and it all just kind of came together really. So we're looking forward to this weekend, hoping for a bit of rain.
And right now, obviously, you're in Fraser Rogers Levers, and the team name is also based on Fraser Rogers. So why don't you just explain a little about the team and where the team name came from?
Well, it's been set up around me trying to get back on the ride for this year, and obviously for the Calex, for the GP2, you need the right people to be running it. You can't have anyone to run it, so we've needed people who know what they're doing really to come in and help set it up and whatever. And obviously a lot of that's come from both Fraser's and Sarah's connections, so that's how it's all really come about.
And so what's the plan for this year then? Are you just going to go in and see what's what, or are you coming in with an expectation, with an aim?
It's hard to say until you've been through the first qualifying of the year, but obviously it's the first ones. It's just dead simple. It's just qualify. Set it low. You can only do better than what your expectation is. So you can only do better than qualify, really, can't you? So
yeah, you can only do as good as you qualify. But of course, you're racing on not only circuits such as Silverstone, which is a nice flat track for you with a Grand Prix track in general. You're racing circuits like Alton Park and Knockhill, tricky circuits. So what are you expecting that to be like?
I mean, the way the Calex handles it, should be fairly good around places like Cadwell and Thruxton, but it handles so nice. Obviously, we've just got the lack of power a bit, but through that twisty section at Cadwell towards the end of the lap, the bike's so compliant when it's nicely set up, which the team's done a really good job of. It's
Well,
it's really good.
Now the bikes are ready to go out. 2 warm-up laps I'm being told of me here. So as you said about the tyres, they will be able to get the tyres warm. They will be able to get a bit of temperature and everything and get their minds back up to speed. But there's Liam Lindquist having issues even getting off the line.
Yikes.
Yeah, so trying to get the bike restarted. Hopefully he can after waiting that long on the grid after a lengthy delay. But you've been helping quite a lot with the M4 race school over the past couple of years. So who's really the ones to watch right now in the AC40 Pro Championship?
I mean, you've got your normal front boys, but Harrison is coming on strong. He's come on strong this weekend. Is from the start of the weekend with his times to now the progression. His time's really come down. I think obviously last year he had the unfortunate spill where he broke his arm, where he come together with a senior, I think. So obviously when you're back and you're battling and you're up close, and when you injured yourself up close to someone, there's a mental block there, but he's doing really well with it. He's doing really well. So
is right now the aim with Harrison just be to work on the mental side of racing? It's obvious that he has the pace and he has done in the past.
Yeah, he does do, 100%. And I've heard loads of people say it's the skill and the talent is so much of racing, but the mental side of it is so much more.
Well, right now in this, it's going to be Rex Austin who starts in pole position with Taylor Thompson alongside him. Sebastian Gosowski will start in 3rd place with Sam Gardner in 4th. Bradley Curtis starts in the 3rd row of the grid in 5th position with Nicholas Dunwoody alongside him. Logan Cousins starts in 7th place with Liam Lindquist alongside him in the 4th row of the grid. Preston Baker and Oliver Hall in 9th and 10th with Harrison Day and Josh Perkins in 11th and 12th. In the 7th row of the grid, Tyler Hartley and Seth Hayward in 13th and 14th, and Archie Hooper rounds out the 15 bike grid. So it looks like Liam Lindquist is still struggling to get his bike started.
Yeah, car might be full of earlier sessions, but he's doing well.
Yep, and now we are waiting for Taylor Tomlinson. He's definitely one to look out for, and he's also on the Metro Kit this weekend. So Taylor Tomlinson has 9 races in one day. That's got to be pretty tricky for him at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think he's loving it. He's buzzing. Whenever you see him like walking about, he's buzzing. So I think he's enjoying it.
And so the M4 race school as well, I've been involved with it, as I said, for a couple of years now. So how has the involvement been with that? How have you found teaching these young riders and be able to pass on your racing knowledge?
It's been good. I mean, it all came about because of purely, I had the year out last year through injury, and I was kind of sat at home with nothing to do. So Sarah was like, why don't you come along? So we started coming along and started enjoying helping the kids, because it's nice, it's rewarding to see. After you've told them you've helped them, it's nice to see that reward of them coming in, doing well, and them going, oh, I went this much quicker. It's nice to see.
Yeah, so at the M4 race, so you're working with multiple riders every single weekend. So is there, obviously you won't pick favourites, but is there anyone that you've seen maybe just something proper special and something maybe different that you haven't seen before?
There's a few, to be fair, but you've got to give it to Taylor really at the minute. 100%. Taylor's just whatever he goes into is going wild. Like the first time on the 50 is definitely not doing terrible, is he?
Yeah, he's definitely doing good. And as you said before, Sebastian Gosowski, that rival's been quite good. And in the mini GP 50s and 70s this year, we've seen grid sizes explode. So it's been very, very good for him. So mini GP 50s, especially 23 bikes on the grid this round. So have you been working with many GP 50 riders?
50s, we've got Bethany Ashby, we've got Taylor, but that's about it for the moment. And then in the 70s, we've got Oliver Sims. Someone else to look out for in the rookies at the minute as well is Jensen Cedras.
Yeah, we've seen
going well.
Yeah, we've seen Jensen Cedras fight for the podium positions this weekend, and Bethany Ashby actually coming into the top 10 in the mini GP 50s. So really, really well, and it's proven that passing on your experience is working.
Yeah, we like to think so. Yeah, we'd like to say we've got some sort of input in it, definitely.
And so, walk us through a normal weekend for you then. Obviously, you're here racing, but I'm guessing your main priority is for the race school and helping these younger riders. Yeah,
100%. I mean, coming out here on the CRF and the Extremes, it's just to play around really. But and we do what we can. So I do what I can with the riding in between, helping the kids and stuff. But obviously, if there's a session out just before mine, I'll prioritise the kids' session.
Yeah, of course. And as we see now, Taylor Tomlinson in the race lead on lap 4. 4 laps to go in this race, and already a 6.3 second lead. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't come easily, does it, that? No, he's going really well, really well.
Yeah, it really is. And as you can see there, just behind is this battle going on. Bradley Curtis in this battle actually going really well. Sebastian Kieslowski leading the way, leading this pack, and Logan Cousins, the number 7, in 3rd place in the podium position. So very, very impressive to see. And
yeah, they're all really well. Logan's he's been coming down to M4 karting over, I think it's a Tuesday, and then we've run the academy on a Sunday morning as well. It just keeps them up, it keeps them fresh during the winter, so when they come back to round 1, they're ready.
And so if someone was watching at home, or if someone is listening to this back or not involved in the M4 Academy, what will it look like for someone to come into the M4 Academy for the first time and get some tuition from you?
Well, I think they can come in from the age of, I want to say 4. To the Sunday morning academy. There's you don't need a bike or per se any gear. We can, from the kart centre, we can hire helmets and gear, and then we also hire out the bike. So if anyone's willing to go and try it, just a Sunday morning at M4 karting, you can hire all the kit, the bikes, everything.
And so if anyone wants to get involved at home, what direction would you point them in? Obviously to yourself, but how would they go about it? Who would they contact?
Well, you probably contact ourselves, M4 karting, Sarah, who does run the race school, and then well, contact FAB really, because you can buy the bikes from you guys here at FAB. So,
and obviously you've came through the ranks yourself. You started your racing career pretty young, I assume. So talk us through your career path and your experience dealing with these 2-strokes and these mini motos.
Well, I've only got on mini motors from the past year or two, because before that I started motocross when I was 7. Then we moved over from motocross to messing around on pit bikes, and then we made the jump to BSB after 2 years on pit bikes.
Well, now, last lap time, Taylor Tomlinson is still in the race lead, almost 9 seconds at the line last time around. Taylor Tomlinson looked so strong, and he looked so calm and collected. We see him on the grid, just his attitude towards it. He didn't look fazed by the situation, he was just focused.
No, he's really mentally strong, he's really self-confident as well, confident in himself, but in a good way, not in a cocky, not nice way. He's self-confident, but you see him around the paddock and he's always smiling, he's always happy.
Yeah, he was certainly always happy. He's going to be happy with this race when Taylor Tomlinson, number 77, comes to the final corner now to come across the line and to win race 3. There's rider down there in the final corner, but Taylor Tomlinson will take the checker flag and takes the race win in fine fashion. And actually, that was a red flag to end the race, so I assume that will be declared a result, but a rider's down there in the final corner.
Josh Perkins.
Yep, Josh Perkins down in the final corner. Hopefully he is okay. That final corner obviously has gravel, the only corner on the track that has proper gravel around it, because obviously it's not too much of a runoff.
No, it's not. It's really not.
But talking about the circuit, well, the riders are waiting again on the grid. What is this track like to race around, even on a pit bike?
It's quite fun. It's got its long, it's flowing sort of corners, but then it's got its them tight chicanes, and the first section of corners you come into is 2 chicanes, isn't it? Yeah. So it's nice, and it's nice the little undulation as you come into a turn is at 7.
Well, you can see Taylor Tomlinson is celebrating there, and Taylor Tomlinson will take the race win. That's why he's celebrating, because he's won by 8.9 seconds. Sebastian Kieslowski will finish in second. To the left of his picture there, Logan Cousins as well next to him will finish in 3rd. Bradley Curtis will come home in 4th, for Preston Baker rounding out the top 5. Oliver Holt finishes in 6th, with Nicholas Dunwoody 7th, Harrison Day 8th, Rex Austin 9th, and Seth Hayward 10th. So Rex Austin, not the race he would have wanted there, obviously starting from pole position down to 9th.
No, it's unfortunate, but then it's just these long delays and do affect riders differently, and you don't know, we might have been stressed about cold tyres or anything.
So obviously if you were in this race at the moment? If you were in the race before, a stoppage before, a long delay, how would you treat it as a professional rider?
You've just got to just stay calm and take it as it comes, really, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's happened. You don't know who's hurt or anything. So you just really got to take it as it comes. And it's good to see Josh Perkins on his feet there.
Yeah, Josh Perkins up on his feet, walking away with Rob and the paramedics. But very, very it's very good to have you in here, Luca.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to hear your insight with the M4 race skill and your experience this year. Obviously, good luck this weekend at Silverstone. Hopefully it all goes well, and I'm guessing going into the weekend you're just going to see how it all goes.
Yeah, we'll take it how it comes, see first practice, first quali, and then we'll see how it goes from there, really.
Well, good luck this year, Luca Allen, part of the M4 race school and racing in GP2 this year. Luca, it was great having you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear from Luca Allen later on in the season. A massive involvement now in the FAB-Racing Championship, and a massive involvement with Sarah Harris and their race school. Of course, Luca will be seen on track this weekend at Silverstone, but that will be the end of the AC40 Pro class. So very happy Taylor Tomlinson. And next up, the rookies class. Now the rookies class was won last year by that man there who's pushing it into pit lane. The rookies will be waiting to go out for the last race of the day. So as the rookies wait out to come out of the pits for the final race of the day, it's still lovely conditions for racing, although some wind, and they will be raring to go.
Absolutely raring to go. They've had a long wait. They're excited to get their final race underway. We're excited to watch them as well. This is the rookies. We've seen a number of mistakes. We've seen some fantastic performances from Jensen Ansel, most importantly of all, who has won race 1 and 2 of this meet. He's going for the triplicate of maximum results here today.
Yeah, he is, and now we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen in this final AC40 rookie race. Jensen Ansel will love to win all 3 races today, all 3 races around 2, but there's 1 or 2 people out there, especially Kai Hawkin, who's going to want to put a stop to that.
Totally, absolutely, yeah. Kai Hawkin is getting closer and closer to a race win, and will be giving it his absolute all here. These are, of course, the AC40 class of rookies, so they'll be waiting to go. I don't know if we'll be running to our full race distances. I imagine we probably will, but we'll see. We were scheduled to have 8 laps.
Yeah, we're scheduled to have 8 laps. The riders are raring to go now. You see Freddie Taylor, 118, ready to go. A lot of riders already have the visors down, but a lot of riders having final discussions either with their mates or with their family. And you can actually see a little fall there from Sebastian Kieslowski, who will not be racing in this race, but a little fall in the pit lane after his race is finished. But
hey, if you're going to fall anywhere, that's the place to do it.
Exactly, that is the place to do it. A lot of these riders will not want to fall in this race. A lot of these riders will want to get their best result this season, or will want to finish ahead of Jensen Ansel. You can just see final checks being done on the circuit, I assume. Yep, helpers and race officials making their way onto the grids to guide these rookies into their slots.
So their race starting grid organised by the previous round's fastest laps, rather than a separate qualifying session. And just a little wipe of the visor there from the pink helmeted rider without a number on their fairings, so it makes life a little bit more difficult for us. I saw today in the grid, I saw someone with a Sesame Street style sticker on their bike as well. So everyone out here to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, everyone out here to have some fun and to bring some joy to this already happy paddock. But the AC40 rookies class are headed into the infield section now before we get underway for what will be the final race of the weekend. We are in the race freeze. Hello and welcome. If you're just joining us, you're watching the AC40 rookies race 3, the finale for round 2 of the FAB-Racing Championship. It's been a busy weekend for all these riders, and now it all comes down to this: who's going to walk away from the weekend with the final race win and with the confidence heading into round 3?
Well, I mean, you've got to say favourite for the race will be between Jensen Ansel and Kai Hawkin, of course. Jensen Ansel winning the first 2 rounds, and he's always very active and excited on the grid. He's wearing yellow leathers with a purple bike and the occasional purple fleck there. He's just gone into his grid box, and he's going getting ready to run. But look out for the riders in the midfield moving forward as well. Daisy Polden had a really good race in the previous one as well. She moved forward after a slightly difficult start. In fact, we're looking at her straight away on the grid, but they're ready and raring to go. They're going to start their warm-up lap shortly, and hopefully they will have a smooth running towards the end.
Yep, hopefully everything will go smoothly. The rookies class heads out on their warm-up lap, and it's going to be Jensen Ansel who starts from pole position. Next to him will be Kai Hawken, who wants to take the first race win of his weekend. Can he do it? We have to wait and find out. Mason Frederick, a talent to watch, as Luca Allen was saying on our broadcast. He's third, with Jensen Cedris alongside him. Max Johnson will start in fifth. Caelan Ratcliffe alongside him in the third row of the grid. Arthur Rich will be next to Daisy Polden on the fourth row of the grid, with Matthew Jennings and James Rich in 9th and 10th. Tommy Williams and Daniel Longhurst will start in 11th and 12th, with Austin Delts and Nelly Nuth in 13th and 14th. On the 8th row of the grid, it's going to be Henry Brody and Tyler Scalardi, and Scaraldi, and in 17th and 18th, it's going to be Freddie Taylor and Finlay Styles. At this point of the day, it's been a long day. I'm starting to get pretty tongue-tied, but Ethan Bayliss and Oliver Wilson starts in 18th and 19th. So a big grid, and of course it will be rounded out by James Dermott and Emerson Oakley. So 22 bikes on this grid, all wanting one thing, and that is to beat Jensen Ansel. So what can they do?
I think there's a good chance, but he was very impressive. Most favourite of all of these would probably be Kai Hawken from that second row. But let's see. It could be a bad start on the inside. We've seen that a number of times over the course of this event. That inside line into turn one is not necessarily the favoured one in terms of grip, and they have to give a kick or two, don't they? These riders to get underway, and it's a question of, is it better to kick once and tuck the legs, or is it better to kick twice? Let's wait and see.
Yep, let's wait and see. They point to the lights, and the lights go on. And the lights go out, and who gets a better start? Jensen Ansel kicks away, but can it be Kai Hawken who leads away? No, it's not. It's going to be Jensen Ansel from Mason Frederick, and then it's going to be Kai Hawken. So if Kai Hawken wants to beat Jensen Ansel, he needs to make inroads pretty quick.
A nice battle going on for P5 at the moment. That looks to be a fantastic start there. I think that might have been Max Johnson on the ascendancy. We shall see. He started fifth, and I think staying fifth, but it was certainly defending hard. And there goes, I think. No, not entirely sure from my commentary position at this stage, but Jensen Ansel is definitely continuing to be in the lead, and here is a tight battle going on, Lewis.
Yeah, here's a tight battle. Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson battling. They were next to each other on the grid, and now they're next to each other on the circuit. So Jensen Ansel at the front, yellow and purple on his levers, and now he makes his way through. The battle is starting to heat up, though, for what is going to be around 4th-5th position. So as he heads to the line, they cross the line for the first time. 6 laps to go in this race. Jensen Ansel leads the way, fastest lap of the race, a 1.8 second gap back from Mason Frederick in second position. Caelan Ratcliffe is in 4th, with Max Johnson 5th, and Jensen Cedris in 6th position. So this is the battle here that we're watching on our screen.
Absolutely, and it's very hard fought here. Of course, the rookies keen to get as good experience as they possibly can. They will be packing up and heading home, some of these rookies, after this race. And a little look onto the inside. That's the Taylor Lawrence corner, and a completed move there. I think is that little Max Johnson.
Yeah, it was a great move there, and now we're watching the riders come by into the infield section, and a big move getting made there on Mason Frederick, and that is going to be Kai Hawken into second position. There's Max Johnson as well coming through the section, and the number 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe behind him. So Caelan Ratcliffe now behind Max Johnson, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen in that battle as the leaders at the front, it's going to be Jensen Ansel from Kai Hawken and then Mason Fedrick, a 2.6 second gap at the front.
Yeah, let's monitor that gap, because Jensen Ansel with the fastest lap at the moment, 102 flat from Kai Hawken's 102.5. So it's definitely a pace differential at the moment. I wonder if Kai Hawken can get the distance away from Mason Fedrick and start focusing on Jensen Ansel, but it seems at the moment like it's going to be a close fought battle for second rather than first.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. And what is going to happen as this race progresses? Just 5 laps to go in this race. Not long for these AC40 rookie riders. They really have to make inroads on positions if they want to make up moves.
No, totally. Of course, a truncated race distance slightly, as you see some of the riders tucking the legs in and getting nice and tight into those longer straights as they go in now down into the infield. Very tricky technical section. Some of the riders you can see coming out of that final corner, they've got their leg out for the next right-hander. Other ones are taking every opportunity to tuck their knees, and they're learning those techniques right from these very grassroots of racing.
Yeah, they really are. They're really taking the opportunity to tuck their knees, try to keep as aerodynamic as possible on these bikes. Some of the taller riders are finding it very, very tricky. I had to go once on the mini moto and never again. I felt way too tall for it, so very, very much respect these riders here going faster than what I could have on these smaller bikes. So Jensen Ansel at the front, fastest lap of the race, a 101.962. So very, very fast times. It seems every single lap he's just dropping his pace consistently. And Kai Hawken set in the personal best, just 1/10 behind.
Yeah, and Kai Hawken is bringing the speed forward. I would say that first among the better technique riders here is definitely Calum Ratcliffe. He's clearly been studying and doing the exercises and making sure that he's supple. You can see his knees fully within his elbows down the straightaways, but he's currently defending. So I wonder what it is in terms of performance that he's giving up to the other drivers, because I don't think it's technique.
Yeah, his technique's pretty good. Maybe just watches back the broadcast with his family to be able to see how he can improve. But just behind him is Jensen Cedras, who's having a great ride. 6th position. We don't see too much of Jensen Cedras, so hopefully he can keep this results up, keep this pace up. A 104.2, personal best in the race, and just behind him, which isn't too far back, is Arthur Ricks. We see Jensen Cedras having a slight moment through the chicane there, having to step the bike ever so slightly.
This is, I think, is this Daisy Polden?
I believe so, yes.
Losing a place possibly to Matthew Jennings just further down the field. We've also got tight battles continuing down, particularly for 11th. Danny Longhurst defending from Tommy Williams in 12th, and then further back some gaps opening up, but Freddie Taylor is trying to hold off Nelly Newth for 14th position as well. Jensen Ansel though completing that lap 4 and is 3.2 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, he is. And now into the infield section, we can see the McCams Yamaha inspired bikes. It almost looks like they're teammates at this point, between Jensen Cedras and the rider behind, and they're definitely having a good battle. 2 laps to go in this race though, not long at all, and this is where we start to see things starting to heat up.
Absolutely, this could be a podium on the offering, but potentially for our riders that we currently, Ansel, Hawken and Fedrick, they have a good gap to Johnson, Radcliffe and Jensen Cedras, but it's Cedras defending from Arthur Rich that might be the most likely overtake at this stage.
Yeah, right now we're watching Mason Fedrick, 3rd position. Right now it's pretty lonely in front of him, so no one really to gauge off, no one really to aim at, and no one really to have as a braking marker. And
that's the most difficult thing, I think, for these rookies to be able to operate at the top peak of their pace with no reference points at all.
Yep, and there is your race leader on his own, and he's mastered not having a braking marker. It's what you need to learn at some point in your career, is to be able to do some laps on your own. And right now, Jensen Ansel's perfected it as he takes the fastest lap of the race, a 101.5 this time around.
That's very impressive.
It very much is, because Kai Hawken, his last lap was a 102.9, so certainly late race pace is where Jensen Ansel has the upper hand, but last lap for him.
Yeah, and that is a clear second ahead of his fastest lap in the previous round. So he has absolutely picked up the pace, and it is suiting him no end to be leading this race with just half a lap to go now.
Yep, Jensen Ansel, half a lap to go. All he has to do is bring it home from here. He's going on to the shortened back straight for the mini moto classes as they go into the infield section. Then he flips around to the left, and then wide out of the corner, tries to get in the power as much as possible. You can hear the cheers, you can hear the claps from the crowd. Round the final corner he comes, Jenson Ansell. It takes another race win this weekend, 3 out of 3 at round 2 for Jenson Ansell. What a result from him. Kai Hawken should come home in second position. We await for him to cross the line. 5.8 seconds of a gap at the line. And Mason Frederick, a great podium for him in third.
Tremendous performance there. I see still to come round though for that fourth position. Max Johnson did pip Caelan Ratcliffe in the end, and Jenson Cedras securing 6th, Arthur Rich in 7th, and Daisy Holden, I think, is going to take that 8th position, but at some distance back from the top 7 at the moment. There she goes, Daisy Holden into 8th place, closely followed by Matthew Jennings, and James Rich in 10th. So a very, very impressive race, very smooth from those rookies, and I don't think we've had a better race from them until this final race of the event.
Yep, they had to wait for it for quite a long time, but track conditions are just right, I feel, and it's great that Matthew Jennings on the number 9 finishes 9th, and James Rich gets into that top 10. So it's so great to see these riders do well, and it's so great to see these riders develop throughout the weekend. But there's Jenson Ansell, going into pit lane. He looks very, very happy underneath that helmet, and you can't see Harry Payne walking down, but Jenson Ansell wins by 5.8 seconds from Kai Hawken. Mason Frederick rounds off our podium with Caelan Ratcliffe, with Max Johnson and Caelan Ratcliffe having a great battle for 4th place. They finish 4th and 5th. Jenson Cedras finishes in 6th position with Arthur Rich in 7th, Daisy Holden 8th, and Matthew Jennings and James Rich in 9th and 10th. So a great race, as you said, for AC40 Pros. Probably one of the best we've seen all weekend from the AC40 rookie class, very great to see.
Absolutely, yeah. And Jenson Ansell, I mean, already stamping his authority on this category. So I know he can't step up just yet, but he looks like he's going to be an absolute shoo-in for that promotion.
Yep, he definitely is, and we're going to have to wait for the rest of the year to see what is going to happen in the AC40 rookies.
Okay, so the final mini moto race of our coverage, and for these seniors coming up now. This is the final outing for the big humans on mini bike category, the senior mini motos. Here to tackle this one. We've got a large grid as well. I'm guessing that a lot of these adults are taking the day off work to stay here, sometimes supporting their juniors, but also they'd rather be racing than working, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, you can't blame them for that. Some of them taking the day off work, majority of them probably taking the day off work, but it's a championship, it's a highly competitive championship, so every single point matters. The fact that Matt Birkin is not racing today, I'm sure he'll be watching along at home. So hello, Matt. If you're listening, you're going to watch your brother Josh race once again from what is effectively pole position. He starts in 2nd place on the grid, but the first bike on the grid, as there's no one else in front of him. So Josh Birkin, he'll be looking for a great result, because the second win, it didn't come in as easy as his first. No,
it certainly didn't. It was Rhys Gentry who took the fight to Josh Birkin on the previous race. Rhys Gentry didn't feature on our first race, so Josh Birkin had it all to himself, and he won by 17.5 seconds. But Josh Birkin was followed very closely by Rhys Gentry on the previous race. Rhys Gentry directly behind him on the grid and wearing the black overalls with orange sleeves and legs rather than the red shoulders of Josh Birkin. So you don't get to see much on the bikes, but you can see the 711 red bike there as well. And that is Nick Bennett, and I think he'll feature in the fight for the podium as well.
Yep, I think that's fair to say. Josh Birkins leads the pack away for what is a massive grid, 19 bikes.
19 bikes indeed, although we're short of our original pole sitter. Josh Birkin then will start alone on the front row with Will Howarth and Rhys Gentry behind him. On row 3, starting 5th, Mark Payne and Nick Bennett. 7th is Holly Harris and Chris Yeomans. 9th, Keaton Payne, and 10th, Alberto Venteo. Callum White, Lamar Morgan behind them, David Myatt and Gary Eldridge. Then comes Jerome Richards in 15th, Rob Gentry in 16th, Isaac Greenstreet's in 17th, Steve Johns 18th, and at the back, Jensen Bishop will start in 19th position.
Yep, a great race that is coming up, and it's going to be something that to look out for these guys, the senior mini moto guys, making their way through the final corner. And to start what is the last race of the weekend, it's race 3, and it's going to be a cracker.
Last race for them, of course. We've still got plenty to come, sure. We will be underway for you very shortly. Who can pip Josh Perkins at the start? Because I think if no one can challenge him in the first lap, I think he might try and get himself away from the rest of the grid as before. But there you go, under starters orders now, and the grid is formed. No Will Howarth, so it's just Josh Birkin and Rhys Gentry who will compete with Mark Payne in the camo outfit on the outside, and it's lights out and go away from the start, and it's straight away easy one for Josh Birkin. It's actually Rhys Gentry moving down into 5th position, and there you've got Nick Bennett challenging for 2nd up against it looked like Mark Payne, who managed to get himself right up there into the provisional podium, but a bit of a bad start there for Rhys Gentry.
Yeah, no, Rhys Gentry would be wanting Josh Birkin though. It's a pretty good start from him, and Rhys Gentry has a lot to do. Just needs to keep his head cool, because we know with the riders being so big on these mini motos, and with it being so much heavier than what these bikes were originally designed for, it means that added weight on that front tyre, and it's so easy for you to crash. But there's Rhys Gentry going down the inside of Chris Yeomans and trying to move up the order into 4th.
Yeah, he had so much pace in the previous round in Rhys Gentry. It doesn't surprise me to see him already getting those overtakes done. But Nick Bennett is defending from Mark Payne on the way through the final corner as well. The 711 car, that is Nick Bennett in 2nd place, but currently on fastest lap and over a second faster than the rest of the field is Josh Birkin away at the front. Yep. Here comes Rhys again, down the inside.
Yep, Rhys Gentry down the inside of Mark Payne there. Great move. All the riders straight away putting in the pace. There's Holly Harris coming through your picture, chasing the pack and chasing Chris Yeomans and David Mayat for what will be 5th position. So still a little bit of work to do for her, but hopefully she can make an inroads. And there is the battle with Rhys Gentry right at the back actually of Nick Bennett for 2nd position. Rhys Gentry in 2nd position already. Now he has to really push hard. 2.5 seconds was the gap between Josh Perkins and Nick Bennett last lap when he was in 2nd position. So it looks like Rhys Gentry is going to have to at least close a gap of 2.5 seconds.
It does indeed. Round to the wide entry for the final corner for Rhys Gentry, and then as they cross the line, he is 3.3 seconds behind, running still about half a second slower down Josh Birkin, but now he's in clear air, and we'll see his true potential.
Yeah, we're going to see his true potential, how much pace he has, and if he can get away from Nick Bennett. We can hear how much wind there is now. The wind has definitely picked up this afternoon compared to what it was this morning. So these riders, it seems that every single time they're going out, track conditions slightly different, especially with the wind.
Yeah, and the wind is not steady either. The wind is gusting. And that is a rider's worst nightmare, is an unpredictable wind that changes direction but also changes strength, because you just don't know what you're going to get when you're braking into the heavy braking zone.
Yeah, you just don't know what you're going to get. But there is Holly Harris going into the infield section. Chris Yeomans as well leading this pack. But you can just see how tight it gets and how tight you have to be to the inside there to maximise all the room you have in this mini moto. But there is your race leader. There's Josh Perkins, and there's your 2nd place man. You can see Rhys Gentry. Can't say he's not trying.
No, absolutely not. No, that was another quick lap, but he was still bested by now 0.4 of a second. So he's building the speed, is Rhys Gentry, but not enough to catch up front. We saw David Myatt very wide and off the ideal line going through the infield section. I thought perhaps Holly Harris might have an opportunity, but he's picked his pace back up again. The white leathers with the black is David Myatt. In fact, I think he positions himself quite close to our commentary box when he's not racing. Holly Harris directly behind them, and trying to catch this group, but we haven't seen her be particularly aggressive so far, and I'd like to see a bit more elbows out from Holly.
Yeah, Holly Harris, of course, so does have Silverstone coming up this weekend for the British Superbike Championship, making her debut in the Junior Super Sport class, so she will want to reserve herself, not getting any injury before the weekend starts. So she's out there having fun. She's also helping out at the M4 Race School, same as look at Alan, and really helping these younger riders develop and getting some extra track time out there.
Yeah, of course. And I guess the best way for a teacher to teach their student is to continue to be practicing themselves. So they know what the bike's doing. They know what the track is telling the bike, so they can actually communicate directly for them.
So there you can see the battle with Alberto Venteo leading the way. This is for 9th and 10th position, and 8th place just ahead actually of Callum White. So Alberto Venteo has been going very, very well this weekend, but you can just see how bad Lamar Morgan was this position. Lamar Morgan started racing here at FAB just last year, and you can already see how fast he is and how much confidence he has on that bike.
Absolutely. Driving like someone with far more experience under his belt is Lamar Morgan, and we've got ahead of them both Alberto Venteo and Callum White. But as they cross the line then, things are getting closer and closer in terms of outright pace. 56.6 for Josh Birkin, a 56.9 for Rhys Gentry. Nick Bennett, another second slower that time than the lead pairing on the 711 bike in P3 with Mark Payne, Chris Yeomans, David Myatt, Holly Harris. And then this battle, Callum White, Alberto Venteo and Lamar Morgan, your top 10 at this about halfway stage with 3 to go.
Yep, so Holly Harris still chasing this battle at the moment for 5th position, and for 6th position just ahead of her, David Myatt. She really needs to try to find a way past soon. Only 3 laps to go, but now Isaac Greenstreet's there, and now they really need to use that to their advantage. So it looks like they all actually got past pretty quickly there, down the straight. 3 laps to go. This is where the hammer goes down as they come across the line soon to make it 2.
Fastest lap, just to underline that, from Josh Birkin at 56.2. This time on the senior Minimoto bike, of course, from Rhys Gentry's 57 flat. So definitely Josh building the speed towards the end of this.
Yeah, Josh Birkin definitely putting in fastest lap towards the end of the race, and Josh Birkin, it seems without that added pressure of Rhys Gentry, he's able just to go out there, do his own thing, run nice and smooth, run his own lines, not have to worry about anyone else, and that is how he's doing these fastest laps.
It looks like we're on course at least for a 3 from 3 situation, as we saw in the rookie round as well. So this is Gentry now coming into the infield with a very busy grid in front of him of riders, but here is your race leader. This is Josh Birkin then coming around the final corner to start his final lap.
Yep, it's final lap time for the number 2, Josh Birkin. No fastest lap this time around. He's clearly cruising because of a 57.1 that time around. That's almost a second slower than his fastest lap, but a 6-second gap between Rhys Gentry.
By the look of what we saw in the infield, I think he was passing 2 back markers at once who were locked in their own battle at the same point. So that could explain why that lap was with that slight bit slower. You wouldn't want to risk too much 6-second gap on the final lap here in the lead.
You wouldn't want to risk too much, but this is Josh Birkin. He is a Birkin, which means it's pushing all the way into the line. Josh Birkin, he's not got his brother Matt this weekend. He's not got his sparring partner. He's not got Rhys Gentry this race either. So he's had to do it all on himself. Josh Birkin wins the final race of the weekend. It's been an amazing result from him. Matt Birkin's not here, but Josh is, and Josh is on the top step of the podium. Josh Birkin is your winner for race 3 of the senior mini moto class, and in the 55 seconds, a 55.9 on the final lap. Wow, what a great lap that was. And for 2nd position, it's Rhys Gentry and Nick Bennett should come home to take 3rd place, and there is a gaggle of riders coming up now. Mark Payne, Chris Yeomans, David Maya and Holly Harris 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yep, and let's see how that battle finished for Callum White. He secures 9th and very closely 12 thousandths of a second away from Alberto Venteo. Gary Eldridge looks like he's going to secure that final position into the 11th place, and then it's Jerome Richards, Rob Gentry in 13th. And I think Isaac Greenstreet will cross the line now, and he does. So we were hoping to see a close battle, but Josh Birkin was just peerless.
Yeah, it was, and great battles all the way down the field. As you mentioned there, Lamar Morgan managed to get in front of the likes of Callum White and Alberto Venteo in the end, which is very, very impressive. But now the riders headed back into the pit lane, and Rhys Gentry, there was nothing he could have done there.
No. He did his level best, I'm sure, but a poor start really did cost him. I think, though, if he can get it in the mix in that first lap, for the next meeting, he could be able to say something about the dominance of the Birkins.
Yeah, the Birkins are very, very dominant. It's a fast family. I think that's fair to say. The Birkins are known in the FAB-Racing paddock, especially in the senior mini-moto class. They've been here 4 years and they've been winning races 4 years. So it's great to see Rhys Gentry having a little chat actually with Nick Bennett about that race, and Josh Birkin having a little whistle maybe about his start, because that start really decided the fate of his race.
Yeah, that's looking fairly forthright, that conversation. But a great race for the senior mini motos completes a wonderful weekend for them. And we're back out on track again, this time for the LC40 Elites. This is now the final race of the weekend for these guys.
Well, and we're just being told in our ear, breaking news for race 3 in the LC40 Elites. Austin Johnson, last year's LC40 Elite champion, will race in this race from the back of the grid. So we believe. So last year's champion, potentially, is going to be on this grid.
Is he going to try a last to first challenge? I wonder. Let's see what he can do. But that would be great if we can get him back on the bike that he presumably left alone after last year.
Yeah, well, he's got his brother in the front row and on pole position, and they were sparring partners last year, so he's going to have a lot of work to do to beat Byron Johnson. Everyone is going to have a lot of work to do to beat Byron Johnson.
Yes, indeed. He won the first race today, and we were hearing that it's possible Byron might try out on the 50 race as well later. But let's see what happens once the grids are confirmed. And away they go then. There's Taylor Tomlinson, the rocket ship that he can be on various bikes, but Lewis Hull, the characteristically much larger racer, he's obviously been eating his shreddies in the morning, because he's certainly had a growth spurt.
Yeah, he's definitely having to fight for every single position he's got. But another advantage, there is an advantage of having a bigger body. It does mean moving your body weight from one side to another. On the mini moto, it's much easier. And defending, he has a bigger body to be able to defend in the corner, so he doesn't have to be as precise and as tight if he was trying to defend.
Yeah, and presumably more air resistance in the braking zone as well, as he sits up to break the bike down to its required speed, especially on the way into this infield that they're just working through now.
Yeah, they're working their way through the infield and to the grid for what is going to be an incredible race for the LC40 Elite class. But actually, I do not see Austin Johnson on the grid at the moment, so maybe...
But his brother will start at the front with Lewis Hull alongside him, Taylor Tomlinson and Matthew Thomas behind them, Sam Gardner, Bradley Curtis, Ollie Sims, Harrison Day, and I'm hoping I've got enough time, Sebastian Gosselowski in 9th, Nicholas Dunwoody, Liam Lindquist, Oliver Hall, Rex Austin, Josh Perkins and Callum Maxwell. And we're about to get underway. It is lights on. It's time to go racing once again. And it's lights out and away they run, and it's a great start there for Byron Johnson, away from the start beautifully as the riders tuck in and get themselves headed towards the first major switchback chicane. Here they go into the corners, and it's beautiful stuff from all the riders. Very clean start and a late lunge down into the long right-hander at the back of the grid, and that is who else but Taylor Tomlinson from the opening lap.
Yep. Great passer, great battles all the way down the field at the moment. You see Ollie Sims further back down the field there, trying to catch on to the back of Bradley Curtis. There's Harrison Day and Oliver Hall having their own little battle further down. Oliver Hall actually trying to find a move, trying to find a way past Harrison Day. But Harrison Day, he's having a great day at the moment and able just to get the positions up and able to get his pace back up and his confidence back up. As Luke Allen was saying, it's really working on that mental side and that mental block that he currently has from his injury last year. But at the front, Byron Johnson leads the way, Lewis Hull second, the fastest lap, but of course that's from a standing start, so we'll have to wait this lap to see the proper pace of these riders.
Absolutely, and Ollie Sims got ahead of Harrison Day, Oliver Hall got ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody, so good one if your name begins with Ollie.
Yes, so it seems so, and there is Ollie Sims battling at the moment with Bradley, so it's going to be a great battle for Bradley Curtis.
Yeah, less than a quarter of a second separating those two. Oliver Hall is less than that behind Harrison Day, but at the moment Byron Johnson leads Lewis Hill by 0.3 of a second, nearly 0.4 as they crossed the line the last time, and it looks about that as they come through the infield at the moment. It's getting very busy in this infield section on our second lap with 7 to go as they cross the line to start their second lap, and that will be 1 fewer laps. Of course, 6 laps to go now. Byron Johnson ahead of Lewis Hill. Taylor Tomlinson, though, set the fastest lap that time round.
Yep, Taylor Tomlinson, we see how fast he was for the mid-corner point, actually, throughout this race, as Ollie Sims actually gets ahead of Bradley Curtis, and Bradley Curtis, of course, is coming from racing in Scottish Mini Motor Championship, which sadly is no longer around, but there he is there, actually, battling again, and wow, that got close there. Right now, Bradley Curtis, he loves Mark Marquez, and right now he's clearly trying to break his passes, because wow, what a move that was. A great bravery.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting up in the order, but he's left the door open here, and down the inside will go. Is that Ollie Sims again? So they've reversed positions twice in this current race, but that is a fantastic pair of moves, frankly. It looks like Bradley was just struggling for momentum after completing such a good move, but back in front he is, ahead of Ollie Sims with a personal best 56.9. Taylor Tomlinson, another fastest lap. That time he can really go when he's on his own, Lewis, but it's when he gets stuck behind these other cars with their top speed differential that he's just a bit boxed in.
Yeah, it just shows that Taylor Tomlinson on his own with clear track, he can just as fast, if not faster, than Byron Johnson. 3 times faster than Byron Johnson last lap, actually. So Oliver Hall right now chasing Harrison Day, and really Harrison Day's having a great ride at the moment. Both of them are battling. You can just see how their bikes are positioned. You can just see actually his bike's a bit to come round the outside. Oliver Hall, oh my god, he seems so quick. Will he be able to switch back? No, he cannot. So Oliver Hall, it's clear, in the braking zone, into that hairpin, that is where he's going to try to make all of his passes.
Absolutely. I mean, that's if he's got the braking potential and he's able to get the momentum out of the previous corner, it's obviously working out exceptionally well for him. Taylor Tomlinson has passed Lewis Hill for second position, and that is a big change for second place. And now Taylor Tomlinson might be able to take the fight here to Byron Johnson if he can just get the gap behind from Lewis Hill.
Yeah, there's a 1.3 second gap to be able to get back, but now you can see Oliver Hall still trying to find a way past this lap. He's got to try and move once again. He's got to try to get on the inside. I believe if he did that same move that he tried last lap round the inside, it would have worked. But there's Taylor Thompson. You can see that gap already on Lewis Hill. You can see how much of an inroad he's already made on Byron Johnson. Yeah, I think that might be approaching 0.4 of a second. He's actually caught Byron Johnson in that previous lap. So Taylor Tomlinson, he's been content-ish to ride behind these two riders in the first 2 races, but he's really wanting to finish with a bang. Yeah, he certainly is. The gap now down to just 0.8 of a second, a 55.2. That time around as Harrison Day is still holding on from Oliver Hall. Oliver Hall, you can just see how close he's closing in. He's going to move anywhere into this chicane. Can he make it work? Of Harrison Day is a rider down there, and that is Bradley Curtis. Hopefully he's okay. Assisted onto his feet, and yeah. So 3 laps to go in this race. Bradley Curtis is down and assisted off the circuit at the moment, so hopefully he is okay. But yellow flag is out in that sector at the moment, which meant there was no overtaking between Oliver Hall and Harrison Day. But now they head down the back straight. Can Oliver Hall make it happen? Look how much he gains on that break. He absolutely does, and he's definitely got the legs on the rider in front. But it's just a question of can he get fully alongside, and actually it looks like Harrison Day is not willing to give up that inside line, and can obviously command the racing line as a result through that infield section. Yeah, Harrison Day, very consistent ride from him at the moment. Overall, Harrison Day just looks very consistent whenever he's on the bike. There's not really anywhere that he looks too bad, and it just looks like Oliver Hall is so good in the brakes. Just 2 laps to go in this race though, and Taylor Tomlinson is bringing down that gap once again. A new fastest lap of the race, a 54 54.8 the last time around. So 54.8, that's very, very impressive. And the lap record in the elite class is a 54 dead, so still 0.8 of a second off.
Okay, well, it's the fastest in this race, and that's what counts. It's about being fast when it matters, and it only matters in terms of how the race is performed. There's no points for the lap record, of course, or for fastest lap, but it's a sense of bragging rights for the riders. And something went wrong on that previous lap. I don't know if Taylor Tomlinson had an issue going through past the back marker. Byron Johnson looks over his shoulder and he can see the gap has opened to 1.7 seconds now, so it is going very nicely for Byron Johnson.
Yep, very nicely for Byron Johnson. It is the last lap of the race. It's the last lap of the weekend for the LC40 Elite class and for all our mini moto action. So Byron Johnson, he just needs to hold on for one last sector and a couple more corners to take the race win.
I wish he'd stop looking behind him. He knows how big that gap is. It's making me nervous just to watch him.
Yeah, it's making us nervous, but here he comes round the final corner. His family will be nervous as Byron Johnson wins once again in the LC40 Elite class. Dominant fashion. It looked like Taylor Tomlinson would be able to take it, but in the late stage of the race, he had no answer. Potentially maybe some back markers coming into play, but Lewis Hull in third, and look at this group of riders. Ollie Sims, Harrison Day just defending off Oliver Hall at the line. Wow, great defending from him, but there is a race winner, and there is Byron Johnson.
Yeah, congratulations to him. A really, really good result, and completing another really good result for Taylor Tomlinson today as well. He's certainly going to go home very happy, I think.
Yeah, he really is. William, both himself and Taylor can hold his head high. Of course, Taylor will have some action to do later on still in the mini GP 50s, and Byron may also make a surprise appearance in some other classes. But Byron Johnson is your race winner by 2.6 seconds over Taylor Thompson. Lewis Hull rounds out our podium with Ollie Sims in fourth position. Harrison Day has an epic battle throughout the whole race with Oliver Hall, just managing to defend at the line by 91 thousandths of a second. Nicholas Dunwoody comes home in seventh, with Callum Maxwell in eighth, and Bradley Curtis sadly DNFing, but we did see him briefly on his feet.
Yeah, we did, absolutely, and yeah, we hope everything is going to be very good for them, but we have had an awful lot of fun with that, with these mini bikes, and with more mini bike action still to come on the channel that you're watching. And we thank you for watching with us. We thank you for liking and sharing or following as is appropriate on whichever channel it is that you're tuned in with us. We're having a great time here at the event at FAB-Racing. Where are we headed to next, Lewis?
Well, first of all, we've got an 8-round championship, and it's going to be a long one. This is round 2 at the moment.
Edmonds is it next that we're going?
And then next up, we're heading all the way to Red Lodge in Suffolk, and that's going to be held in May. So quite a long break for these riders, but of course we did have a double header this weekend, so it's meant that they have a lot of action here at Lydd.
Do you think these riders will be partaking in any other form of motorsport, do you think, in the intervening period, or is it all about FAB-Racing for them?
It really depends on the rider. Obviously, some riders will have potentially the budget and the time to be able to venture to other championships or even just book the odd track day, but certainly the riders which are involved in, for example, the M4 race school with Luca Allen, Sarah Harris, Holly Harris, they will have a lot of well, yeah, they'll have more time on the bike. They'll be able to go to the track, go to the academy, and learn some stuff throughout the rounds.
Absolutely, and I do recall, in terms of having time and budget, I remember the Curtis family telling me that they were very grateful to Durham Cathedral School, a school that's actually quite close to where I'm from at the moment, and they're very grateful to the cooperation of the school because. When they're travelling that far from the northeast down to the southeast coast, they obviously need the additional time and assistance from the school to allow them to pursue their racing dreams.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's a great attitude, obviously, that school must have to be able to allow them to come racing, because it is Monday today and we are racing. But of course, like, share and comment, and let us know down below on who you're supporting here today and who you are looking forward to watching and who you're looking to win. So, great day of racing so far. A lot still to come though, and it's been nice and sunny all day, but as you mentioned, we will be go head into Red Lodge next in May. A long break for them, so they're really going to have to keep themselves bike fit, I think is the best word to say it, because of course you can go to the gym, you can go and run, you can just play football, for example, and keep your fitness and keep your cardio fitness up, certainly on the bigger bikes, but it's all about riding a bike and be able to use them muscles that you never use until you're actually on the motorcycle.
Can they get out and practice in car parks and things like that to make sure that they're at least limber and flexible enough?
I would say, depending on the owner of the car park, other than that, it's a grey area. But obviously, there's a lot of kart circuits now which you're able to almost buy a membership for and use it at certain times, or some of them even hosting bike nights now, or even I've seen on the FAB-Racing Facebook group that some of the riders have came together at some occasions over the winter to be able to jointly pay for the circuit for the day, and to be able to hire the circuit out so they can get that pre-season training in at circuits which they'll be racing at in later on in the year. But you can see how fantastic some of the views are around here and some of the water around the circuit, and some people living very close to the track and a power station in the background, which slightly wrecks the view.
It does a little bit, but at least their lounge windows are pointing at the pretty side of the complex there, and it must be fun on a calm day to be out on that water in a canoe or a paddle boat or something. But it's very, very windy today, so no one in the water, no one braving the water at the start of April here. It's very, very cool and breezy. Of course, we're by the seaside. I haven't actually yet been out on the beach. Did you make it out at all?
No, I haven't so far, but it certainly feels like you're on the beach. The metal wind that we have here. But I am also being told that Rossi Banham is watching along, and now Rossi Banham, of course, the Pit Bike 140 champion of last season, racing in British Superbikes this year in the junior super stock class. So Rossi, if you're watching at home, let us know in the comments on exactly why you aren't here, because it's quite sad not to see your face in the paddock. Of course, you would be joined in with that battle with Taylor Lawrence this weekend, so hopefully we'll see a return at some point in the season. But you can see some of the families in their camper vans, in their caravans, and chilling until the next races, it seems.
Absolutely, yeah. We're looking forward to the next race, of course. How many have we got to come so far today? We're looking at a remaining 5 races still to come in today's footage before we bid you adieu until the next Fab Racing event, of course, as Lewis was telling us, in Red Lodge, and a fun family day. Really, these families obviously invest a lot of time and obviously a lot of money, although it is a very good entry level of investment here, just to see if your child is going to catch that motorsport bug, and once they rubber hits the road, are they actually then able to push and try and go for championships like these?
Yeah, you can see a lot of people watching on actually at the moment and looking at the circuit, waiting for some of the more popular classes to start, but of course you can see the people watching on, and there will be people watching on at home that wants to get involved. So just head over to the Fab Racing Facebook page, website, and get in touch maybe with some of the riders to ask how they got involved, obviously. But yeah, it's a great community that we have here at Fab, and you can also come over to any of the race meetings. It's free entry here at Fab and watch some incredible racing live, and yeah, like these people are here, just be able to watch and enjoy your day. Although it's windy, you could probably still get a tan or maybe some wind burn.
Yes. Well, we know that one of our camera operators was regretting not bringing the sun cream yesterday and having to slather it on this morning. I also saw little Max Johnson there refueling with a very large bag of Haribo. He's obviously needing the energy.
Yeah, needing the energy. It's 3 races, 6 races, 9 races for some riders today. Yeah. So a lot of action for everyone involved here at Fab. A lot more. I believe this is the most races that we've had in one day at Fab Racing in a long, long time anyway. So yeah, it's been a long day for everyone, but it's been a very enjoyable day. Great conditions, and yeah, what more you can ask for? Perhaps maybe some more scenic views, but
I'm not sure I've got a great deal to say about power stations. I can try, but it's it's a difficult one to enjoy. But we can see We've just seen Taylor Lawrence marching along the pit lane, getting ready for his next race, of course. And he's so much fun to watch on the pit bikes.
Yeah, he certainly is. Walking past in his Tom Cruise shades, like we see him wear quite a few times. But Taylor Lawrence, yeah, it's great to see him back, and it's great to see him competing at the front, because of course that's what he would want to be doing at the moment. And yeah, quite a few of the riders making their way past, getting ready for their races, which will be coming up soon. But of course, thanks for all for tuning in. Of course, there will be many riders, even at the track, in the paddock, listening in, and I'm sure this will be from our cameraman Connor, who loves to video the airplanes from the local airport nearby. So it's so great to see not just two wheels around the Lydd kart circuit.
Absolutely, some of these will have two wheels, but yeah, two sets of landing gear, or possibly three, as the hobbyist aircraft from the private airfield nearby, just enjoying the sunshine. Now it's a clear day, but those aircraft will be buffeting around in this wind, this sea breeze that has helped really mix up the racing today. We've seen plenty of seagulls around, and we certainly heard them this morning close to our accommodation.
Yeah, we certainly did. And you mentioned the wind. We've seen it as well. We spoke about it quite a lot as well with the junior classes and with the mini motos that we have currently, and the amount of wind and what that'll be doing to affect them. So yeah, great day of racing so far. Still quite a lot on the schedule, and we'll see what time we get finished today, because it's been a longer day than usual, but it's been very, very enjoyable, as I've already said, from everyone involved. And I'm sure Roger and Rob will be very surprised, because overall it's ran pretty flawlessly. I mean, FAB-Racing, they're always very, very swift, but even with the long delays today, we're not really behind schedule, and that just shows how quick we're getting through these races.
They've obviously built a good deal of contingency into the plans, and the communication, that must be something that you've really got to praise, that the communication between race organisers and those who can communicate to the riders, to the helpers, and everybody. And you can see here, not only are there new advertisers such as C&G concrete pumping, but also there is a space if you wish to get involved and get your company name on the advertising banners. And actually, that one is right by the pit exit, so it's always a good one to try and secure if you can. Marshall's just getting ready as well. You see all the rain that the circuit has had just pooling on the tyre barriers and glinting in the sunshine as well. But some of those are dry because they're not. And we're almost ready for the next race then, Lewis.
Yeah, we're almost ready for the next race. And just before we get underway, big thanks to all the marshals, medics and officials involved in today's running of FAB-Racing. Of course, 30 races that we've had to get through today, and so far we're doing it pretty well and pretty flawlessly. But of course, you can see the next bikes in the holding area and raring to get underway for their final race of the weekend.
Absolutely. So it's time now for our
Moto Team
class racing, and we've seen this. We've seen so much fun racing with this group. They race on the team. The bike is the team effectively, and the riders can be interchangeable. I don't know how much interchangeability we've actually had in practice, but there you've got the Team Italia team that secured the win in race 2, ready to get underway.
Yep, ready to get underway. And yeah, this weekend we've not seen too many riders changing about. Maybe it's just because of the location of the event. Maybe some of the riders couldn't make it. And of course, we are racing on a Monday, so maybe some of the riders just couldn't have the day off, because of course this class is for adults. And you can just see now Team Italia getting ready for what is going to be an awesome race for them. They had a great race one. Now they set out on their warm-up lap, of course, just one warm-up lap before we get underway in the Moto Team class.
Yeah, definitely. Team Italia securing the win in the previous round and looked very relaxed and calm about it, but actually only won by about 1/10 of a second. So these machines very closely aligned in terms of pace, and we're looking forward to another drama-filled race here for the Moto Team.
Yep.
Category.
Yep, so of course, Will Howarth should have been starting on pole position, but he's not here this round, sadly. But Team SF SFC will be starting on pole position, should be starting on what should be pole position in second position in the grid slots, and Team Italia in third position. So it should be a very good race, a surprise last race, I think it's fair to say, for Team Italia. No one really expected them to be that fast. I don't even think Team SFC expected them to be that fast, but
maybe not.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's all to play for then in this final, this finale for this class in the final race 3 of today for the Moto Team riders, and we're under starters orders. And it's lights out and away they go with a little wheelie from Team Italia, slowing him slightly and round the outside. I think that goes our team Pinky and the Brain potentially into securing that third position, but it's Team SFC away from the start from Team Italia and Pinky and the Brain, with Acme bringing up that fourth position.
Yep, a great start, a clean start at the moment, but Team Italia a little wheelie off the line and really had to work to keep the bike there. But there we have, lower down the field, Team Des running away in 7th position away from Team Burt. So a lot of riders in this field, 8 bike field, which is a pretty healthy field for the start of the season. As we noticed last year, the more the season went on, the more the riders seen how great the racing was and got involved. And if you want to get involved, obviously head over to the FAB-Racing website. But right now it's the Team SFC Racing who leads the way with 9 laps to go from Team Italia. Can Team Italia pick up a second race win of the day? We're going to have to wait and watch as Team Italia looks strong on the 7th of Team Pinky and the Brain, just behind, not giving them any room to make a mistake.
Identical first laps for Team SFC and Pinky and the Brain there, 49.282 from Team Italia's fastest lap of 49.162. Absolutely anything to play for here in the top 3.
Yeah, anything to play for. You can see Dale Baldwin taking the pictures of these Moto Team bikes, and you can also see Team SFC Racing having a little look behind them to see that the Team Italia bike is still there. Number 70 powers out the corner and chases that race win. A double race win in the same day would be pretty magical. Oh, Team SFC!
And Italia fall off behind as well. They didn't make contact. That was a sympathy run there, just possibly slight distraction on Team Italia, but it was FSC. This blows this race wide open.
Yeah, it does. It blows this race wide open, but Team SFC Racing just crashed on that point where you're just starting to pick up the throttle, and the front end might have just got light, and Team Italia obviously seen that happen and potentially just a natural reaction, pressing on that front brake and folding on the front. So what a dramatic start to our race. 8 laps to go in this race though, so Team Italia and Team SFC Racing, the first 2 riders are now out, so that would promote Team Pinky and the Brain into first position and promotes everyone up 2 places.
There they go then, Pinky and the Brain into first place, with Acme Racing on the red bike in second place, Ernie and the Badger into third, and Team Martin in fourth. Team Dis all the way up to 5th now.
Yep, battles all the way downfield. This is now the battle for third position on track, and who is going to get it? It looks like Team Ernie the Badger really wants this podium. I believe this will be the first podium of the year so far here at round 2 at Lydd. So 7 laps go. A lot. All these riders have had so much time on the track, of course, this weekend. So really, they know where the limits is, but obviously it's in a race. Sometimes you're going to push past it.
Absolutely, and it does look like Team Martin are closing in here on a potential podium, but Pinky and the Brain away out in front by 3.9 seconds. Of course, they were right with the pace of SFC and Team Italia at the start, so they are hot favourites for the win here.
Yep, hot favourites for the win. 6 laps to go before anyone can take a win though. So there we have, I believe that's Team Burt coming for your picture to come across the line to make 6 laps for themselves. So what a great race we have so far. Team Pinky and the Brain leading now by 3.9 seconds and having a pretty comfortable lead, I think it's fair to say. But Team Acme Racing and Team Ernie the Badger having a battle still for second and third position. Team Ernie the Badger and Team Martin for third position. 0.4 of a second separating them, and there is that battle right now on screen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like 0.4 of a second, so that's opened up a little bit, hasn't it? As they, of course, don't take the infield section. They're going the long way around in terms of distance, and going around into the next corner, and they do open up that gap to 0.6 of a second. Ernie in third, Martin in fourth at the moment. but all to play for still, with just 5 laps to go for our very quick senior riders here. Team Pinky in the Brain lead Team Acme.
Yep, they certainly do, and the number 1 plates in first and second. The 01 of Team Pinky in the Brain leading the standard class, and the reigning champions of the Moto Team standard class, and Team Acme Racing are the champions of the Moto Team Open class, the reigning champions of the Moto Team Open class, and are also leading the Open class at the moment. Ernie the Badger in second place in the Open class, while Team Martin is in the standard class in second position. So right now, the battle between these two riders are in completely different classes, but yet they're still duking out on track for that overall third position.
Yeah, who will emerge victorious from the first chicane on the track? Well, it's clear in a way. It is Team Martin away from Ernie and the Badger. Ernie the Badger, not and the Badger. Ernie is the Badger, it seems. And they've into 4th place now as Martin have managed to get themselves ahead. A really good overtake into turn 1, and the work for that was done through the final corner, as ducking down to try and get the best aerodynamic position is our leader, Team Pinky and the Brain. And it doesn't look much like a racing bike, does it, Lewis? But that's because it's the standard class.
Yeah, it's the standard class at the moment, and that's Sean Whittaker right now on the bike of the Team Pinky and the Brain, the 01 plate. But Team Acme Racing, that is ridden at the moment by Chris Wells, who you'll see later on in the Pit Bike 140 class. But Team Martin in third position at the moment, ahead of Ernie the Badger. So hopefully it'll be all clean to the end of the race, and we can see some great racing, especially for that third position.
Yeah, it looks like obviously SFC and Italia didn't pick themselves back up to get back racing. They both just peeled off to the infield and decided not to continue. Very little to learn or any point learning anymore really in the proceedings, and with nearly 2 laps to go as he crosses the line. This is your leader by a fair distance, but the number 1 Team Acme red bike here only 3.9 seconds behind, so Team Pinky in the Brain can't really relax at this stage.
No, it's certainly that Chris Wells is keeping Sean Whittaker very honest in this Moto Team class, so we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. The 2 number 1 plates will duke it out on track, hopefully, but it's pretty so far. And Team SFC Racing, it looked like they just damaged their tail unit whenever they fell. It was one of the few places where they were close enough to properly hit into one of the barriers and properly damage their bikes, and I don't think it really helped with the Team Italia bike coming in straight after it.
No, it certainly got showered in gravel at very least, but that was a very unusual accident that we saw, but both riders were absolutely fine, and I would have thought both bikes would be okay as they start the final lap now.
Yep, final lap of the race time. It's Team Pinky in the Brain. The lead, so we have Sean Whittaker on board. Can he take the bike home? Can he win this final race of round 2 here at FAB-Racing, here at the Lydd kart circuit? So he has a 3.9 second gap at the line between second position, between Acme Racing. So what can happen? We're going to have to wait and find out. We won't have to wait long though, because he's heading on to the back straight. Absolutely,
and it's almost a walk in the park here for Team Pinky and the Brain. Somewhat handed this victory from both SFC and Italia, but here we go. He'll be super happy with this one. A win for Pinky and the Brain on the 01 bike in the standard class, and a second place overall for the number 1 Acme Racing, although that is of course a class victory in the open group. Team Martin will finish just ahead of Ernie the Badger, and then we expect to see Team Dis and Team Burt complete our race very shortly. Here they come. Here comes Team Dis to pick up that 5th position, and a little nod to whoever's watching and supporting them, and we wait for Team Burt to come in to finish this one out as well. But that is your order, because we sadly lost SFC and Team Italia on lap 2.
Yep, we certainly did, and what a race it was looking to be. But as we said, Team Pinky in the Brain will take the race win with Sean Whittaker on board. Acme Racing with Chris Wells on board took second place, with Team Martin and Team Ernie the Badger battling it out for 3rd and 4th positions. Team Dis and Team Burt comes home in 5th and 6th with a big shock to the system and a lot of drama, with Team SFC Racing and Italia crashing out at the exact same corner in the exact same lap, but 3 great races that we've seen this weekend from the Moto Team class.
Yeah, it really has been very, very enjoyable, and I'm sure that they're all enjoying themselves too in these interestingly named teams that start the season. So now it's time for our mini GP50 category final race of the weekend for these young riders, and well, certainly for this in this category, many of them will continue to feature through the rest of our programming. But here they are, ready to get underway, and we're looking forward to this one, Lewis.
Yeah, we really are. It's been some great racing all weekend. Marco Holt having a great result, taking 2 out of 2 so far in round 2 here at FAB. So what can Marco Holt do? What can the number 58 do? Well, we're going to have to wait and see, because he's going to be put under a lot of pressure from Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, definitely Luke Fitchett, Mr. Flat Cap, and there's a flat cap in the rear of the picture as well. But there's quite a few of the riders competing in multiple categories. I can see 77 there of Taylor Tomlinson, who are ready to get underway as well, and they're ready to run. Just building the revs. I can see the distinctive helmet there of one rider, who Matthew Thomas. That's who I'm thinking of. Number 47, and in the checker. The checker helmet, and you can see also Marco Holt, not too keen to be front and centre. He does his talking on the racetrack.
Yeah, he certainly does. He does talk on the previous, and then you can see Bethany Ashby actually giving the wave to the camera. Look at Alan's been doing a lot of work with Bethany Ashby, trying to prove her riding style as Marco Holt's dad. Checks the bike, gives the bike a final check over, maybe even puts the transponder on the bike, who knows. We're going to have to wait and find out, because that is where the transponder is located, on the bottom of the left front fork on these bikes. But 23 bikes will go out on the mini GP50 grid, and hopefully 23 will return.
Yeah, they'll certainly want to put in a good performance as the final race of their weekend on these bikes. So it's very important to all the racers to finish the day well.
Yep, it really is. Bethany, Annabelle McCarthy doing a launch start, practice start, and there we see the riders already lining up on the grid before we go out for our warm-up lap. So final words of advice will be given. It's the final race of the day for the mini GP50 class. It's the one they want to win. It's the one they've been waiting for a long time. It's been a busy weekend. It's been a busy day. But now, the final race of the day, who is going to take it?
Well, if the first 2 races were anything to go by, it was Marco Holt and his characteristic late arrival and arriving in style on the front axle. We've got Luke Fitchett, who is performing very well today overall, and I'm sure will be keen to try and interrupt that winning streak so far of 2 races from Marco Holt at the front.
Yep, Luke Fitchett wanting to interrupt that winning streak, and it looks like actually Marco Holt having a slight issue with the bike, or maybe just want to tell his dad something to check that everything's okay, get the thumbs up, and now we will wait. All the helpers will exit the grid, and then we'll head out on our warm-up lap.
And here we go then for your grid, your race start. It will be Marco Holt who will lead away from the pole position, setting the fastest lap in the previous event, with Luke Fitchett, Archie O'Brien and Philip Hill behind them. Then comes the Johnson row 3, Byron ahead of Austin. Then comes in row 4, Frankie Watson and Wilson Dilks. Sam Gardner and Travis Shaw on the 5th row, and Harley Baker and Bethany Ashby on row 6. On row 7, Chloe Gleeson, Matthew Thomas, Taylor Tomlinson, Dylan Torian. On row 9 we've got George Ackerman, Murray Simmons, and on row 10 Annabelle McCarthy and Ollie O'Gorman. On the penultimate row, row 11, Lucy Curtis and Riley Paisley, and right at the back on his own in P23 will be Jensen Bishop.
Yep, so we're gonna have to wait and see. The riders will head out on their grid and will be ready to attack on track. Look at them, they are ready to go. It's a massive field though, so it's going to take a while for everyone to come into their slots.
It is, and it's just going to build the tension and build the excitement for this fantastic race, final race of the weekend for our mini GP50 class.
Yep, helpers getting off the grid. And,
Right down on one knee,
down actually, yeah, almost crashing the bike on the grid. A little talk there from Marco once again to his dad. That was Wilson Dilts. But now we look towards the light. The light will go on. And the lights go off, and here we go, a little wheelie further back down the field from Chloe Gleason, but Marco Holt leads the way from Luke Fitchett. Archie O'Brien is in third, with Finlay Paulhill having a great race in fourth position. On a great start, a very clean start from the field. Now it's time for attack mode. Both the Johnson brothers, look at them go. Will there be another battle this time around? We're going to have to wait and find out. Wilson Dilts there.
What a move!
From Austin Johnson.
87, tremendous move down the inside, not wasting any time to make a move.
Yeah, Austin Johnson getting the better of his younger brother there, and there is Luke Fitchett with Archie O'Brien just behind. So what can Archie O'Brien do? It was not a bad start at all from him, but there we go, a wider line. Oh, Archie O'Brien there having the moment mid-corner. He'll be sent wide, and this will let Finlay Paul have a great opportunity, but he cannot make it work.
No, and most importantly for him, we did see that adjustment going on the on Marco Holt's bike, and that's obviously affected the transponder. We had this problem in the previous race as well, but he definitely is still in the lead from Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien. Philly Paulhill in that fourth position.
Yeah, we see Marco Holt have issues with transponder. It did look like, I did think his dad was trying to do something with transponder, maybe even trying to fit it, but FAB-Racing rules, if there is no transponder on that bike, he will not count in the race at all, and in the race results it wouldn't count as well. But there he is in their timing screen now, so clearly it was just a brief glitch. But Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson are still going at Austin, still ahead of his brother, with Archie O'Brien with the fastest lap of the race, and ahead of Luke Fitchett at the moment. So Luke Fitchett dropping down to third and into the clutches of Finlay Paulhill.
Yeah, must have had an issue there that we didn't see, and Finlay Paulhill wasting no time to get on the inside. I wonder, has Luke Fitchett got a problem on the bike, because he has gone a lot slower. Is it just an interruption and a break in momentum, or does it develop into something more serious?
We're going to have to wait and see. I think we'll be able to tell in a couple of laps' time, and certainly down this straight, or maybe it's just something with the gear selector, with the clutch, or it's just one of those occasions where you make one mistake which then leads into another, and it really gets into your head, and it can really make you override the bike, which is when you start making mistakes. But Luke Fitchett right now
we've got a problem for Byron Johnson, who's dropping down the order at the moment. I think he might be having an issue with the bike. Luke Fitchett did lose out, but Byron Johnson tumbling down the timing screens.
Yep, tumbling down timing screens. Austin Johnson's making inroads very, very quickly, and there is Byron Johnson. He's really trying to get that bike going, trying to get that bike away. He's looking down at the gear selector, trying to get that bike changed gears. So we'll wait and see how that develops. If he can continue in this race, hopefully he can. But at the front, it's Marco Holt who leads by 7/10 of a second. And there is Ollie O'Gorman further down the field, having a battle, but about to get lapped by our race leaders.
Yep, there's Philly Paulhill leading Luke Fitchett, and behind him it's Austin Johnson. So this is the battle for the third position.
Oh, getting sat up there and having issues with back markers. It's Finlay Paulhill and it's Luke Fitchett. Wow, Luke Fitchett there taking good advantage there. Finlay Paulhill went to the outside and there was more back markers, I think, what he expected initially. So Luke Fitchett now ahead, and Austin Johnson also getting ahead of Finlay Paulhill. So Finlay Paulhill now has even more work to do.
Absolutely. It looked like he kind of surprised the slower rider going to the outside, and that was where the slower rider was headed for the natural racing angle into the next corner. But up at the front, we got a really tight battle between Marco Holt, who's won the first two races in this category today, and then Archie O'Brien in the Spider-Man helmet directly behind.
Yep, 0.3 of a second at the line last time around. What can Archie O'Brien do? It's the final race of the weekend, and now Marco Holt is going to have a great ride. Identical levers have on, but completely different riding styles. As you can see, Archie O'Brien's been on this bike slightly less time than Marco Holt, but they're both just as quick. Marco Holt really having a good weekend. He really goes well on this 50, and he's just starting to get there on the 70 after recovering from his leg injury last year.
And it's going very, very well indeed. Now you've got Austin Johnson tight behind Luke Fitchett, and Luke Fitchett not able to get away from this group. I thought he might be able to start building the pace and bring himself up towards a battle for the first and second positions, but he's now focused fully on defending that third place.
Yep, Luke Fitchett there pushing as hard as he can. He will be inside his helmet, but Brian still is so smooth. Sullivan Mance has been doing a lot of work with him, telling him where, I believe that is a crasher there further down the field, so he's up on his feet at least and out of harm's way at the moment. But Luke Fitchett going down the back straight with Austin Johnson just behind, so now they power through to make it 3 laps to go.
3 to go with for Marco Holt to hold off and score a perfect string of results in our Racing Monday today. But not if Archie O'Brien has anything to say about it. He is desperate to get a W on this race result column.
Yeah, he certainly is. He would love to take a race win. 3 laps to go. Next time around, it's just going to be 2. This clock is ticking. The time is ticking. It's 5:30 at night, but racing here is as good as ever. Archie O'Brien is trying his best, but now they're approaching Annabelle McCarthy.
Well.
Oh, Marco Holt there. Marco Holt having an issue with his bike. I think he missed the gear. Marco Holt now squeezing Archie O'Brien. He's not happy with himself there. Marco Holt just missed the gear there, and the bike just didn't go anywhere, obviously, because it had no drive. But now Archie O'Brien is getting held up by a back marker. He's getting held up by Annabelle McCarthy, so not good for both of the riders there. But it looks like Marco Holt has got away scot-free there, considering what it could have been. But now we have Byron Johnson getting his way through traffic there, obviously recovering from that earlier incident.
Yep, recovering well, but there is Marco Holt, the leader, kind of on his own now a little bit. He was significantly in front. In fact, Archie O'Brien did actually pass Marco Holt temporarily by the tiniest of margins over the start-finish line, but Marco Holt is very much in the lead now by 1.8 seconds on starting his final lap.
Yeah, starting his final lap, and back markers did play a massive part, but Sullivan Mance did allude to the fact that for front runners, the amount of bikes on the grid could be quite frustrating, especially the amount of different abilities that are currently on the grid. But as he said, everyone has to start from somewhere, and Mark Holt started from somewhere, and now he is on the top. He is powering his way through to finish this final race of round 2.
Yep, coming into the final corner then, a triple win for Marco Holt. What an amazing result for him. He'll remember this day for a long time. He wins at the third race of 3, and that is the finishing order then. Marco Holt, Archie O'Brien and Austin Johnson on the podium.
Yep, great ride there. Byron Johnson making up to 12th position in the end there, but Mark Holt, your race winner. Archie O'Brien getting held up by back markers. Both of them had their issues on, it seems to be on the exact same lap there, but Marco Holt getting off better and getting the race win, so he'll be very happy to take all 3 wins of round 2.
He will indeed, absolutely. A tremendous race. These riders have treated us to some fantastic racing action through this entire weekend.
Yep, it'll be very good. You can see he's playing about now. He did a lot of stopping at the back section of the course, and now he's waiting for Archie O'Brien to congratulate them on what a fun race that was. They both had a great race there, and Luke Fitchett as well seemed just to fade away towards the end of the race, but lap time wise it didn't drop too much, still in the 45-second range. Yeah,
I wonder if there was some further complication there, but your top 10 then confirmed as Marco Holt, the triple winner of Racing Monday, winning by 2.7 seconds in the end from Archie O'Brien and Austin Johnson on the podium. Luke Fitchett down to 4th, and Finlay Polhill secured 5th position. In 6th, Frankie Watson, a good result for Frankie, and then Wilson Dilks in 7th. Travis Shaw and Matthew Thomas 8th and 9th, and Harley Baker your final in the top 10. Bethany Ashby finished 11th. Byron Johnson, George Ackerman, Dylan Torian and Chloe Gleeson will secure championship points though.
Yep, great race there. All the riders making their way into the pit lane after what was the final race of the weekend for the MotoGP 50 class.
And it's sidecar racing time with the Mini F1 sidecars for their last race of the day, and this around here at the Lydd karting circuit. We're looking forward to seeing whether anybody can challenge Mick Williams and Michael Elms, who have been fantastic so far in our racing weekend. That is bike 369 there. That's the Vince Bailey Amy Tilbrook entry, just getting themselves warmed up and ready.
Yep, of course, this cycle lap will count as the sidecar riders warm-up lap as well, and then we'll go straight into racing. It should be it was originally a 7-lap race. I believe that may be reduced after today's running getting slightly delayed with all the other races so far having 1 lap removed. So Mick Williams, can they do anything, and can the Keats start a race this time around? It's not been a good weekend at all for them. Hopefully they can make it off the grid this time around, but we're going to have to wait and see, because it'll be great to have more sidecars out there racing. Definitely,
it absolutely will. The more the merrier, of course, as we get underway. We need some paint on that fairing as well, on the Keats entry, if they do manage to secure it. I wonder if will we get bike 90 on the grid. They were the ones most likely to get themselves to challenge the Mick Williams and Michael Elms entry. But I haven't seen them. I saw them come down the pit lane in preparation ahead of during the previous race, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like we're going to be underway very shortly then. They are going to get starters orders. Strange wave from the starter there, not pointing at the screen at the moment. We're waiting. I think we may have a late arrival. Is that what's going to happen here?
We have to
being held at the moment.
See what's going to happen at the moment. I think everyone's kind of just waiting and wondering what is going to happen for the sidecar race.
Yeah, and those sidecar riders are getting ready. We may have an investigation for oil on the circuit being dropped by someone, but here we go, red lights, and they're away, and out like a scolded cat goes the Williams and Elms entry indeed, but a great start up from the second row of the grid, and beautiful start from the leaders here. Michael Elms away beautifully, but Vince Bailey and Amy on the seat behind had a great run, but these are the Impies struggling to get that machine underway. But we have 3 running sidecars.
Yep, 3 running sidecars. Hopefully the Impies can make that 4, but there's no green streaks on the grid this time around. Is the first time I've seen that happen in a long time. Of course, last race we did wonder if something was wrong with their sidecar. Yeah. Potentially they investigated and realised it's not worth racing, not worth risking potentially a terminal engine failure or making whatever's wrong with it worse. Yeah. So there's the Impies. They've managed to get it underway. Hopefully it's right, and hopefully they can just get some points on the board, because with only 4 sidecars out, but there's a bit of looking and investigating there down at the sidecar, so I don't really know just yet.
Things aren't looking super comfortable, are they? There's a shake of the head there from the rider as they come through. But Mick Williams is in the lead and secured a lap that was 2 seconds faster than Bailey that time round. And Parker Elms down into 3rd place, as we saw. That might be where we see the majority of our competition in this short car race.
Yep, Mick Williams powering it out through, and there is Vince Bailey and Tilbrook trying their hardest and trying to match Mick Williams. Mark Parker down into 3rd position and not too far, 1.3 seconds off, but there is Mick Williams coming for your shot and firing it out through, and look at that is pushing on there from Vince Bailey and Tilbrook. You can't say they're not trying in their only chance so far as we can to win the race.
Yeah, they're going for it for sure. They should be good for a podium, but the perils are pushing too hard, because they looked on the edge.
Yeah, it certainly looks on the edge. It definitely looks on the edge of track limits, to say the least. But it looks like if they make any mistake, Mark Parker and Elms will be there to be able to take up the scraps. But you can just see how hard they're pushing and how hard they're having to go around this Lydd kart circuit, especially this back section. By the time the rider, the rear passenger, is almost getting the rear end of themselves out to go to the left-hander, they're almost clipping the barriers that are in the middle of the track, so you're really having to have so much commitment from here. You can just see the sidecar squirming about as they go in the power there. It's but like all riders do, you just learn to get comfortable with a slightly looser bike. And actually, in the background of that shot there, coming down the pit lane, I think I did see the green streaks, but just walking with no helmets on.
Okay, were they with as much style as they ride, I wonder. And yes, indeed, here they come. But on the track, we have the Mick Williams and Michael Elms entry going for, of course, 3 from 3 today to try and secure a perfect result. But as you've told me many times, they are utterly peerless on the sidecar entry.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, for a couple of years now, they've just dominated proceedings, and now we're seeing that even more, because with 2 laps going in this race, Mick Williams has the fastest lap of 49.9 and leads the way by, well, we're going to have to wait and see. And then, so now they're already coming to lap Chris and Robert Impey. They have a 14.8 second lead, and that's them coming to lap them now. They just let them through nicely. 2 laps to go, and Mick Williams showing their magic once again.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very strong display, and the riders can only try and learn from this entry. You can see how both riders move with such beautiful synchronicity, the pair of them.
Well, if you think, watching at home, that you could match Mick Williams and Michael Elms, please come along and try to give them a bit of competition at the moment, because right now they're storming away at it with 1 lap to go. The final lap time for Mick Williams and Michael Elms on what is their final race of the weekend.
Yeah, totally. They've seen it, they've conquered so far, and it's just a few corners left to go before they complete an absolutely perfect result.
Well, now it's time to wait and see. Vince Bailey, their gap between themselves and Williams, 20.3 seconds, but they have other worries in their hands. The gap between Mark Parker and Ems is just 1.4 seconds, so they're doing a great job at being able to handle that pressure.
Absolutely, but the long run down to the final corner then for Mick Williams and Michael Elms. 1 corner to go, and the absolute domination from these two as they go through to win once again, and just a very calm thumbs up there from Michael Elms. This will be finishing a lap down the Impeys, so they will secure that 4th position and good points overall. Obviously, they'll get a small reward for today's racing, but they struggled to get the bike running smoothly and coming through. Then finally, we see Vince Bailey and Amy behind him, with also Mark Palmer and Ems finishing off our race classification. Williams winning, though, a 3-win day and a just complete and total success.
Yep, 3 out of 3 this weekend, this round 2 for Mick Williams. 6 out of 6 in the first 2 rounds in total, so domination there. Magic Mick Williams does it again, but you can see how happy they are, waving to the camera. And Mick Williams, it's not really a face that you see roaming about the paddock. They like to keep themselves to themselves and just have a good weekend with their family and friends. So they're clearly going about the right way, because the results keep coming.
Yep, absolutely. Fully focused on the racetrack and enjoying the spoils, you have to say. And touring back in, and I think this might be the first sidecar race that we've seen where all the runners are going to make it back to the pits under their own steam.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's been no pushing, at least this time around. Hopefully not this time around. Hopefully we've not just gave it the commentator's curse. But great sidecar race, and it's been a great race. It's been a great weekend of racing for Mick Williams and Michael Elms. So it is time for the final race of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140s. I don't know about you, but Taylor Lawrence is ready, and so are we. Yep. Let's get into it. It's going to be a great race. 11 laps coming up, and it looks like all the riders are focused.
Yeah, definitely. Taylor Lawrence dancing across the saddle there, and I think they're ready to have some fun. It looks, again,
that's Lucas Brown.
Lucas Brown also competing for the showmanship award today, and they will pass our camera position on the way out. No one waving to us just yet. There's a slight nod possibly from bike 159, but again, the final race today for these pit bikes, and we've had such entertainment, and it's well worth sticking with us because the final 2 races of the day are going to be absolute barnstormers.
Yes, they certainly are, and you can just see restriction on motorcycles before they get ready for the start of this race. That's Bailey Lawrence, Taylor Lawrence's brother, and she got a podium on round 1 in the newcomers class that they have going on here inside the normal Pit Bike 140 Championship. So great results straight away from Bailey Lawrence, who switches from the Mechkit GP50.
Yeah, so riders are ready to get underway, and you can see a well-supported rider there for ready to get launch away from the start. Taylor Lawrence is just getting a clear air on this warm-up lap, so he can run it at the pace he wants to without any complications. That's working out very well for him. Look out though for P4 from the start. That would be Lucas Brown, who's had a really good run, and Chris Wells behind him will be very interesting as well.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it's going to be an interesting race overall, because I think the whole racing paddock has been looking forward to this and been looking forward to this being the final race, because everyone is going to push. They have all round, they have over a month to fix any damage that they have to their bikes after this race.
So Taylor Lawrence, it will be from the pole position from Cameron Soule, then followed by Jamie King and Lucas Brown. Liam Wood will start in on row 3 with Chris Wells beside him, Sean Whittaker and Zach Torian on row 4. On row 5, Adam Redding and Tom Stanford. Next up on row 6, James Ratcliffe and Elliot Crosby, with row 7, Matthew Lindley and Ben Ridgewell.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker. We wait for the lights to go on. The revs will rise, tension rises, lights go on, and lights go off, and we go racing. A jump there from Jamie King, a slight jump on the front wheel, but Taylor Lawrence leads the way from Lucas Brown. You can just see how packed this race is, this class is. It's a class which has exploded in entries over the past couple of years, but Chris Wells in 4th position. Now, we've seen it last race with how good he is.
Here he goes for potentially for 3rd position as well, hustling out his rival and into 3rd, and a great start then from Chris Wells, and that bodes well for our race.
Yep, it does, and we can't wait to see how he does at this final corner. Chris Wells looks so confident at this very final corner, this very final hairpin. He looks to make a move on Lucas Brown. He looks to get it done before the corner is even there, actually. So a great drive onto the straight as well. Is this the perfect combination right now for a great race? Chris Wells in 2nd, Taylor Lawrence leading.
Oh, it's exactly what we wanted, and he has brought himself forward so well. He's absolutely on it, like just brilliant, and takes the lead as well into lap 2. That is 4 places up for Chris Wells from the start. What a fantastic start he's just made.
Yep, great. Chris Wells there. Now he powers it out through, and this is where Taylor Lawrence is going to be strong. Jamie King is having a battle right now with Liam Wood. He's struggling to find any way past though. Jamie King though in this pack once again. Can he make inroads on them, and can he get up the grid position orders at the front though? And here we actually have Cameron Soule started on the front row of the grid, down to 4th position at the moment, but he has the pace to stick with them. Taylor Lawrence though still trying to recover and still trying to find a way past, but obviously Lucas Brown's there in 3rd place, so he's very quick.
Hopping over the curb there from 4th position was Cameron Soule, so he'll be vulnerable to Liam Wood as they come through the next switchback section, but it's definitely Chris Wells ahead of Taylor Lawrence, and Taylor Lawrence needs to try and find a little bit of pace here to try and fight out in the win. And there is Jamie King going for a move down into what was Taylor Lawrence's corner, and it's not going to be Jamie King's corner right now.
Yep, Taylor Lawrence 2nd position right now. Cameron Soule still in 4th position, and he's still looking at the rear end of what is Lucas Brown, the number 7. Can he do anything? Lucas Brown powering out through. 9 laps to go in this race, 8 laps to go now, as Chris Wells sits the fast lap of the race of 44.6 ahead to Taylor Lawrence by 4/10 of a second, and Cameron Soule under immense pressure right now from Liam Wood.
He is, absolutely. I think it's a matter of time before Liam Wood finds a way past. He is absolutely on the tail of Cameron Soule, who's not having the best showing on this final race. I'm not sure whether everything is running quite as smoothly as it has been previously. He's been down on practice and warm-up. He's been down on race numbers, and he's started 2nd, down currently in 4th position.
Yep, heading into the heavy braking zone, and then having to release your brake at the perfect time, carry all that corner speed, carry all that momentum onto the small main straight before we flick it into the chicane. Then there'll be a short little drive out of the corner before it's almost identical corner. Another chicane where riders will have to test the limits, see how close they can get. We've seen riders almost bounce over the curbs, if not bounce over the curbs, and almost put their knee sliders inside the grass. Then a long
good drive off the corner.
Look at that. Liam Wood being able to get that drive on Cameron Sill, and Jamie King just behind before we head on to the back straight.
Really good stuff. Taylor Lawrence and Chris Wells trading fastest laps as well by the tiniest margins, less than 1/10 of a second between the two of them over their lap distance, and it's only 3/10 of a second between those two at the front. But it's understandably we're watching this immense battle here for the third place in the podium.
Yep, watching this battle. 6 laps to go in this race, so the more laps tick down, the more desperate they're going to have to get to make them lunges, and that's what we've seen in the Pit Bike 140s. It's bashing bars, it's elbow bashing, it's no room left racing. It's what you want to see here on a Monday night while eating your dinner. Well, a great race at the moment going on, and JB King, he seems to always be looking at the inside at that back section.
Absolutely, he does. Taylor Lawrence, though, right on the tail of Chris Wells, now down to 1/4 of a second between the two of them. I think we may be about to get some action between those lead pairings, but meanwhile we watch Cameron Sill hold off Wood and King, and King just getting ahead there.
Yep, Jamie King just getting ahead, and now he looks to make some moves with 5 laps to go in this race. 5th position for Jamie King at the moment. Lucas Brendan, Cameron Sill just ahead of him. Chris Wells still leading. Chris Wells leads by 3/10 of a second, so it seems like Chris Wells have brought something new to the party today.
It does indeed. He's had an absolute stormer currently, but the margin for error will be absolutely tiny with Taylor Lawrence right behind him.
Yep, Taylor Lawrence right behind him, right behind Lucas Brown at the moment is Cameron Sill. At the line last time around, it was just 2/10 of a second separating these riders. And separating these riders at the front right now is 3/10 of a second. Cameron Sill actually setting the fastest lap of the race, a 44.1.
Where did he pull that one out of?
The top 5 riders in the 44.1 bracket, so very, very impressive. In fact, the top 8 in the 45 bracket, so all these riders so close.
Absolutely. I mean, to have your top 5 be lapping within 1/10 of a second of each other, absolutely insane, the closeness of this racing. Chris Wells is going to start hearing, I think, Taylor Lawrence coming up behind him, and he's going to have to get the hurry on.
Yeah, he certainly is. Of course, wow, Taylor Lawrence for that final corner. You see how hard Chris Wells has pushed for there, and the fact he just gained time, and there he is, a 44 flat from Taylor Lawrence. And Jamie King, a 43.8 from Jamie King in 5th position. He's clearly looking racing. Maybe Jamie King could be on for a podium here.
He saved his best till last, hasn't he, today? So he's absolutely moving forward, but there's only 3 laps to go. No, not even that, maybe just 2.5 now at this stage. But you've got Chris Wells leading Taylor Lawrence, who bested him by 1/10 of a second that time round.
Yeah, you do it. Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic on his bum patch, on his levers, Pit Bike Sonic on YouTube to watch him and to watch this weekend back whenever he posts it later on in the next coming weeks. But Taylor Lawrence, look at the ground he makes in the final corner. You can see the front end bobbing, you can see the front end chattering. That is it on his absolute limit and saying, I'm about to crash. It's the bike telling him that it's about to crash, but he hangs on to it and he uses his skills to get through Shannon King now, and now they start approaching back markers of 2 laps left.
This is going to be a very interesting culmination to this fantastic race so far as they come upon these back markers. Despite the fact that the field is so close overall, they're still having to muscle their way through and find a way to some clear air and find the best moment to pass, and that has really stuffed up Wood, hasn't it?
Yep, it certainly has. Jamie King is chasing Cameron Sill still, though, and Cameron Sill is still looking at the back of Lucas Brown, finding no way past. 2 laps going this race across the line to make it the final lap of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140s.
And I think that was Taylor Lawrence reaching the limit and maybe stepping slightly over it. He lost a good 3/10 of a second at the most crucial time as he goes to start this final lap.
Yep, he's really pushing out. He's trying everything at every single corner, especially for that last corner. He clearly looked at the race, or has been told that's where he was losing all the time. That's where Chris Wells is so strong, but 7/10 of a second, it's going to be difficult.
It is, and Chris Wells is coming up then. Here we go to finish this race and this weekend for the pit bikes. Down into the final corner goes Chris Wells, and will complete a brilliant victory for Bike 62. Chris Wells crosses the line, and Taylor Lawrence showing that Chris had the better of him today, and that was very sporting messaging from the body language of Taylor Lawrence. Lucas Brown in third, Cameron Saul in fourth, and Jamie King completing the top five that just couldn't be separated.
Yeah, top five just couldn't be separated there, and there is Chris Wells, number 62, riding away, and Taylor Lawrence alongside him. There is the smiling Chris Wells, and in the top step of the podium once again, Chris Wells on the cool down lap now, heading onto the back section of circuit. Before it, they'll pull in pit lane and roll everything up, put it into the back of the van, and it'll be Chris Wells who is your race winner by 1 second over Taylor Lawrence. Lucas Brown rounds out our podium positions. Cameron Soule had a great ride in fourth position ahead of Jamie King and Liam Wood, who we've seen have a great scrap across the race. And Zach Tureen finished in seventh position, so a great ride from him, just slightly outside that front group. Sean Whitaker in eighth position after having a good weekend in the Pit Bike 140s and the Moto Team class. Tom Stamford in ninth, and Adam Redden in 10th position. So a great position, great race, a great three races for the Pit Bike 140s, and I'm sure they can't wait for round 3. Now it is time for the Premier class here at FAB. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It's their final race of the weekend, and it's the final race of the weekend in total here at FAB-Racing. 30 races were run today, 29 finished, 1 to go, and wow, what a great race to leave to last.
We really have saved an absolute peach for the finish, as some practice starts get underway here as well, ready to have a fantastic outing for the final race of the weekend, the final race of our Lydd karting circuit, round 2 of the championship here at FAB-Racing. But this is the one that everyone is here to watch.
Yep, it certainly is. You see now the riders lining up on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Archie O'Brien on pole position, next to Luke Fitchett. We've seen how strong Luke Fitchett was last race. He was just great to watch. He broke Archie O'Brien just after a couple of laps. So what's going to happen this race? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because with it being the mini GP bikes, it can sometimes turn into a Moto3 race. Last race, from about 4th or 3rd all the way down to 7th position, there was nothing separating them. Blake Wilson also making his way onto the grid. Blake Wilson was very, very angry after.
I was down near the pit lane for that, and he destroyed the fairing on the front of his bike. Absolutely seething he was as they go away for their final warm-up lap here of the weekend, and we will get your grid for you very shortly. Here he is then. Archie O'Brien will lead them away with a fastest lap in the previous round of a 41.279 from Luke Fitchett. Behind them on row 2, Blake Wilson and Henry McCartney, and starting 5th, Wilson Dilks and Marco Holt. On row 4, Ollie Sims will start 7th, and we will see Bill Harris in 8th, Finley Polhill in 9th position, Austin Johnson in 10th, and Harry Payne in 11th.
Yep, so it looks like riders are now getting ready. Ollie Sims is following Bill Harris through, so this is it. This is the one all the riders have been waiting for.
Yeah, and the one we've all been waiting for as well, as interested spectators and everybody at trackside. This is what matters. This is the LS2 Helmets Road to MotoGP Mini GP70 final race.
Yep, the final race of the weekend here at FAB-Racing, here at the Lydd kart circuit. The final checks being done on the bikes. The tension is certainly high. All eyes are on this race. All eyes have been waiting for this race. The lights will go on. And the lights go out a long hold there, and we go racing. Luke Fitchett, wow, what a start. Archie O'Brien getting slightly swallowed at the start there, but Henry McCartney so aggressive on Blake Wilson. What can Blake Wilson do though? Blake Wilson, I'm sure, will be very aggressive this race, but Archie O'Brien trying to get around the outside. He cannot make it work. Down in 4th position now with Marco Holt in 5th. A clean start from them, but Fitchett leads the way and already has a comfortable gap.
He does, but I definitely want to call out that start from Henry McCartney, up to second from fourth, and positioned his bike incredibly well going through that first chicane.
Yeah, he did, and now he leads this gaggle of riders with Archie O'Brien just by Blake Wilson. Oh, he clearly wants to make a move in that final corner, wants to clearly push that final corner. His confidence is not gone from that final corner, that's fair to say, but number 8 looking very, very aggressive on that bike. Archie looking great as well. Once he settles into the race, O'Brien should be able to start to push.
Absolutely, yeah. He needs to get the bike settled, just mentally recover from a poor start there for Archie. But he can see his main rival here, Luke Fitchett, getting away from him.
Yeah, you can just see Luke Fitchett edging away at the line around 1.3 seconds between Luke Fitchett and Henry McCartney. Now, what can Henry McCartney do? What will the gap be next time around? And will Blake Wilson and Archie O'Brien get frustrated that they're seeing Luke Fitchett just edge off into the distance?
I imagine so. Henry McCartney did put a really good result there. That difference is now 2.4 seconds, and he's starting to put a bit of a block on. Around the outside goes Wilson, and it becomes the inside for the next corner. Has he compromised himself slightly as Henry McCartney almost leans on his rival and takes the position back? That was really smart racing.
Yeah, these two riders clearly look like they're ready for a fight between each other. Henry McCartney and Blake Wilson are going all at it right now. The number 8 versus the number 31. They lead on to the back straight towards the final corner. We've seen how strong Blake Wilson can be on the brakes. He definitely closes in there, but Archie O'Brien right now is just watching all this unfold in front of him.
And it's super close all the way back to maybe 8th or 9th position as well. That is very close then. Wilson very tight behind Henry McCartney, not able to action a move just yet, but he'll be slightly shy of making quite such a move in future, because Henry McCartney just came straight back at him.
Yeah, he did, and now Henry McCartney on the powering it out with Archie O'Brien just behind, and Archie O'Brien really wanted to make this move, but the thing is, if anyone tries to make a move and affects their drive and it doesn't go successful, the person behind screen right on their tail, as you can see right now. Archie O'Brien, wow, looking down the inside, but the line there just tightens up too much to make a move. It's enough just to show a front wheel though, as Blake Wilson looks around the outside again.
Absolutely, Marco Holt there right on the back of Archie O'Brien, and we've seen those two go really well today in other categories. So Marco Holt building his speed on this bike and doing incredibly well here. He's currently 5th position. Ollie Sims and Wilson Dilks also very close behind, and they are so close, the front 8 drivers down to Penny Pole Hill.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett, number 7, 40.8 last time around, 5.6 seconds ahead between the second fast rider. Blake Wilson on his MotoGP GP70 bike, trying his best to go around the outside. It seems that he's just trying anything to go around the outside. Look at him there once again, and he cannot make it work though. The number 8 is in this massive train of riders, almost like a Moto3 race, but Byron Johnson is in this race now. He's one lap down at the moment. I believe he didn't actually make the start of the race, but he has started from pit lane in 12th position at the moment. He's just set 44.8.
But we focus, of course, on this battle for second, led by Henry McCartney, Blake Wilson and Archie O'Brien, with Marco Holt, Ollie Sims and Wilson Dilks all within shouting distance of this valuable second position.
Yeah, this valuable second position. You can see how valuable it actually is. Blake Wilson's willing to risk absolutely everything at that first corner. They can see Bill Harris further back down the field as Henry McCartney continues to try his best to keep Blake Wilson behind. It's the most aggressive I've seen Blake Wilson all weekend, so he's clearly still revved up from that earlier race.
Yeah, he's had a fair old while to reflect on what went wrong in the previous race, and he's certainly putting that into practice, but he can't find a way past yet. Henry McCartney on the slightly bigger bike. At least it looks bigger in terms of the paint scheme, but Wilson then trying around the outside, trying to get a good drive, and he was strong going into that first chicane, but he puts himself on the rough stuff on the exit of the final corner. And will Archie O'Brien try and capitalise on that one? No way through though, as Henry McCartney's generally sticking more to the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, Henry McCartney doing everything he can to defend at the moment with a slightly wider fairing on his motorcycle, but leading the way, it's Henry McCartney in this field right now, all the way down to Finlay Paulhill in 8th position. You can just see no one can find any way past. They're just following one big massive train. But now it looks like Blake Wilson is trying to wind up a move. He's trying to wind up a move down the final corner. What a move it'll be. Wow. Henry McCartney released the brakes there. A little shake of the head, so he clearly was not impressed by that move.
There's definitely some needle brewing between those two. They have come very close. I didn't actually see what happened in the previous race. I don't know if Wilson had anything to do with McCartney, but these two are absolutely fighting incredibly hard, and Henry McCartney is doing the job right now.
Yeah, he certainly is on the circuit, but Blake Wilson has some interesting hand gestures after the incident in the last race, but now he's clearly pushing on, and he clearly is trying to get on that podium, get in that second position on the podium, because right now he's trying to get everything again. Wow, round the outside Blake Wilson's trying to get the slingshot, but now Archie O'Brien's there. He looks his right. Whoa. Archie O'Brien down the inside now on the number 8, so Blake Wilson trying the new line there has clearly affected him.
He has, and I wonder if Archie O'Brien's been watching Henry McCartney's lines and thinks he might be able to make a difference. But check out the lead Luke Fitchett has, while these guys fight and have to sit behind Henry McCartney. It's 12 seconds.
Yeah, and very, very impressive lap time there from Luke Fitchett. So impressive, as Ollie Sims there has a slight almost coming together with Wilson dealt. But Archie O'Brien now at the final corner. Can he make it work now?
He's going.
Yes, he can. Archie O'Brien down the inside pushes Henry McCartney wide. Will this open the door for Blake Wilson? No, it will not. But it's the final lap time.
No way. That has gone so quickly. It's one of the longer races we've had this afternoon. Luke Fitchett is in the lead of this race, but Archie O'Brien has claimed that second place at this early stage. But can McCartney hold off against Wilson?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out. There is your race leader. There is Luke Fitchett, who should come across the line to win the final race of the weekend, the final MotoGP 70 race. Luke Fitchett wins race 3 of the LS2 Helmets MotoGP 70 Championship. Archie O'Brien has escaped this field, but what will Blake Wilson do? Can Blake Wilson make a move? He tries around the outside once again. Henry McCartney though keeps representing. Wow, a hand gesture there. So clearly something brewing, but 7 thousandths of a second separating Henry McCartney and Blake Wilson. So them two are clearly not happy by each other, but this man is very happy. He's like, where is everyone? 12-second win.
I mean, he couldn't ask for a better way to finish this beautiful weekend of racing we've had here at Lydd Karting Circuit, and thanks to FAB-Racing, of course, as well. But Luke Fitchett ends the day victorious by 12.5 seconds. Amazing stuff, and we wait to see the riders come back into the pit lane, and celebrations will begin. Archie O'Brien securing that second place. That would be really important points for him, and it was a very impressive run from Henry McCartney too.
Very, very impressive. It's great to see these riders consistently developing, consistently getting down their lap times, but how close they could race with each other without making contact. It's something which
Absolutely.
is so great to see. But Luke Fitchett is your final race winner of this doubleheader here at FAB-Racing at the Lydd Kart Circuit. So 12.4 seconds at the line. Archie O'Brien is in second place of Henry McCartney and Blake Wilson duking it out for third and fourth. There's clearly some underlying rivalry there, but Marco Holt is in fifth position. Ollie Sims comes home in sixth, with Wilson, Dilts and Finlay Paulhill in seventh and eighth, and rounding out that massive group of riders which we've seen battle for second. In ninth position, it's going to be Bill Harris, with Harry Payne coming home in 10th. Byron Johnson comes home in 11th, with Austin Johnson actually retiring from that race with 1 lap to go. So we're so caught up in that massive battle that we didn't notice Austin Johnson.
Byron Johnson did finish in that 11th, didn't he? And he started in the pit lane, so that was well worth a run for him.
Yeah, it certainly was. More experience on the bike. Austin Johnson, obviously, with a hope for better. But wow, what a great day it has been at racing. So, Andy, it's been your first weekend here at FAB. How has it been?
Well, it's been an awful lot of fun. I've really come to appreciate just what this series and this category does for British biking, and it's been an absolute pleasure to take part in this event. You've been very generous throughout, Lewis, and it's been great to work with you for the first time as well.
Yeah, it's been great to work with you as well, Andy. That was the end of our double-header round of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. We've had 30 races for you today. It's been very, very great, to be honest, to put it blunt. It's been amazing of how great racing, how many races we managed to fit in just one day.
Oh yeah, it's been breathless, hasn't it? Especially if your job has been talking about it for the last 2 days. But it's been a fantastic event. It's smoothly run, beautiful conditions, especially this Sunday and Monday. Saturday less so for the riders, but it's been cold and windy, but it's been bright sunshine, and the track's been managed incredibly well. We're closing up very shortly. And we'll be ready to get going for the rest of our season soon. And a big thank you to the incredible hardworking marshals and, of course, the medics who've had some attention to pay to the riders today and have done so fantastically.
Yep, thanks to all of them as well, and thanks to all the FAB officials for keeping it running. And it's just after 6 o'clock at the moment, so very, very well on getting through the races very fast. But you can see already some people heading home that might have finished their races earlier on today. But here on Motorsport Radio and on the FAB-Racing Championship, we've managed to bring you 50 live races. But for round 3, we will be heading to Suffolk at Red Lodge on the 13th and 14th of May, where the riders will have to wait quite a while to get on track, but racing will be as fierce as ever. Thank you so much for joining us here on Motorsport Radio and the FAB-Racing channels. Join us in May, and until then, from myself, Lewis Ray, and Andy Webster, it's goodbye.